All right, you and I are about to watch Arthur face a rare squirrel boss. Piece of cake. He one-taps it and rewards start raining. He sees a status window. First legend skill player, first to level in the trials, and even legendary dungeon conqueror. It is all thanks to his 10-star skill, unrestricted, which he has unlocked at just level 8. With it, basic leather scraps transform into rare nimble-footed gear. Even his friend is wondering just how far this luck goes. And yeah, it does not stop there because at the very bottom of the chest, he finds a mysterious egg. That magical squirrel he just put down, now it is his pet. While he laughs about being lucky, his friend knows something is broken. Because right here in the novice trials, things start getting weird. Usually, goblin drop rates are total garbage. But when Arthur punches one square in the face and ends it, a treasure chest spawns. His partner is sure the reward will be junk. At first, it just looks like some old, unknown rusty sword. But using that 10-star skill to appraise it turns the blade into a hero-class weapon, the Green Skin Slayer. It is perfect for slaughtering goblins with massive stats, the only place his luck fails, pulling a 0-star spirit in the Divine Summon. But even that is a win. Some pro gamer actually died as the world's rank 2 player because he was way too addicted. Meanwhile, Arthur is just a casual player who likes to mess around. Now pay attention here. He joins a mysterious game and finds a summoning fountain. Trust me, this is where the real fun starts. Honestly, I would have uninstalled right then just to keep my wallet safe. The fountain gives 2 summons, a skill and a spirit. Their total power levels have to add up to exactly 10 stars. So, if you pull a 3-star spirit, your skill automatically comes out at 7 stars. He decides to burn all his coins, trying for a 9-star spirit and a 1-star skill to get a broken companion. 2 7-star spirits actually pop up. Everyone online says that is insane luck, but he just throws them away and goes again. The problem is, it is all junk after that. On his very last coin, he gets a 6-star knight and a 0-star man. The guy is wearing modern clothes, like he is from our world. Arthur thinks it is a bug and picks him anyway. He soon realizes this man is that rank 2 player who died. He literally passed away and reincarnated as Arthur's spirit companion. And remember the rule about the stars needing to equal 10. This is where it gets wild. Since the spirit is 0 stars, Arthur just scored a 10-star skill. At first glance, it does not even look that special. It can unlock anything that is banned or restricted. Neither Barnaby nor Arthur realize just how incredibly broken this is. Suddenly, achievements start flooding in. He is the first ever to hold a 10-star skill alongside a 0-star spirit. While Arthur is absolutely panicking over the whole mess. That dead gaming addict is thrilled because he feels like the main character of some epic fantasy story. He explains he actually tried to beat this game 5 times and failed every time. Now, he is promising to make Arthur the strongest knight around. They teleport to the first challenge and face that goblin from earlier, which Arthur finishes off with one single punch. And Barnaby cannot help but wonder if that insane power comes from the 10-star skill the boy equipped. Right after finishing the trials, as the very first leveler. He is warped into the capital and asks Barnaby how he is staying physical, since most spirits just vanish and reappear. The guy tells him to check the stats. Because he is 0 stars in combat, a special title lifted his physical restrictions. Arthur is definitely not impressed. Sure, the guy is a 0-star trash unit, but that is when he promises to show off his 5-time veteran knowledge. Now they have to decide their next move, but Barnaby isn't sure if he is free to choose, leaving Arthur totally confused. Suddenly, they spot some creep trying to recruit players into the Mammon Guild, annoying everyone with his pushy attitude. In a pretty threatening voice, he tells them life is going to get miserable if they do not sign up right now. Arthur is disappointed seeing this, but then the guy claims he is not a player killer. Actually, he says he is the opposite. Grinning, he claims they actually protect players from killers. He asks if they have heard of the quest for the mutant deer, the one every new player needs to clear. Our hero asks if that quest is even real, and his veteran buddy confirms it gives a massive reward. The recruiter keeps going, saying the beast is weak, but the spawn area is dangerous because player versus player combat is always allowed. He then mentions the long-range killers, a nasty gang. Trust me, you are going to want to see what happens next. Stick with me, we are about to watch these low-life thugs camp the starting zone to slaughter every new knight that wanders near. It is basically a death sentence. Seeing the recruits hesitate, Lord Cedric swears his guild will defend them from outlaws and prove they are the kingdom's true guardians. But then comes the catch. He says their protection requires a small fee. That shocks Alaric. Lord Cedric demands everyone's leftover silver tokens. One traveler argues that while he has plenty of them, they are actually worth very little in this realm. The shady noble just nods. He explains a guild member is a master merchant who can sell those scrap coins to a royal treasury for a massive profit. The group buys the story. The terrified recruit immediately bows, apologizing for his doubt and swearing to follow them anywhere. Thorn asks Alaric what he thinks of the guy, and yeah, it is totally suspicious. Thorn notes the guy technically did not lie, leaving Alaric wondering if this is actually some bizarre charity for new squires. Pay attention here, because Alaric is about to see exactly how disgusting these noble guilds can truly be. Thorn suggests infiltrating the group, and our hero looks surprisingly ready for some undercover chaos. Soon, he is forced to listen to a dull quest briefing, slay the corrupted heart and retrieve its crown. Checking his scrolls, Alaric hates sitting through this garbage, but Thorn reminds him this is just life in Stonebridge Village. He finally signs the contract, wondering who all these random commoners even are. A whole crowd is gathering, waiting for the beast to appear like peasants at a royal execution. Realizing he is trapped in a mess, Thorn tells him it is just like a busy tavern line, not helping. Suddenly, a group of arrogant knights shoves through, claiming they are next. They introduce themselves like a local bard troupe. They charge toward the heart, shouting that the first killer becomes the leader. Alaric wonders if they are just clowns working for free. Fired up, the eldest brother lunges forward to strike the massive beast down. His brother prepares a finishing blow, but high in the canopy, a hidden scout readies a poisoned bow. Before anyone can blink, an arrow pierces the knight's leg, leaving his siblings screaming in pure horror. The warrior hits the dirt, clutching his wound. As his brothers rush over, more archers emerge and take aim. The peasants start panicking as a hail of black arrows rains down on the entire crowd. Cedric roars for his guards to take position and shield the innocent. You and I saw this coming, right? Armored knights leap forward to block the arrows. The attackers flee, making the guild look like heroes. The survivors start chanting, praising the guild and thanking their saviors for their brave sacrifice. Alaric notices the line of followers just got massive, while Thorn tells him to focus on their mission. But Alaric groans because the crowd is blocking everything. Thorn promises not to waste time and leads him toward a secret path in the dark woods. He warns him it is deep in bandit territory, making Alaric nervous since there are so many beasts lurking there. Thorn explains most squires get 5 points per level, but he gets 10, allowing him to dodge arrows like a blur. He asks if he finally understands how they can crush these villains, calling him the kingdom's chosen one. High above them, Cedric orders his men to eliminate the players who slipped into the forest. As they walk, Alaric admits something feels wrong. He notes that the second volley of arrows felt different from the first. He explains the first shots were deadly accurate, while the follow-up seemed like total amateur work for a guild. He suggests the bandits were actually working with the noble guild. Thorn is shocked by the theory, while he explains they are clearly all on the same side. An arrow flies at his head, which he casually dodges. The ambushers realize these targets are high-level, but they stay aggressive. Alaric asks if there is a magical record of events in this world. Thorn says the gods record everything, and asks if the kid wants to be a royal bard. With a grin, Alaric says it will be useful later. He lunges at the enemies as the ancient laws of the realm trigger. Attackers always drop items if they die first. Alaric moves with godlike speed, catching the bandit with his guard completely down. With one fluid motion, he strikes the scout before he can even scream. Admitting he is bored, Alaric says he will beat him up a little more. Seconds later, the archer is begging for his life, but our hero finishes that threat in the most brutal way possible. The thief's blade clatters to the ground as the others stare. Trust me, you and I will love this. All right, you and I are about to witness the moment these fools realize they have zero chance of survival. Arthur walks up to the lone survivor, his mere presence enough to leave the man stuttering on the dirt. The coward grovels, offering his gear because dying means a 3-day banishment from the kingdom and eating dry rations in the slums. But Arthur just cold-heartedly asks if he ever spared a single soul who begged during his own raids. Besides, every piece of his equipment is going to drop the moment he hits the floor anyway. In the end, the loser vows to curse him with every breath, but Arthur couldn't care less about his hollow threats. Now for the best part, stripping the corpses and claiming the spoils of war. Alistair wonders if the lad is some elite knight, baffled by such god-tier skills. He asks what his old rank was. In the realm of Fantasia, Arthur actually managed to reach rank 2 once. He claims it was just luck, but he had to quit because the fees for the training halls were draining his gold. His partner is stunned that he reached the top using bottom-tier gear, found in the cheapest common houses. Given the low price, everyone expected that gear to be absolute garbage. Constant lag and motion sickness were the norm, yet Arthur claimed silver on such a pathetic setup. Alistair is certain Arthur will reach the top rank in this world. He suggests they secure an elite crystal relic before they do anything else. Arthur admits he is completely broke. Alistair shrugs it off, but then spots something very strange among the loot. Now pay attention, because finding this lottery token reveals that more than just basic armor is dropping here. Even the most trivial personal trinkets can be looted if you're unlucky enough to die. The High Sage looks deep in thought while Arthur asks if this is a problem. He tells the lad to think about where a major guild would be using all those collected tokens. The standard advice for any beginner is to trade these coins for basic healing drafts at the local shops. Alistair poses another question. Who exactly was the one who first spread that beginner strategy? Arthur asks if it was that legendary fraud who designed the realm. Alistair confirms it and fires back with another question. He asks if Arthur thinks only one man was involved. It was actually discovered by the leader of the Gilded Hand. And while the plan seems brilliant on the surface, it is actually a massive trap. Tips spread fast after a launch, but only one strategy ever becomes the absolute law. Alistair explains that people post guides for fame, or just to be helpful, but some have much darker motives. Others just want to hoard the profits. Arthur instantly realizes this is exactly what the leader of the Gilded Hand is doing. The High Sage continues, noting that the human mind is shockingly easy to manipulate. Once players believe in a strategy, it becomes sacred text and spreads like wildfire across the land. Countless players sell their coins for nothing. Arthur asks if some might just ignore the guides entirely. For those independent souls, his partner mentions there are predators like Roland lurking in the shadows. Arthur is floored by how ruthless some people are, but then a sudden thought strikes him. I know what you are thinking. How exactly does he know all this? Well, it turns out that a year from now, a massive whistleblower is going to expose everything. Those useless coins are actually the key to a secret primal ape quest found in a hidden shop in the starter town. Arthur is absolutely stunned. It is the most elusive quest in the entire game, with a merchant whose location moves constantly. Alistair just smiles and tells him the solution is actually quite simple. Find the merchant, offer up to 9 coins, and claim a massive reward. Arthur is skeptical since the merchant's appearance is supposed to be random. His partner just grins and points out he never actually used the word random. He simply said that the shop changes its location. Seeing the blank stare, he says the veterans will handle the math. Elsewhere, a scout arrives in a panic, yelling that their entire squad was just absolutely slaughtered. Captain Thorn of the Gilded Hand asks what on earth he is rambling about. Struggling to speak, the messenger reports that 10 of their men have already been slaughtered. He turns serious, realizing the gravity of the situation when he learns it was just one single man. He is terrified his superiors will strip his title and cut his earnings over this disaster. With his daughter's birthday near, he needs a solution fast. That's when Shadow steps forward. As the highest-ranked mercenary the guild ever hired, he asks if it is finally his turn to join the fray. The captain thinks this mission doesn't quite match the man's strange choice of attire. And trust me, you and I are going to want to see how this elite assassin handles our hero next time. While he vows to strike with lightning speed, he suddenly screams like his very soul is shattering. The young knight collapses, sending the crowd into a panic, though he brushes it off as nothing more than a momentary lapse. He claims the wounds from his past life have scarred over, yet the memory of those old blades still haunts him. Alaric recalls being among the 100 greatest in the realm of Eldoria, but his weak familiar kept him from the top 20. After forging a new path, he raced to gain strength, driven by a hidden purpose that keeps him moving forward. That reason is the legendary god of war, the warrior who conquered Eldoria and claimed the second rank in record time. Alaric faced him in the grand arena and fell. Then, before a rematch could happen, the legend simply vanished into thin air. You and I are about to see if Alaric's gut feeling is right. Is this stranger truly the god of war? He wanders off, whispering of a fated reunion, leaving his baffled masters wondering if the man has finally lost his mind. Before departing, he notes the moon is high, a perfect night for the silver light to guide a master assassin's blade. The two nobles watch him go, completely speechless. The commander sighs, thinking his heirs have no clue how much blood is shed to keep their house wealthy. Mocking the man's strange attire, Alaric ignores them and sets flaming traps across the clearing. Now, the predator simply waits. He hates hunting novices, but since his contract with the Order is nearly finished, he finds a bit of grim joy in it. Suddenly, a figure emerges. Cedric strolls in, wondering if any rare beasts are nearby, but he's mostly interested in the treasures dropped during these long border skirmishes. The ninja's eyes widen. This has to be the target. He waits for the boy to walk right into the fire. Now pay attention. Cedric takes that final step, and Alaric drops from the shadows like a hawk on its prey. He declares it isn't personal, but the boy must die, just as his terminal flashes a warning that the trap was disarmed. Grinning, Cedric admits that actually startled him, noting his 10-star skill is already pulsing with power. It seems the skill neutralized the trap and purged the burning agony instantly. But Alaric doesn't flinch. He expected this. It is time for his trump card, a desperate, explosive charge fueled by a deadly kamikaze technique. But at the final heartbeat, Cedric vanishes, leaving the ninja in total shock. With a thunderous kick, our hero disarms his foe, sending the blade spiraling away. Alaric can't believe a novice has such mastery. Every passing second confirms his fears, but he's snapped back to reality by another crushing blow from the young warrior. Cedric muses that without his elite health stats, that trap might have actually ended him. But Cedric realizes the true power of his skill, a 10-star ability that somehow combines 3 legendary powers into one. You and I can see it on his face. Our hero is actually starting to enjoy this. Alaric recovers faster than expected, standing tall while muttering that these magical games should really have more restrictions. Closing his eyes, he accepts his fate as a loser, vowing to die with dignity. He never imagined he'd be defeated twice by the same man. Cedric just stands there, totally confused, claiming they have only just met. Our hero thinks this guild is insane, while Alaric praises him for being a man who buries his past. After his long-winded speech, the ninja makes one final request before he faces his end. To everyone's shock, He begs Cedric to accept a friend request. Looking like a hopeful child, he asks if they can be allies. Naturally, our hero gives his answer with the edge of a cold blade. Elsewhere, a massive serpent is torn apart by a brute. Lord 𝒂𝒂𝒍 slams his axe down, checking if the beast is finally dead. A scout arrives with grim news for the leader, reporting a major disaster involving their men on the front lines. 𝒂𝒂𝒍 curses the gods, wondering why the rare treasure he seeks still hasn't appeared among the loot. He orders them to deploy Alaric to handle the mess, but the scout reveals the ninja has already been defeated. That stops 𝒂𝒂𝒍 cold. Alaric was a top-tier blade. The messenger explains that the ninja logged out after sending a final letter. He wrote that he found his legendary friend from Eldoria and finally achieved his life's goal. He plans to follow this new master now, promising to repay his debt to the guild one day, but warns them not to follow. Lord 𝒂𝒂𝒍 roars in fury, unable to believe the betrayal. His servant stands by, equally bewildered. The leader snaps, demanding to know who is left. It turns out Julian is now in charge of the hunt. He orders Julian to move only in massive squads of at least 10 men. The King Guerrilla quest is coming, and you and I know they need those coins. He commands them to scout the village and report that NPC immediately. As he puts away his massive axe and enchanted gear, he grumbles about wasting his time in this low-level starter zone. Baron Mayan mentions that axe came from the same hunt, and he gets even more irritated realizing there is zero info on our hero. But he figures even if the kid finds that hidden antique shop alone, it will not actually be a problem. Right before sending the man off, he orders him to make Julian write a full report and strip his bonus for the failure. Far away, Julian feels a sudden chill as his friend asks if he is feeling all right. All right, stick with me, because after a century. Arthur finally brings down the stag, and now it is just time to collect the reward. He stretches, wishing they could stay, but Alaric says they need to head back and grab it. Our hero wonders if those rogue player killers are starting to move in organized squads now. Because if 8 of those thugs jump them at once, things could get ugly fast. He is pumped to hunt the great ape next, but Alaric warns it is a drag waiting for that boss to spawn. Arthur asks if they are just supposed to rot in the village until then. But it turns out Alaric has a better plan. He points toward the old chapel, explaining that he just needs to go grind levels in that specific spot. Arthur admits things usually work out when he listens to the spirit. But he is curious why there are not more main story quests. As the creator, Alaric gets annoyed, wondering why the kid would even ask that. But he explains the person standing right in front of him is the one who handles all those missions. Naturally, Arthur wants to know why he is only mentioning this crucial detail now. He explains that in the world of Eldoria, it is usually the familiar who triggers the main storyline. Even then, main quests do not always connect back to the kingdom's history. That is why players try so hard to bond with their spirits, since these quests are the fastest way to grow. Arthur is like, "What is this? This isn't some dating simulator, is it?" But Alaric cuts him off, stating he cannot give him any quests yet. Our hero is stunned, but Alaric says it is not personal. Now pay attention here, because he just needs to hit level 10 first. Once that is done, he can start grinding to test out how far his 10-star skill can really go. Arthur reaches the training grounds, and the place is eerily quiet. It is not what he expected, but it makes sense since there are no items or monsters in sight. His partner tells him to pull out the items from the shop. As he checks his inventory, he wonders what his guide actually has planned. He brought 3 rare fruits and a vial of water from the holy spring. Arthur follows the instructions and tosses one of the fruits into the ancient tree. A rabbit nearby watches until a terrifying roar echoes through the woods. Suddenly, a monstrous creature appears, the hidden boss known as the tyrant squirrel. Alaric claims this should be an easy win for him. Since there are no shortcuts to power here, all he can do is wish him the best of luck. Arthur draws his blade, finally realizing why a level 35 monster barely leveled him up. With a wild look in his eyes, he lunges at the squirrel, shouting that it is finished for trying to steal his prize. After the fight, he finally hits his next levels. Arthur is bummed by the loot, but his guide tells him to plant the seed and use the holy water. He does it, doubting this is the hidden secret, but then a massive tree erupts from the ground. Alaric says he did well, and now he has to reach into the hollow of the trunk. You and I both know what is next. He just found a secret dungeon entrance, and his friend asks if he is ready. Feeling a bit awkward, he confesses to the spirit that in the stories he reads, he always roots for the villains. Entering the crypt, the guide explains that ranks can be random, even if the monster types stay the same. Most think there are only 6 ranks in Eldoria, but 3 secret tiers exist, like epic and mythic. Like a curious student, Alaric asks a question. Our hero wants to know what the 3rd hidden rank is called. But Alaric admits he does not know. He thought mythic was the peak until he found clues of something higher. When he tried to find it, his physical body vanished, leaving him trapped as a weak spirit. Alaric warns that if Arthur does not want the same fate, he needs to stay sharp. Right then, the analysis completes. They have discovered a legendary dungeon, and Arthur even earns a special title. Arthur panics, because this rank is so rare he has not seen it in 10 years of playing. And trust me, when the spirit tries to calm him, our hero says this is bad news. Alaric, completely lost, asks why he thinks that way. Alistair explains that the beasts inside are monstrously powerful, making failure almost a certainty. Ilias notes that even massive raiding parties often return from these vaults in defeat. All right, stick with me, let's see if our hero has guts or a death wish. With a smirk, Ilias asks if he's going in. Alistair just nods. He claims even if the loot is trash, he won't stop until he conquers it. They keep moving forward while the architect brings something up. He asks why Alistair thinks the interface named the boy the first to enter, not him. Our hero pauses, realizing he technically hasn't stepped foot in this specific vault yet. His guide confirms he's right. Ilias admits his level grew too high from other raids to enter this vault. Alistair wants to know why his guide didn't come here much earlier. Maybe other tombs had better treasures, or Ilias knew he was turning into a guide and left this for Alistair. The familiar scoffs at that nonsense, insisting there's a real reason while our lead keeps teasing him. Suddenly, our protagonist freezes as a massive, dire squirrel charges straight for his throat. Pay attention, here's the truth. Terrified, Alistair wonders what that beast is. Ilias finally explains the real reason. He simply wasn't confident he'd survive it, which totally deflates Alistair. That squirrel looks absolutely furious and seems ready to launch an attack on the group. Alistair thinks it's more like a wild boar and worries his blade won't even leave a scratch. His partner taunts him, saying if he clears this without taking a single hit, he'll gain a legendary title. Fueled by pride, Alistair draws his steel, swearing he'll succeed. The beast uses Berserker, boosting its raw strength and lunging straight at our hero. Alistair realizes his sword won't pierce that armor, so he quickly switches his weapons. He searches for an opening. He chooses his moment and fires a shot directly into its open maw. Alistair admits it was scary but thrilling, though the familiar warns he'll burn out fast. He asks if they can just push through and finish this already. Ilias is stunned by the kid's endless well of stamina. Soon, his guide wonders if the boy is even human after slaughtering so many squirrels. Too bad they only drop basic fruit. The vault has a high drop rate, but these rodents seem to have nothing of value. You and I both know what a chest means, loot. Ilias explains these rare caches contain hidden treasures. He warns the odds of a rare drop are slim, but our hero isn't listening, already banking on his luck. He flings the lid open, and as always, the architect has one more trick up his sleeve. They realize it's a rare dire hippo, way stronger than a boss. It's the kind of beast that only appears once in a blue moon. Alistair asks if a rare mob-like that drops legendary gear. His friend explains it's actually a trap mob, no items, but massive experience and a unique title. Our lead isn't backing down. He's taking it out because that title has his name on it. Elias tries to warn him about the beast's weak point, but our hero says he doesn't even need to know. He's charging it head-on. His buddy thinks he's lost his mind and is certain the boy is walking to his grave. Alistair understands slow growth is safer, but he wants to pave his own path. Spotting another chest, he admits combat is great, but opening loot is better. Elias tells him to pelt the squirrels with the fruit. Naturally, Alistair does exactly that. Imagine the squirrel's confusion as it gets hit with its own snack. Our hero asks if that's the trick, but his partner tells him to stay calm. The air shifts as a secret passage begins to reveal itself, leaving our protagonist completely breathless. Feeling awkward, Alistair listens as Elias tells him to go over and strike the squirrel once more. He can't believe it, asking if he really has to hit the poor thing right in its backside. Alistair screams, asking how Elias can be so heartless, but the guide says the treasure and beast are about to vanish. The little creature starts to flee, so Alistair chases it down while his partner cheers for him in the distance. Sobbing, our hero apologizes to the little guy while racking up levels, titles, and extra rewards. Alistair begs for a new guide because he can't work with a psychopath. But Elias just snaps back. Then he mentions the chest, and Alistair instantly forgets everything and sprints toward the loot. Trust me, you'll want to see what's next. To his horror, the chest is locked tight, requiring a rare key of the same rank. These two are completely in sync, cooking up a plan that honestly feels like a total cheat code if they actually pull it off. Stick with me. You and I are about to see these two crack open a treasure chest with a few clever tricks. Hidden inside is a mysterious set of leather armor. Cedric finds it intriguing, but he knows they will need a high-level appraisal rank just to reveal its true stats. But Arthur just crouches there with a smirk, asking, "You already know the deal, right?" The hero is always special. Later, his guide sarcastically tells him to just unlock everything and abuse the system's power while he still can. Suddenly, they both freeze in absolute shock. Realizing Arthur's 10-star blessing works for identifying Gear 2. Following his mentor's lead, the boy opens the crystal interface to scan for more data. Almost immediately, he spots some brand new information popping up on the screen. With his skill, he confirms it is a rare artifact, leaving Cedric wondering just how far this insane luck will go. Then, boom, another legendary chest suddenly appears out of thin air. They pop it open easily, but they are stunned to find a mysterious egg inside, even if Arthur is still worried it might be some kind of trap. Now watch closely, because he tries to identify it while secretly hoping his own power actually fails for once. The egg contains a rare magical squirrel, and there is a specific way to hatch it successfully. Cedric explains that these creatures are incredibly useful and famous for their utility. They can snipe enemies from a distance, while Arthur handles the heavy lifting in close-quarters melee combat. Arthur asks if he just needs to use those enchanted fruits to boost the egg's potential stats. He is bursting with energy and ready to move, leaving his companion to wonder how a mere rookie can be this naturally talented. Moments later, they encounter more forest creatures, and without hesitation, Arthur charges in with his weapon drawn. He starts attacking them in a pretty suspicious way while apologizing out loud, which honestly just makes Cedric feel more and more creeped out. He crushes the dungeon boss and reaches level 10. And get this, he clears the entire floor without taking a single scratch. Feeling the tension, he realizes it dropped more loot with different colors and stats. Confused, he jokes about picking flavors and asks for help making a choice. Cedric suggests waiting until after the class Awakening quest, since he will have 3 different paths to choose from. But Arthur notices his weird expression and starts wondering if people are beginning to get suspicious of his power. You and I saw that coming, right? If he is an irregular familiar, how is he even assigning quests? It looks like he got caught red-handed, but he claims he does not know much, except for one very important detail. Somehow, everything will work out fine. Arthur receives a quest from his familiar, and it immediately marks itself as complete. He calls it the perfect spirit and asks if basic skills are really the most important thing, while his partner just bows down and apologizes. Cedric notes that since Arthur is 0-star, he only gets normal class options, unless he decides to talk to a local citizen. He just needs to hit level 45 before he can officially change his class. Arthur refuses to be a simple fisherman or farmer, but Cedric promises him great items if he does. Regardless, the priority is still that elite gorilla quest. They arrive at the rookie city of Linden. Arthur watches a player complete a task and take another from his familiar, calling the creature a god. It seems that player is essentially a divine messenger. Shifting gears, he asks if the ancient relic quest will give him a random reward. His companion confirms it, saying that sometimes you can stumble upon something truly legendary if you are lucky. Suddenly, they spot the owner of the local antique shop, standing right over by the grand cathedral. The old man asks if the boy wants to trade. The interface confirms the shopkeeper is looking for a deal, and naturally, Arthur accepts the offer immediately. Out of nowhere, a group of angry warriors comes charging in, screaming that someone has already snatched up their precious quest. Cedric is thrilled they beat that garbage order to the punch, telling Arthur to grab the loot so they can disappear. But then Arthur says he cannot accept it. His familiar panics, screaming that he was supposed to take the deal because no one has ever refused this quest before. Then, all at once, the shopkeeper's energy shifts, sensing that Arthur does not serve any deity. Suddenly, a hidden quest appears for a legendary class, the Mage King. The old man asks to speak somewhere private. Cedric is absolutely floored, because even he had no idea there was a secret hidden in this part of the city. So Arthur agrees to go. The shopkeeper smiles at his answer, grabbing the boy's arm and asking if they are ready to depart. Those angry knights are still running around screaming to catch the brat, fearing they will be doomed if the quest is not finished. But then, a blinding flash of light erupts around the two of them, leaving everyone in the area completely dazed. A moment later, they find themselves standing in a hall that looks like an ancient temple. Cedric warns Arthur to choose his words carefully, because talking to an elder is nothing like dealing with a regular player. Arthur nods in agreement. Trust me, you and I are about to see things get wild as the old man, 𝒕𝒐, welcomes them on behalf of Aram. All right, stick with me. Since Arthur passed the first trial, Alistair finally explains his shopkeeper disguise and why he collected those coins. The old master keeps praising him for resisting temptation, but our main character just cuts him off before he can finish. He says he has a familiar, so he clearly serves a god. Alistair stands up and opens a terminal, asking for a moment. Then he drops a bombshell. There is a ghost following the boy around. Alistair says he will find an exorcist, which makes Arthur really angry. But look, the terminal shows he is actually qualified for the Sorcerer King Descendant test. That king built the empire, but it fell fast when a dark entity invaded and wiped everything out. Those invaders were false gods, also known as familiars. Arthur wonders if the familiars are the invaders. Meanwhile, the old man explains that thousands of people died. After a bloody war, the Sorcerer King sealed them all away. But now, those ancient seals are finally breaking. The familiars invaded again, slowly rewriting history until the people started worshipping them as true gods. Now they want to devour the continent again. They use outsiders and call them messengers of the gods. Pay attention here. Phase 2 of the test activates instantly, and Alistair is absolutely losing his mind because of it. He is shocked, wondering who this kid is. Arthur realized beating that rookie guild was actually the second trial all along. He remembers the ninja fight. That spirit was the second test, and he realizes that guy was way too strong for this town. With a wide grin, the old man tells Arthur to follow him to the final trial. The prophecy was right. The hero who will save the world is here. Alistair explains that traitors caused the fall of 𝒖𝒂𝒂𝒍. The Sorcerer King was finally defeated. His heir was supposed to have a mind of steel, someone who would never be swayed by greed. They finally arrive at the circle, and Alistair calls him a hero. Arthur is just confused. When exactly did his title change like that? The magic circle begins to glow. All he has to do is survive for 60 seconds, just 1 minute. The terminal confirms activation. A 9-star spell called 𝒂𝒐𝒉𝒂𝒍 kicks in, and the old man wishes him luck. Terrified, Arthur checks with his familiar and realizes this 9-star magic is incredibly dangerous. Arthur sees why those 7 deadly sins debuffs are so nasty. He thinks it is total BS, and anyone who survives this can beat the game. Our main character uses his own 9-star magic and completely wipes out every single debuff. After finishing the quest, the terminal shows he cleared it in an absolutely insane way. You feel that too, right? Arthur is stunned, wondering if he really managed to beat that spell. He switches to the mythic class and gets class-specific skills, making his rival Leo absolutely furious, while Arthur can't wait to test his new skills. Alistair is in tears. He is totally emotional now that a king has finally returned. Kneeling down, he declares Arthur the new monarch of 𝒖𝒂𝒂𝒍. Arthur just tells him to stop being so awkward. Then he tells him to open the chest. Alistair reveals it is actually the legendary magic weapon once used by the Sorcerer King. It is a glove that acts as a wand. Arthur just got his second legendary item and really wants to test it out in a fight. The old man stops him. It is not time yet. He needs to prepare for a truly powerful enemy. Alistair is staying behind to finish his research, which definitely makes our main character curious. He is collecting those coins, because they are the only clues left from the false gods. Arthur offers to help out. Cut to a guy on his bed, complaining that all game streamers are annoying. He finds a new video, and wonders if it is the mutant deer quest sent by some random newbie who just started. Even if it is trash, he thinks it will boost his views. Then he sees Arthur destroying the guild. He is blown away that one kid handled that entire elite squad all by himself. He also notices a mysterious new NPC standing near the church that he has never seen. He screams, realizing it is the NPC for the gorilla quest. Arthur finished editing and uploaded his video. 400,000 views already. He is shocked. The plaza is suddenly packed with a massive crowd of people. He thinks it is the rival guild, but his familiar says they are all here for him. He became a star in a single day. The familiar suggests streaming, but Arthur is not sure he is good at it. Everyone is blowing up his terminal asking about the quest. It looks like the gold coins are finally going to start rolling in for him. Arthur asks if his partner is okay, and trust me, we are about to hear a very wild story. Alistair noted only 30 minutes remained. One can only stay 10 hours daily, and he drained nearly everything. All right, you and I are about to see Alistair pull off something crazy. But Kaelin started worrying about his fate once Alistair vanished, since he's bound only to our hero's soul. The spirit panics, grabbing Alistair and begging his master not to abandon him in this dark void. Alistair doesn't really know what to do, wondering if his companion will truly vanish. If so, his mythical class might disappear right along with him. That's the part that actually makes our hero break a sweat, unlike all the emotional stuff. Kaelin just sits there on the ground, calling him a cold-hearted bastard for not even shedding a single tear before he leaves the realm. Later, he realizes he wasn't deleted. Instead, he got pulled right into Alistair's private chambers, shocking them both. Kaelin calls it a cramped bedroom where he used to linger, but he couldn't touch anything or leave. Our hero says that's a massive relief, and even his grumpy partner has to admit it could be worse. At least he can read some books, while we wait for the real action. Seeing crowds gather in the square, they decide to move. Soon, they're deep within the whispering forest. Alistair notices the eerie silence, but his companion warns him that enemies around here are masters of stealth. Kaelin decides they're safe enough, and tells Alistair to open his arcane interface, which he does immediately. Kaelin is left speechless because it's the status menu of a newly changed class, and he says it's honestly quite an insult to his pride. He points out Alistair has far too many points, advising him to hide some if he keeps recording journeys. Then he checks the skills. He's never even heard of a legendary sorcerer engineering talent before today. Digging further into the terminal, he finds a unique class item tucked away in the hero's inventory. Alistair opens it, finding glowing fruits. The system suddenly asks if he wants to attempt a risky synthesis. Intrigued, he learns that sorcerer engineering allows him to forge powerful items from raw magical materials. Kalen realizes it's a crafting skill, noting the ancient sorcerer kings were also masters of the alchemical arts. Rumors say noble guilds are hunting him, but Alistair insists that only the strongest legends walk alone. Possible materials manifest before him. To be honest, the whole interface looks surprisingly simple to navigate. He just needs to add the ingredients. He tests the frost and flame fruits first, but the result. Alistair loses it since he just wanted to make handling those fruits easier, not harder. But now it's even more complicated. Watch as one option catches his eye. He selects the ingredients carefully. Finally, the terminal asks for confirmation to begin the magical fusion. Kalen is baffled, doubting if someone can even mix such opposing elemental attributes without blowing everything up. Panicking, he tries to stop him. After 10 years of playing, he's never seen anything this unpredictable. He calmly suggests using only 2 items first, fearing they'll lose everything if the entire batch fails. Alistair just smirks, teasing his partner by saying he's doing it purely for the fun of it. He hits the button to start the synthesis, while Kalen just screams in the background like a madman. It works. A legendary fruit forms, then evolves further into a primordial fragment of pure chaos energy. Seeing what Alistair just created, the spirit starts questioning if his own existence even matters anymore. While Alistair considers using a stone on the egg, his companion just slumps on the floor, utterly defeated. And now, the moment we have all been waiting for. It is finally time to hatch that mysterious egg. He asks if Kalen is ready, but the jealous spirit snaps back, wondering why he's even being consulted. The spirit gets all dramatic, but Alistair credits him for the success, leaving the ghost flustered and blushing. But hey, this is an action story, so let's skip the hugging. The terminal signals it's time to hatch. Without hesitation, our hero gives the order, especially since the ingredients he used were god-tier quality. The egg undergoes multiple upgrades before a tiny, adorable creature finally emerges into the world. Alistair is thrilled by how cute it is, while Kalen notes it looks like a black magic squirrel. Then the terminal pops up again, prompting the hero to choose a name for his new companion. Kalen suggests a simple name, but based on Alistair's handle, Divine Demon, his naming skills are clearly terrible. So what do you and I think of 𝑳𝒖𝒂𝒍? Trust me, this guy is special. All right, you and I are diving into a world where even a tiny pet has a massive attitude problem and demands a real fight. Realizing he hit level 10, Alistair asks if he needs to graduate from the starter town. Barnaby explains that at this level, your familiar grants you the quest for a proper license. To move on, he has to speak with the Lord at the Highcrest Manor, who will finally grant him passage to the Great Mainland. But lately, staying behind in these rookie lands has become a trend, which definitely sparks Alistair's curiosity. Barnaby smirks and asks if the reason isn't totally obvious. Doesn't he want to test out that legendary blade and those insane new magic spells he just picked up? Alistair realizes his partner is right. Barnaby adds that some players actually choose to stay in this region forever. Because of that, there are specific elite monsters and bosses meant only for those veteran campers. Alistair is shocked, but his familiar says it is the perfect graduation test. They head straight for the Infernal Pit, a legendary dungeon, and it doesn't take long for the duo to arrive. They reach the entrance, but it looks like they aren't the only ones looking for a challenge. The place is packed with players shouting for parties or trying to trade gear. It is a total madhouse. Alistair realizes this is the same area he completely trashed earlier, while he was finishing up that cursed stag quest. Someone nearby comments on the gameplay videos that were posted over the last few days. Alistair listens to players complaining that the secret shopkeeper has vanished. One guy considers asking Alistair to join them, but his friend thinks a high-level player like that would never say yes. Barnaby starts teasing him, asking if he can join the party too. Now watch Alistair closely, because he's not looking for fame or being a celebrity. He just wants to enter the dungeon and get this over with. Alistair is surprised, because this specific dungeon comes with a strict time limit for the clear. Barnaby points to a monument and tells him to place his hand on the record system. The leaderboard pops up showing the fastest clear times, but Alistair is curious about the top spot being hidden. His familiar explains that player chose to remain anonymous. Alistair wonders if it was a legendary warrior, and Barnaby acts smug, impressed that the kid is finally catching on. Second place belongs to a man named Thaddeus Thorne, a name that sounds strangely familiar to our hero. Suddenly, a group emerges from the gates, and the crowd starts whispering that they must have actually cleared it. The leader adjusts his glasses, muttering that he finally took down that filthy little beast. And just like that, we see those three suspicious thugs again, acting like they're totally innocent. The thugs rush over to see if they made the rankings, while Alistair finds it hilarious to see so many familiar faces. The hyped-up trio sees they hit 17th place and plan to head to the city to finally claim their reward. Barnaby explains the reward is tiny. What really matters is the rank, which helps you get scouted by major guilds. He adds that a true knight would compete regardless, simply because these records stay carved in history forever. The system asks if he wants to enter solo, and Alistair obviously says yes. Once inside, a timer starts counting down for the boss summon. Alistair realizes that, just like he expected, there is nowhere to hide. You and I both know Alistair is basically cheating by stacking those weapons, but it sure is fun to watch him go. The countdown hits 0, and the massive boss spawns into the room, growling at Alistair with pure malice. Barnaby notes it is a fire type and asks if Alistair knows its weakness. Our hero just smiles and tells his pet to spark up. Alistair asks his little buddy to enchant his blade with ice. Then, he activates a skill to boost his attack power even higher. The fight is about to start, and a 5-second countdown begins. Alistair lunges at the beast while it growls and mocks him. With a quick spin, he dodges the monster's lunge, but the beast immediately retaliates with a blast of flames. Smirking, Alistair mocks the creature for trying to use a projectile from such a close distance. He asks if the dog wants to die that badly. Leaping into the air with his weapon ready, he tells the beast he will happily send it back to its master. He lands a massive critical hit, and the ice enchantment triggers a devastating bonus that freezes the monster solid. The system grants him a new title for a one-hit kill, but Alistair is actually annoyed that the fight ended so fast. Outside, the entrance is still crowded. One guy grumbles about not finding a party and considers just going in alone. He regrets not convincing that guy in the rare armor he saw earlier to team up with him. Even if the dude was a total rookie, he could have at least used him as a human shield. But you and I both know what's coming. A massive shock as everyone realizes an anonymous player just cleared the dungeon in 9 seconds. Barnaby asks if the kid is some kind of wild animal, but Alistair just sighs, wishing it had been a real challenge. Stick with me. You and I are about to see if Alistair's gamble pays off. Barnaby says boss drop rates are trash, so he should be happy. Meanwhile, Alara heads off on her own. The little familiar leaps toward a hidden spot. Alistair realizes the creature's senses are sharp when it finds something truly shocking. He discovers a chest full of loot, a secret Easter egg. While our hero enjoys the drinks, Barnaby tells him to move. They have a busy day ahead. Alistair gets a look in his eye, and Barnaby asks what shady plan he's cooking up. Buzzing with excitement, our hero orders his familiar to start digging everywhere, making Barnaby think they have both finally lost their minds. Later, back in the capital, the creator says Laria is a perfect escape, and they boast 500 million players for a very good reason. Alistair admits he thought the hype was fake, but now he gets it. It is not just about slaying monsters with steel. Now pay attention, because the continent is where things get dangerous for everyone since player killing is allowed in this territory. One mistake and you are finished. Reaching the gatekeeper, Alistair decides he needs to clear one thing up before they cross over. He asks if he can reach the new continent within the current year. But it actually takes 5 minutes. Alistair is ready to go when he hears someone say the familiar app launches later today. Players say they are installing it immediately, so they do not end up regretting it later on. Alistair gets curious, so Barnaby explains that familiars cannot always notify their masters when a new quest suddenly pops up. There are not enough familiars for everyone. For example, one spirit has 137,000 different users. The app was designed to make communication between spirits and users effortless by sending alerts, but Alistair decides it is something he does not actually need right now. Then the High Lord of Oakhaven welcomes them, asking if they are finally leaving town. After learning that returning might be impossible once he leaves, our hero confirms he is still ready to set out. But suddenly the Lord looks shocked and asks if he is the warrior who truly defeated the hellish beast. The Lord actually wants to reward his dedication to the city, so Alistair receives a pair of legendary hero gloves. The old man wants to talk more, but they must keep moving because other travelers are waiting for their turn. Now that the gate is open, he can head to 𝒖𝒂𝒍. Alistair walks forward happily while receiving the Lord's final blessing. In 𝒖𝒂𝒍, he notices how massive the city is. Barnaby says it is one of the 3 main capital hubs. Barnaby explains that since the population is massive, the city is packed with thousands of hidden secrets and quests. The spirit is incredibly hyped about the local seafood specialty, but Alistair tells the little guy to stop talking and focus on reality. Looking worried, he says they need to talk things through before they go further. Barnaby notes that his master has a surprisingly good memory. Alistair tells him to quit playing dumb because he can only learn new skills through his familiar spirit. Feeling slightly desperate, we both know that look. Alistair is about to do something crazy for a skill. Throwing a tantrum, our hero demands a skill to prove their bond, while Barnaby wishes he could just abandon him. Ignoring the attitude, the spirit says he can grant a skill, but there is a catch. Alistair stops his tantrum and asks what it is. It turns out the skill level matches the star rank of your familiar spirit exactly. Also, the spirit chooses the skill. Since Barnaby is a lazy guy who only cares about games, you can guess how this ends. They test it anyway, because our hero is dying to see what kind of 0-star skill a lazy, unemployed spirit can give him. Starting his dramatic performance, Barnaby focuses and begins unleashing his hidden familiar power. Then the display shows the quest has finally been completed. Our hero gets a repeat skill he does not understand, along with a title for extra stats. Suddenly, he realizes something huge. This is Barnaby's return. The spirit thinks the enemies are powerful and says they should go all out now. But Alistair tells him to calm down so they can read the skill description. To their shock, the description simply says it repeats, which leaves both of them feeling completely confused. Barnaby tries to hype up Alistair, who is crushed by the useless description. Now they will test it for real to find its secret power. Later, someone slays a mermaid on the coast. It is our hero trying to test his new skill on anything. He levels up, but still has no idea how the ability works. He tried everything, but still nothing. Trust me, you and I are definitely going to want to see what this skill does. All right, you and I are about to see a legendary heir start his treasure hunt. But finding a contact in a capital, this massive is a nightmare. I guess that's the price for a legendary bloodline. Kale teases him, asking if he's actually serious, but our hero's mind is already made up. He thinks the challenge is fun and vows to track that contact down. Arthur finds him surprisingly fast, leaving him feeling a bit let down. They step through a portal and arrive at the dark graveyard marked on their map. There, they spot a small cottage where the elder 𝒖𝒂𝒍 is supposed to be living. Arthur knocks politely and pushes the door open, asking for entry. The moment he steps inside, the sharp scent of lemon hits him. A figure emerges laughing, explaining the smell is powerful enough to mask the stench of the decaying dead. That old man is 𝒖𝒂𝒍, the graveyard keeper, and he asks what business a young knight has with him. Arthur is slightly confused, because he expected to just hear the legend of the Sorcerer King and be done. While the elder questions him, he spots the enchanted glove on Arthur's hand and becomes incredibly excited. Finally, the elder recognizes him as the Sorcerer King's heir. Just like that, our hero gets the royal VIP treatment. Arthur completes the task and leaves the old man behind, focusing on the next trial of his mythical path. 𝒖𝒂𝒍 mentions that the Sorcerer King's lost relic was left nearby. Arthur immediately asks for the exact location. Now pay attention. This crater in the graveyard shouldn't even exist, but it hides a massive relic that's been buried for centuries. But over 150 years before this kingdom stood, disaster struck when residents built a cemetery on this cursed soil. The relic's mana began leaking, raising an army of the undead. 𝒂𝒊 notes how the first relic was a simple puzzle and compares it to the danger of this one. The old man admits they lack the strength to fight the dead, making the ruins almost impossible to enter. But with the right items, Arthur can forge an artifact to shield himself from that dark energy. He asks them to retrieve rare sea ingredients, which are known throughout the realm as symbols of purity. Arthur is worried because he has no gathering skills, meaning he has to rely entirely on his own luck. He promises to return with the items. With the mission accepted, the two of them pause to check their storage. They earn a reward spell, but 𝒂𝒊 says these are usually gained through leveling and are totally random. While Arthur celebrates, his familiar reveals that he actually has 5 different spell cards to choose from. As expected, he can only keep one while the other 4 will vanish into thin air. Being overly dramatic, Arthur prepares to draw his card while 𝒂𝒊 begs him to act like a normal person for once. He's crushed when he pulls a weak 2-star magic spell, and 𝒂𝒊 mocks his terrible luck. His familiar explains that this was his only chance, and the remaining cards are about to disappear. A divine window appears above them, asking if he wants to risk it all and try again. You and I both know this is absolutely broken, right? Even Arthur is stunned by this divine cheat code. Arthur jokes that the gods might delete his soul for cheating, but 𝒂𝒊 says they cannot touch him. Then he teases him, asking if he is really just going to walk away from a second chance. Of course, Arthur refuses. Now he's going to exploit this cycle until he figures out exactly how many times he can reset. He repeats the process over and over, realizing he can keep trying until he pulls something truly legendary. Time for the 4th attempt. Finally, he pulls a 7-star spell called Sacred Sacrifice. He's speechless. It's his first time seeing that level of power. Shoving our hero aside, 𝒂𝒊 begins to analyze the true potential of this massive pull. Arthur asks if it is powerful, and 𝒂𝒊 explains it's a top-tier holy spell. The more mana he has, the more damage it deals, but the cost is massive. Health drops by 10,000, and stats fall by 300%. 𝒂𝒊 mentions there is one more catch, making Arthur instantly nervous. Then he realizes it is a single-use spell that simply vanishes from his soul once it is cast. His familiar checks the royal auction house and realizes they could sell it for a fortune. When he hears the price is 5 million gold, Arthur is ecstatic, thanking his lucky stars for his companion. He wonders how many grand feasts that could buy, since that kind of wealth is usually just a dream. Deciding to claim the gold, they head toward the auction house in the great city of 𝒖𝒂𝒂𝒍. And that's it. Trust me, you and I are going to love seeing how he spends all that gold. You and I are about to see Arthur live like royalty after 𝒖𝒂𝒍 shares a tip worth a small fortune. 𝒖𝒂𝒍 offers to handle the gold while Arthur focuses on the quest, making him look like a true genius. 𝒖𝒂𝒍 asks about their living space, and suggests Arthur speak with his family before buying a spirit well. Our hero notes his parents are currently away on a mission, likely serving in distant lands overseas. Silas wonders if that calm nature is purely genetic, but before anything else, they must register his name at the Royal Exchange. A clerk calls number 137, and Arthur steps up to register his new identity in the realm. She instructs him to place his palm upon the crystal sphere, glowing brightly in front of him. In 𝒖𝒂𝒍𝒂𝒓, these exchanges are strictly guarded by the crown to ensure no noble knight gets cheated. Arthur finally understands how they fund the kingdom just by trading ancient skills and artifacts between heroes. The clerk confirms he is registered to sell. Arthur asks what the point is since he hasn't achieved results yet. She continues the scan, her eyes widening as the crystal reveals something truly shocking to her. Now watch this. Her reaction confirms he reached Dragon Tier, and you and I both know it is legendary. She explains there are 6 noble tiers, and this sphere measures the weight of his destiny within the realm. Silas explains the sphere detected his legendary aura. Only 5 Dragon Tier legends exist in the whole kingdom. The clerk finishes the paperwork, promising him all the royal benefits that come with being a guild associate. She calls it an honor to witness his story, and hopes he stays in the capital for a long time. Arthur realizes that 𝒖𝒂𝒍𝒂𝒓 is not just a game, it is a whole new world. He asks Silas if being Dragon Tier earns him a free spirit well, but the answer is no. Arthur complains about the high price, but his companion just gives him a very mysterious look. I know what you are thinking. Is there a secret stash? Silas shares a location, and Arthur hears the clerk call locker 163. He walks up to the hidden compartment and pulls it open. Arthur calls Silas insane after finding a bag stuffed with gold coins inside a public washroom. He just stares in absolute disbelief. There are even solid gold bars. Arthur asks if Silas was not afraid of thieves in a common training hall. Silas laughs it off. Gyms are the best hiding spots. Now they must buy that celestial vessel. A short while later at the headquarters of the finest magic craftsmen. The manager, Cedric, is frustrated because a free trial has kept the shop crowded for 3 days. Seeing Arthur arrive at the shop, the rude manager tries to kick him out, claiming the viewing time for the wells is over. He gives a forced smile, telling Arthur to return tomorrow, secretly hoping he never shows his face again. But Arthur is not there for a trial. He wants to buy the legendary Excalibur grade vessel. Trembling in fear, the manager checks the register and realizes Arthur is a fabled Dragon Tier legend. Suddenly polite, he offers immediate installation, and Arthur agrees to pay the entire fortune in cash. This vessel is rare. Only 3 exist in the whole country, and its magic power is simply unmatched. Silas asks if the deal is done, and Arthur confirms everything went perfectly. Petting his little companion Pip, he notes the mages finished the setup in under an hour. Pip had not left his side once. Arthur was finally ready to get back into the action. He stretches out, ready to dive back into the quests, blasting spells as they hunt through the wild. The old master is impressed that Arthur gathered the items so quickly, calling him a true sovereign. Arthur blushes, insisting it was mostly luck since finding such rare materials is nearly impossible. He remembers Pip literally trying to eat one of the artifacts. He thanks the little creature with a treat. Finally, the master says the relic will take 30 minutes to finish, so Arthur investigates a nearby cavern. With the quest accepted, our hero is already diving into battle against the darkness. He slays 5 skeletons and clears the mission. They are both shocked by the size of that massive underground cavern. Arthur hits rank 14 and aims for 1 more level to unlock his next big technique. But Silas looks worried, asking if that last quest felt a bit too convenient, though our hero did not notice a thing. Stick around, the real journey starts now. All right, you and I are about to dive into a world where even a smiling priestess can't be trusted. Our heroes find this girl who looks shocked, asking for directions to hunt the undead. Arthur gives her the path to the old graveyard, but the second he speaks, Her entire expression shifts into something cold. She offers a quick thanks for the valuable information before turning her back on them and vanishing into the woods. Cedric teases him about her being his type, but honestly, our main character felt something sinister radiating from that mysterious woman. He thinks back and realizes she smelled like fresh lemons, and there was that strange red liquid she was carrying. Panic sets in as he starts running, finally realizing what's going on. Cedric has no clue what's happening but tries to keep up with him. They race back to the woodland cabin, where our hero kicks the door open, shouting for Master Silas at the top of his lungs. Inside, he finds the old man collapsed on the floor. Cedric finally understands why they were sent on that seemingly pointless quest. It was all part of the narrative. Our protagonist reaches the old man's side and discovers he is still clinging to life. Struggling to speak, Silas warns that the enemies found them, handing over his final gift, 2 legendary quest artifacts for Arthur to protect. As the old master passes away, the terminal shows our hero now holds 2 out of the 3 sacred relics. Cedric tells him to shake it off since it's just a scripted event, but our hero isn't upset about the old man's fate. He's furious because they actually had the nerve to touch his relic. Pay attention here, this is where it gets cold. Back at the cavern, they find fresh footprints that weren't there before, practically begging them to enter. The system reveals a hidden event dungeon called Lana's Abyss, and they decide to dive in. As soon as they enter, a timer starts counting down, and Arthur feels a heavy, crushing pressure messing with his mind. A wave of debuffs strikes his stats, but thanks to that new relic, he should be able to weather the magical storm. Cedric warns him that if he dies even once, the entire dungeon mission ends instantly. Arthur checks his companion's stats and sees massive penalties, making him wonder if he needs to share some of his power bonuses. His familiar agrees, but no matter the advice, his reckless partner is clearly just going to do whatever he wants anyway. Suddenly, a noise grabs his attention as a skeletal foot bursts from the ground, followed by a terrifying, armored skeleton. Cedric explains the red aura means this monster is way higher level, but our hero is ready to give it a lethal welcome. He fires off a flaming arrow, but the creature effortlessly blocks it. Realizing magic might not be enough, he charges in for close combat. I know what you're thinking, but wait. He senses a trap and freezes right in time. An arrow thuds into the earth inches away. The monster isn't alone. A skeleton archer has joined the fray from the shadows. His familiar screams for him to fight from the sidelines, but Cedric just snaps back, asking whose side the little spirit is actually on. Our main character asks if it's possible to shatter monster equipment in this world, and Cedric confirms it's definitely an option. While casting a powerful spell, Arthur decides that since he doesn't have the muscle, he has to use his brain, so he dumps 20 points straight into magic. He fires his flame arrow again, but the blast is massive now. The spell slams into the enemies, causing the walls to crack as Arthur laughs, while the skeletons look completely overwhelmed by the blast. He doesn't care who built this place. He's in a hurry and feels zero pity for anyone standing in his way. Bone fragments explode everywhere as he spams his fire magic. Reaching level 15, he finally earns a roll for a brand new skill. Cedric tells him not to get his hopes up, since he only has a low-tier pack that caps at 7 stars compared to the legendary ones. Our hero starts the skill roll, ready to keep cycling until he finds something good. He burns through those cards until the very last one, a 5-star lightning skill that looks powerful enough for him to keep. A quick glance at the clock shows they're running out of time, so they push forward, knowing a boss awaits them ahead. As they walk deeper, Arthur asks his companion if their target could be another player being guided by a rival familiar spirit. Cedric explains that sometimes these familiars can choose to sponsor an NPC as well. Our hero doubts a player could time an event this perfectly, but if it is a human, then the news must have leaked already. His partner agrees that in a place like Valoria, it's best to stay hidden, but honestly, it doesn't really matter in the end. Arthur asks if there's something on his face, but Cedric laughs, saying it's impossible to hide when he's fully loaded with legendary gear and skills. Cedric tells him to stop overthinking and just focus on finishing this high-stakes quest right now. And here we are at the end of the road. You and I are about to see him make history as he stands before that massive, glowing entrance. Stepping inside, they find exactly who they were expecting. The priestess smiles, noting he arrived much earlier than she originally anticipated. She admits she was bored and nearly just smashed the place and left. "All right, stick with me here. You are about to see a crazy heist." Arthur arrives in time, spotting a mysterious ancient sarcophagus. The matriarch admits she is clueless about the contents, but knows it is priceless. With a smirk, she prepares to defend her prize. Arthur asks if she is reconsidering her stance, but she just jokes about having the manners to ask for permission before a kill. A flick of her staff signals the start of the duel. She demands our hero hand over the key before things get messy. Arthur notes that the crimson glow on her status screen is seriously bad news. Cedric warns him she is 35 levels higher. She is a total nightmare. Instantly, Arthur lunges forward, and their steel clashes with a roar. The woman taunts him, surprised that a simple knight could move with such blinding speed. She counters with a blow so heavy that Arthur's blade actually snaps. He freezes, realizing his main weapon is completely shattered. He asks Cedric if this guardian can even be hurt, but the answer is grim. She is a literal monster. Cedric calls him sharp for noticing she was built to be unbeatable. Suddenly, she points to the sarcophagus with a mocking grin. She indicates a small slot in the center, hinting that his stolen key belongs exactly right there. Now pay attention, this is where it gets interesting. His familiar says to steal the relic, not fight the boss, and find a clever way to cheat. The plan is simple. He needs to lure her away from the tomb to create an opening. Arthur starts plotting with his little companion while the boss watches. When he asks if she can take damage, Cedric just stares in disbelief. Arthur wonders if the loot for taking her down would be legendary tier. His partner panics, wondering why he is picking the suicidal path instead of just sneaking around her. Ignoring the warnings, Arthur starts stacking every buff in his arsenal. Cedric calls him a reckless fool for even trying this. The matriarch admits her patience is finally wearing thin. With a twisted look, she laughs because he is charging in totally unarmed this time, but he has a trick up his sleeve. She sees his fist flying toward her face at insane speeds. Using his agility perks, he unleashes a brutal flurry of bare-handed strikes. The boss screams as our hero hammers her right in the jaw with a direct hit. He was trying to disarm her, but she holds on tight. Realizing a subtle approach won't work, he goes all out. Furious, she curses him, demanding to know how a brat dares touch her, while Arthur relentlessly targets her weak points. She snaps, charging him with a promise to tear him apart, but Arthur just gives her a cocky little smirk. He fires a volley of flame arrows, but the matriarch is ready, blocking them easily. That catches Arthur off guard for a second. He did not expect such a perfect defense. Cedric explains her shield blocks low-tier magic, but higher spells might actually break through. Arthur realizes his spells and her shield share the same cooldown time. Honestly, though, he is just here to have some fun. He rushes back into the fray, determined to win on his own terms. He launches more flames, and she laughs, calling it useless. That is when he starts counting down her shield duration. You saw that too, right? Midair, he swaps his settings and fires a barrage of ice spears instead of fire arrows. The creature just laughs at his ignorance, asking if he really thought a tiny smoke screen could fool her dragon's eye. Arthur sees the amulet on her neck. It lets her read his every move and skill. Time to switch gears. The matriarch asks if he has finally run out of tricks, but as she closes the distance, he taunts her, revealing one last surprise. He hits her with a massive lightning strike before she can even blink. He drops an 8-star storm summon on her, thanking his little buddy and promising a huge reward later. The boss looks worried now. She barely blocks it, taking half the damage, but she is clearly rattled. Arthur walks toward her calmly, making her suspicious. That is when he activates the forbidden skill, Holy Sacrifice. Terrified, she recognizes the spell that converts the caster's entire life force into pure, devastating damage. Arthur places his hand on her head. She panics, begging for mercy, but he just tells her he is sending her home. As the spell ignites, an explosion of blinding white light erupts from within the matriarch. He actually does it, earning a legendary title for slaying the unkillable. Weakened by a 10-minute debuff, he waits for the loot drop. He realizes he just scored her unique scythe, and that insane legendary necklace, the Dragon's Eye. Sir Cedric explains that these items are beyond rare, and could fetch an absolute fortune if sold at the royal auction house. He suggests the necklace would be a game-changer in future tournaments, basically telling Arthur to keep the prize for himself. So what do you and I make of this? He just unlocked the ability to craft something god-tier using his engineering skills. But to his utter disappointment, Arthur is missing materials for the ritual. Cedric mentions the tears of the siren, explaining this rare ingredient is powerful, and you and I know that means trouble. Arthur just grins, getting hyped since it means hunting the sovereign of the tides, a massive world boss. Though he quickly realizes he must wait, as those items are out of reach for now. So, sticking to the plan, he walks up to the coffin and opens it with an energy that is honestly kind of creepy. He checks what is inside. Seeing the contents, he wonders if this is the relic. He decides to examine it more carefully later on. For now, he grabs the skill card. Our hero scores a 9-star skill called Puppets of Dread. He is thrilled with the haul. He tells Cedric that a 9-star skill is no joke. While Arthur thinks about that doll, Cedric is stunned by how the game favors some people and ignores others. Quest complete, but watch closely, something nearby is moving. While the screen shows the next quest, Cedric tries to yell and warn Arthur that something is behind him. The priestess's body rises, wreathed in shadows. She asks, "Was it you who defeated my precious servant?" The entity complains about waking up after thousands of years down there and asks if Arthur is Alaric's heir. Now serious, he simply answers, "And what if I am?" Stomping the floor, she says the world is in ruins and that the boy must take responsibility for it all. Arthur knows a player cannot defeat a divine-level monster like that goddess, and he thinks he used his explosives way too early. Still, the quest is done, and death won't erase his hard work from the system. Unleashing a massive spell, the entity asks how the kid dares act so calm before her, firing everything and ordering him to die. Closing his eyes, Arthur just waits for death. Suddenly, the stone he found reacts. Energy surges to the puppet, and a mysterious woman blocks the attack with her sword. The evil goddess screams, demanding to know who dares stand in her way. But the warrior says she has no name to share with a wretched, heretic spirit. With one swing, she shatters the attack and sends her own energy blasting through the room. The creature shrieks that it is impossible, asking how Alaric still has such power. She keeps howling, calling them all fools. When she says it won't end like this, the woman executes her. She says Alaric's name is too sacred for such filth. She looks at him and honestly, we both know she is cute. The girl introduces herself as Seraphina, the Archmage's first blade, the Radiant Knight. She says she woke up following Alaric's guidance and wants to know what kind of scheme is happening. When she addresses him, Arthur feels a bit intimidated. He stammers, thinking this feels like a cliché, but she just asks if he is her master. Arthur asks again, and the girl looks very pleased. She introduces herself again as Seraphina, but says using her full name would not be practical in a fight. She asks to just be called Saren. Arthur asks if she is an automaton, a puppet made by the Archmage. Without missing a beat, she says he is right. She explains the Archmage used all his essence to enchant 7 puppets, and they stayed close to him, protecting him. And she, Seraphina, was the first one ever made. While they talk, Cedric is intrigued because he never expected the mage to have such an elite summoning class. The companion thought the wizard was perfect, but then notices the girl won't stop staring and calls her out on it. All fired up, Saren asks why a wild spirit is there. Cedric feels insulted by the remark. She calls him weak and evil, asking permission to kill him, but Arthur defends him, saying he can explain. A little later, she realizes he had an accident and woke up inside a spirit shell. Arthur tries to calm him down. Saren admits she was rude to an envoy who was doing his absolute best for his lord. She bows deeply and offers a sincere apology. Cedric gets happy again, which makes our main character think he is a pretty easy guy. But at that exact moment, his session time limit is about to run out, so he will leave everything for tomorrow, saying goodbye to everyone. Arthur goes back to his actual room. He still isn't used to it and wonders how it is supposed to work. He is curious about the creature following him, but Saren asks if this is a barracks because the place looks weird. He freaks out when he sees the beautiful knight in his home too. Trust me, you and I need to see how he handles this entire room full of chaos. All right, you and I are about to see Alaric stumble into a whole new level of power as the warden. Later, Alaric wanders through the capital, which is packed with knights looking for parties and merchants hawking rare loot. Suddenly, Lord Cedric appears, pouting with a cute face and complaining that our hero is fashionably late. Alaric sighs, but admits he missed him. He notices the abyss of Leora has shifted into something entirely new. It seems that since he conquered the depths, it has stabilized into a standard hunting ground for the guild. Alaric asks if the sanctuary has a master bedroom, but Cedric admits he hasn't explored that part either. Once they find a quiet corner, Cedric tells him to open the arcane menu to reveal a hidden secret. The menu shows a long list of requirements. Alaric assumes Cedric must have unlocked this sanctuary status as well. But Cedric explains he did it differently. Through the interface, Alaric realizes he can actually enter the realm himself. The boy agrees, and in a flash, he's teleported to a breathtaking estate that looks like a royal mansion. Alaric is stunned by the beauty of the grounds, while his companion simply nods in silent agreement. Now watch this, because seeing Seraphina and Rowan tending the gardens is where things get really wholesome. He asks what they are doing, but Seraphina just smiles and says she is happy her lord has returned. Rowan wanted a fruit orchard, so she's helping out since raising their bond is crucial for their growth. Alaric is impressed, and Cedric explains that as the realm expands, they can plant even rarer magical flora. They can eventually unlock an alchemy lab and a training hall to boost the spirit's experience points. There is also a conservatory for materials and a deep mine for ores. As they enter the main hall, Seraphina comments on how much treasure is stored inside. Finally, she tells him she hopes he likes the estate. Looking absolutely thrilled, Alaric is blown away by the workshop, and Cedric urges him to try crafting something. Our hero hesitates, then remembers his high archmage class actually counts as a master crafting profession. Cedric warns it is tougher than standard trades, suggesting Alaric should probably handle the forging himself. He recommends using arcane artifice, and since there are no blueprints, Alaric should start with the simplest iron tools. A glowing runic circle appears with a countdown timer, leaving our hero feeling completely lost. Alaric panics when the archive suddenly signals him to start, so he just throws all the materials together in a desperate scramble and tries to make it work. He realizes the final result is honestly quite terrible. I know what you're thinking, he's a failure, but look at this. He finally nails it and becomes an apprentice smith. His companion can't help but notice Alaric has a truly terrible sense of rhythm. Re-energized, Alaric says it's time for the next step. The archive unlocks rune carving, and Cedric gets hyped for this sorcerer-exclusive skill. Suddenly, Seraphina appears and asks her lord to follow her to a special chamber. She explains that while the archmage was talented, his true genius lay in a different art entirely. Opening the room, she reveals his specialty, rune carving. He must draw runes to imbue items with random magical effects. Alaric wonders if he's ready for this, and eyes a tool he assumes is the ritual pen. Seraphina offers to guide him, and Alaric thanks her. First, he must pour pure mana liquid to awaken the workshop. He carefully extracts the solution, repeating the process until the ritual pen is fully charged. Holding the glowing pen, Alaric is amazed, but Seraphina warns that any mistake will destroy the item. He definitely doesn't look thrilled about this gamble. Our hero grinds away, realizing that leveling up this profession will grant his gear massive stat bonuses. Now, Alaric gets curious about their next destination, and Cedric leads him to his corner. Alaric wonders why everything here works perfectly except for his own mysterious rebirth. Cedric mentions that since the sanctuary opened, something strange has manifested in the room, and he feels he has to show him. He stares at the object and suddenly gets very spooked. Alaric is baffled. There's a strange capsule in the room, but for some reason it's still offline. The spirit thinks unlocking more sanctum levels might fix it. Alaric checks the menu, but finds nothing new. Then Cedric asks if he wants to see something fun. The Ethernet actually works here, which totally shocks Alaric. But for some reason, it only lets him access crystal boards related to the Kingdom of Lhasa. And trust me, you and I will love seeing Alaric become a famous broadcaster after sharing that monster scrying. All right, you and I are diving into a world where fame is just as dangerous as monsters. Alaric is gaining massive influence, though he is still totally clueless about the public feedback. He is stressed by the messages. Barnaby explains it is an invitation from the Royal Guild. They back the best adventurers in exchange for loyalty. That sounds like a massive time saver. Alaric asks if he can track a specific location. Barnaby dramatically claims he will handle the reconnaissance himself because he is that talented. Alaric is shocked, but Barnaby explains that with the new scrying network, he has plenty of time to spare. He vows to do whatever it takes to ensure Alaric's ultimate victory and success. Deeply moved, the two of them share a ridiculously over-the-top and tearful embrace together. But Barnaby knows if Alaric quits the trial, he will be trapped as a forgotten wraith in this world forever. Later, in the city of Silverstone, he is finished with his chores, auctions, repairs, and alchemy, and now he is hunting for new bounties. To his annoyance, the scrying board blocks the high mage quest because his level is way too low. Barnaby mocks him, noting he is only level 17 and needs to grind harder. With 8 levels to go, he decides to focus on fixing his combat weaknesses. Barnaby asks the plan. Alaric admits Firebolt is his only spell right now, and he desperately needs some variety. Barnaby suggests they tackle the Sea Cave trial, since they already have a goal and a new question. Now, pay attention here. This is the part where the quest conditions start to get really weird. It requires a party, making our solo hero curse the gods of game balance and development. He asks if, according to the ancient lore, other heroes aren't actually supposed to be rivals. 800 years ago, the first king founded Ethelgard before the guardian spirits betrayed humanity and left the kingdom in ruin. Alaric realizes many figures, including Seraphina, were involved. What if a rival spirit recognizes her face during the journey? Barnaby pops out of his pocket and basically tells him to stop worrying. The constructs were forged post-war and work in absolute shadows, so she doubts anyone would ever recognize her face. Her master should just relax. Relieved, Alaric says as long as she is okay with it, then he is too. He sighs, thinking about the nightmare of leveling such a powerful spirit from level 1. Curious about her tiny size, she explains this form allows her to recover mana much faster. They head to the cavern and find a massive crowd of mercenaries hunting for parties just like them. Alaric spots the quest hub right in the middle of that chaotic and crowded swarm. A little girl begs him to find her locket for a rare reward. Our main hero walks right up and accepts the child's innocent quest. She looks innocent enough on the outside, but he wonders why players call her the saint or demon of Silverstone. You and I both know these high-stakes rewards are usually either legendary treasures or total garbage, right? Time to find teammates, so he attempts to use his master unlocking ability for help. He hoped it would bypass the group requirement, but no luck. They definitely have to search for more reliable people for the party. He doesn't care who joins as long as they are competent, completely unaware of the stranger walking right up to him. A newcomer asks if they need a teammate, calling him the god of war. Alaric turns around to find that eccentric rogue again, claiming fate brought them together just in time. The rogue puts on a show, acting like this meeting was a complete and total surprise. He insists their past life bond is impossible to break or sever. Alaric ignores him to check the recruitment menu, but he is having zero luck finding literally anyone else to join his group. The guy steps closer to get his attention. He begs the great battle god to look at him. Alaric asks why he is acting so familiar. Then it clicks. This is the troublemaker from before. The rogue confirms it but says he went independent. Alaric realizes he is actually looking for an alliance, and the weirdo eagerly confirms his true intent. Their goals seem to align, while the quest-giver girl just watches them with a strange and knowing smile. He suggests teaming up with a former rival, but Alaric remembers that he absolutely wrecked the guy. And that's where we leave it. Trust me, this unlikely duo will be legendary. All right, you and I are about to watch Alistair deal with a noble knight who takes his roleplay way too seriously. Cedric rushes off to grab the quest, while Alistair takes a moment to distribute his recently earned skill points. Sir Gareth warns the lad to keep his divine menu hidden, or he might end up with a knife in his back. He considers dumping some points into his agility and magic attributes. But since he has plenty of points, he also invests in his puppet skill, magical engineering, and elemental mastery. The rogue returns, thanking the noble warrior for being so patient, and says that if he is ready, he can finally invite him to the party. Alistair realizes this guy is actually an archer, and wonders why he is wearing that dark assassin hood. Inside the cave, Cedric offers to explain the dangers since he finds out this is Alistair's first descent. The beasts here are elite versions of coastal monsters, aggressive and backed up by deadly hidden traps. Alistair grins because he did not expect the welcoming committee to arrive this early in the dungeon. Now pay attention here. Watch what happens when he activates his dragon eye. The creature's stats appear in a flash, but Cedric tells him to stand back and let the professional hero handle it. He summons a spirit called Snow White, making Alistair question the man's sanity once again. A hero rank familiar appears and blasts the beast with a concentrated air cannon shot. The creature manages to shrug off the impact by retreating into its heavy iron shell. Cedric draws his steel, shouting a battle cry of victory as he prepares to strike. He triggers a flashy lightning spell, striking a dramatic pose as the cave lights up with power. Massive pillars of energy erupt, leaving the rogue looking quite proud of his theatrical display. Alistair plays along with a compliment, making the rogue even more eager for the next fight. Further in, Alistair lets his own familiar unleash a lightning bolt, clearing the path of multiple monsters. Cedric is surprised to see another summoner and asks about the strange doll tucked in his cloak. Alistair keeps his answer vague, while Alara hides in his pocket, far too shy for any formal introductions. Soon enough, the two warriors reach a fork in the dark path. Cedric insists on the right path because the dungeon lord is lurking on the other side. Alistair questions why they are skipping the boss, since the rewards would be legendary. The goal is the necklace, not suicide, but Alistair notices the man is clearly terrified. Sir Gareth actually agrees with the coward for once, urging his pupil to take the safe route. You and I both know Alistair is not here for the safe route. He wants the glory. He insists on taking a peek at the beast, driving his companion into a total panic. Cedric begs the Lord of War to lower his voice before they attract something they cannot handle. A skittering sound echoes through the shadows, and the desperate rogue realizes the massive insect lord has found them. Panic erupts as the giant creature crawls toward them, but Alistair stays perfectly calm. Suddenly, light bursts from his chest as Alara leaps out with her blade ready. She swears that as long as she is there, no monster will ever lay a finger on her master. The scale of the bug is nightmare fuel, leaving Cedric and Sir Gareth shivering in pure disgust. Alistair is calm, but Alara warns him that this beast is truly dangerous. He uses his enchanted necklace to analyze the boss, comparing its stats to that High Priestess shield from before. Sir Gareth shouts a warning as the beast prepares a high-speed attack skill. Alistair calculates the best strategy to break through that mountain of armored chitin and heavy metal armor. He decides to try burning the thing and fires off a powerful lightning arrow strike. The shot lands perfectly, but Alistair is disappointed to see it only dealt 1% damage. He tells his pet to use Thunder Summon, which finally manages to crack the creature's thick armor. Alara stands her ground, promising to hold the line for as long as it takes. Trust me, you and I just witnessed a puppet versus a monster. Epic, right? Stick with me. We are about to see a low-level knight pull off the ultimate gamble. Facing that massive beast, he spams lightning arrows until its health hits 33%. His partner steps in, taking the heat from the giant crawling horror. Lord Kang thinks things look desperate, but our hero knows this is the grand finale. Arthur asks Lady Alara for any crack in that thick shell. Anywhere will do. She is not sure, but Arthur isn't waiting. He equips the green skin slayer blade. He charges that monster head-on before leaping high to find his opening. Now watch this. He spots the exact weak point he needs and finally goes for it. He dives onto the beast, stabs his blade deep, and slides down its massive back. With a grin, he pumps more points into magic and summons his loyal familiar. They unleash a massive lightning blast, using the sword as a perfect conductor. Strategy paid off. Now his little companion can handle grabbing all that sweet boss loot. The little guy snaps a salute, making Alara proud of her well-trained student. The familiar has no clue what's happening, but hey, that's a top-tier salute right there. With the beast dead, our hero checks to see if Sir Cedric is all right. The knight apologizes for his cowardice, but Arthur reveals it is time for the real truth. Turns out, in the Western Kingdoms, he was bitten by a poisonous spider. The venom was weak, but the reaction was massive. Arthur is shocked by the news and the fact he is a foreigner. Since that day at the healers, he literally freezes whenever he sees anything with many legs. Arthur just laughs, saying he could have handled that bug solo if he had known. They grab the quest necklace, and a portal appears. Friendship really is the best power-up. Arthur tells him to go rest, but as Cedric starts to pour his heart out, "You and I both know what is coming," Arthur cuts him off before things get mushy. He gives him a suspiciously sweet pep talk, pretending to be his biggest fan. Without letting him speak, Arthur vanishes into the portal while Cedric screams God of War in total admiration. With a tear in his eye, Cedric realizes he forgot to add him to his social circle before turning in his quest to get that reward pack. Back safely, our protagonist asks his familiar if he isn't just the greatest. But all Kang wants to know is why they had to go so deep into the woods just to open the pack. So Arthur says it is to escape negative energy, though no one would have pegged him as the sensitive type. Finally, they are deep enough in the forest to escape any prying eyes. He is desperate for a new attack, but first, he checks the monster's actual drops. Out of nowhere, he finds a rare skill pack. This could be a total game changer. Kang explains that in this realm, even the common folk can master powerful skills. But there's a catch. They only get one skill every 10 levels, unlike players. By level 50, players unlock their second class and start getting much stronger abilities. To reach the third class tier, you would have to grind to level 150. Arthur realizes the scale of this world. Kang even reached level 300, a reincarnator. Lady Alara was a 4th class warrior as well. He finally gets it. His team is absolutely cracked. Time to check the inventory. He considers selling a rare sword, but decides his companions might need the gear. It turns out familiars can use equipment too, though Alara thinks the blade looks weird. Arthur can even forge it into a smaller form, making Alara promise her eternal loyalty. Now for the main event, the moment we have all been waiting for. He puts on a massive show, praying to every god for a lucky pull. He lands a 6-star skill for his pet, leaving Kang fuming with pure jealousy. So you and I can see he is getting stronger, and he still has points to burn. All right, you and I are about to watch Julian suggest gathering materials for his room before the next big quest. Checking the list, he realizes he already has almost everything for the upgrade. Only one final rare item is missing. His spirit says he knows where to find it, but they will have to slay a beast to claim the prize. He explains that past the beach lies a forest of treants, and their boss will likely drop the item they need. Julian gets hyped, but his partner warns him that in this kingdom, player killing is a very real, dangerous thing. Some people will do anything for loot, but what our hero does not get is that weird, creepy smile. They both agree the first step is heading to the village to prepare, since they are attempting this raid solo. Julian meets a local chef asking for help with sea mushrooms, and then a worried soldier begs him to slay the treants for the safety of the village people. The two keep talking, saying it feels like a swarm of monsters out there, and taking down the forest boss could turn into a total disaster. Julian says this fight might come down to luck. Now watch closely, because a voice from the past is back. Our hero spins around in shock, because it is that mysterious old man, 𝒖𝒓𝒃, standing right there again. The old man is relieved Julian is safe, but Arthur just cannot figure out what this dude is doing here. Before they can talk, 𝒖𝒓𝒃 suggests moving somewhere private to avoid the crowds, which definitely piques our main character's curiosity. Julian realizes this is where he took his class trial, and the old man laughs, promising to explain why he brought him back. But before that, the man suddenly drops into a deep bow and says he humbly offers his formal greetings to the legendary first sword of the High Mage King. Julian figures the girl must be connected to the sorcerer, so she is likely a legend as well. Meanwhile, the old man just keeps bowing like a madman. 𝒖𝒓𝒃 says if he dies here, he will have this memory carved into his heart for eternity. Julian tells him he is being way too morbid, and the girl looks like she hates it. The old man apologizes for his manners and explains he is here to give our hero a special level 20 gift box. Arthur says that is normal. Usually a companion delivers these, but since Julian got his class from a non-player character, it had to happen this way. Julian gets hyped because he thinks a reward from a mythical class has got to be absolutely god tier, but his partner thinks it is just standard. Finally, he decides to open the package. A massive, blinding light bursts out from the wrapping. Julian receives a rare blueprint, some upgraded potions, and a super rare, enchanted robe. Once again, Arthur says his luck is just absolutely insane. That radar is a raid essential. Trust me, other players are going to be green with envy over this. While enjoying his new gear, our protagonist says there is not much others can do. Arthur thinks our hero is being pretty cocky when he says he is clearly a chosen one and a big deal. The old man looks genuinely happy that he loved all the gifts. He has other business to attend to, so he heads out, but tells them they can return if they need anything. Then our hero asks if this has anything to do with Malakir's death. 𝒖𝒓𝒃 says it is the first time they have been attacked like that, and the High Mage King likely knows by now. Julian gets worried, because he thought only the Shadow Order knew that the guy had become the new High Monarch. He quickly pieces it together. There must be a traitor hiding within the ranks of the Shadow Order. Julian says he will skip the shop since he has potions. His partner agrees and asks if they are hunting the tree boss. They talk and Julian learns the raid boss is tough, but not as scary as that priestess from before. Arthur explains that raids are capped at 4 people, and anything larger has to be organized as a brigade. But to do that, you need the Lord's permission and you have to pay heavy fees. So our hero thinks it is basically just a sneaky way for the game to squeeze gold out of players. Julian thinks he could probably just do the work of 4 people and solo it. But it still sucks not having a healer and having to rely completely on these health potions. He asks his guide for more power. You and I both know something massive is coming next. With a satisfied grin, His partner says it is actually easy. He tells Julian to follow him and he will explain everything. A while later in the business district of 𝒖𝒂𝒂𝒍, they keep moving toward the destination just past the next intersection. Suddenly, Julian feels this intense, burning heat and shields himself, asking where it is coming from. Then, a heavy hammering sound echoes out, something slamming into metal. They reach a forge where someone is yelling that they can make the absolute best weapons with the highest quality. Arthur says the area is packed with elite workshops and weapon stores. But Arthur says they still have not reached their final destination. All right, you and I are about to see that this kid is dead wrong about this mission. Alaric leads them deeper into a side of the city that feels completely different. They have reached the enchantment district, and it looks like Kalen is finally doing his first upgrade. Alaric warns him that enchanting often leads to total destruction. Kalen notices the streets are lined with workshops. Our hero asks how many upgrades have a 100% success rate. It usually depends on rarity, around 4 to 6. Kalen figures as long as you have enough gold, you can make anything happen. Suddenly, Serafina pops up and scares him half to death, telling him it is not that simple. You need refining stones for that. You can hunt monsters for them or just buy them in shops. She explains that noble houses built empires off this business. Even she has had her gear refined before. But she says her best was only stage 12. Kalen thinks that is pathetic for someone with legendary gear. Now pay attention here. He is all hyped up and ready to find a shop immediately. But as he steps inside, he hears someone absolutely losing it over their terrible luck. Some guy is screaming about his shattered gear. The young blacksmith is shaking, saying he warned him about the risks. But the player does not care and tells him he should be running a grocery store instead. Alaric shrugs, saying that is just how it goes. Every shop has the same terrible odds. But he mentions a place one step higher for safe upgrades, and that is where the quest starts. While the guy is still mourning his gear, Kalen calls out to him, asking about the enchantments. The blacksmith gets way too excited, making Kalen worry he is being mistaken for a paying customer. Thorn starts dragging him inside anyway, even as our main character tries to protest. He claims his family was legendary for generations, once holding the rank of Marquis, which Kalen remembers hearing. The man explains his family needs a one-of-a-kind rare hammer, their greatest heirloom. But his grandfather apparently threw the key to the treasure chest right into the ocean. They spent their entire fortune trying to recover it but failed. They lost their secrets and their name. They are so broke they can barely afford bread. Kalen wonders if he is about to get dragged in. Then Thorn offers him a quest. If he helps, he will be rewarded in the family name. Kalen realizes this is a hidden quest. He agrees to help, calling him Master Thorn. Kalen thinks the mix-up happened because of the quest, but Alaric points out he is not alone. Apparently, this NPC has asked thousands of players, and everyone tried their own way to solve it. Some tried giving him gifts to build rapport, but it never works. He truly needs that hammer. Alaric says over 500 million users took this quest, and not one found the key. Kalen asks for its location. But he gets a flat no. Suddenly, a massive bell starts ringing throughout the entire city. Kalen panics, thinking there is a massive earthquake hitting the area right now. Thorn asks if it is his first time here, because only a newcomer would be this shocked by the tremors. He tells Kalen it is better to just see it for himself, and leads them outside. They reach a cliff overlooking the sea, and Kalen cannot believe his eyes. A giant sea serpent emerges. Thorn explains it is one of the 4 great catastrophes. It only surfaces to sunbathe or clean its scales. There is no danger because it never leaves the water. After a while, it just vanishes back down. You and I both know this is insane, but Alaric chooses right now to mention that missing key. He casually explains that the key is actually trapped inside that massive creature's stomach. Kalen is horrified. Alaric says you would need to be level 400 to try. Our hero agrees to quit. But he has no other ideas. Alaric gets curious about what the guy is actually planning to do. Thorn confirms the family chest is in his shop. Kaelin asks to see it, and the blacksmith agrees. But he warns him that even a master lockpicker with a level 9 skill could not open it. Kaelin scoffs at a level 9 skill. He tells them to let the best lockpicker in Valoria try. And trust me, we are about to find out if he is really as sharp as he says. Trust me, you're going to love this, Master Alaric points out a hidden hatch, and with a heavy click, it slowly begins to open. The blacksmith tells Arthur to keep descending until he hits the iron seal. Moments later, our hero finds himself standing before a massive metal vault. That vault holds the legendary treasure of Alaric's lineage. Arthur steps forward, his mind racing back to the last time he handled a chest of that tier. Back in the rodent ruins. Arthur's nervous because his free daily unlock might be used up. Cedric asks if the cost scales with the item's power, wondering if they're about to go broke on mana. Since Arthur isn't actually sure, he pulls up his quest menu to double-check the fine print. He nearly chokes seeing a 500 mana cost, but then he relaxes a bit when he realizes he's only 10 points short. Talk about a close call. Master Alaric notices his hesitation and asks what's wrong. Arthur admits he's just a tiny bit low on mana points. Now pay attention, because this is where a good friendship really pays off. Alaric tells him to wait a second while he digs out a special heirloom to lend him. He reveals a shimmering ring that provides a massive boost to both health and mana pools. The system notification shows Alaric is lending the ring for exactly 30 minutes, and our grateful protagonist accepts the much-needed help. Arthur activates his unlock skill immediately. A bright flash, a satisfying click, and the quest is finally complete. A tearful Alaric swears to record Arthur's name in his family's eternal chronicles as their savior. It's a bit too much praise for our hero to handle. To show his gratitude, the blacksmith offers to forge any weapon Arthur desires. He just has to name it. Then he hands over the ultimate family reward. Alaric pours his soul into enchanting the piece, pushing its power levels beyond their natural limits and making it stronger. Arthur watches in awe, mesmerized by such legendary craftsmanship. Just by witnessing the process, he actually gains a few permanent attribute points. Finally, Alaric presents his work, hoping it fits the mysterious gear Arthur is already wearing. He really tried to match that unique style. Meanwhile, our main character examines the new item with intense curiosity. Arthur is absolutely buzzing, realizing this secret quest reward is almost too good to be true. A while later, the two of them arrive at the sea forest. Arthur notes that with such tiny trees, this place feels more like a meadow than a forest. He pulls out his inventory and activates the radar. The device scans for the region's boss, showing a countdown of 1 hour and 47 minutes until the monster finally spawns. Our excited hero calls the tool super handy, noting they just need to head toward the skull icon when the spawn time arrives. Cedric suggests knocking out some quick side quests while they wait. Arthur isn't worried at all, confident that his rare gear will make this raid a total breeze. His partner just laughs, admitting he lives for the wild reactions people have once their videos go live online. You and I are looking at the hottest commentary duo in the game, Julian and Sarah. While Arthur is seen on screen giving thanks, the hosts transition into some major breaking news regarding the kingdom of Silveria. Bystanders start whispering about the arrival of the heavenly sword, instantly catching our main character's attention. They introduce a top-tier player who blends elite skill with incredible style. She is currently ranked 5th on the entire global server. Now we see her in action taking down a boss. The hosts highlight the golden aura around her blade, likely a high-level attack skill. They keep debating if that glow is a permanent buff or a triggered skill. As the girl in the footage prepares to clash with a massive minotaur, she leaps at the beast, landing a stunning glowing strike. It's confirmed that her famous sword, Winter's Bite, has officially reached +10 enhancement. The hosts are losing it because she's the first to hit level 10, even though Arthur is already sitting on level 12 legendary gear. Now they shift focus to a mysterious newcomer, whose gameplay videos have been going absolutely viral lately. Arthur straight up spits out his lunch when he hears his own name. They discuss his insane feats, questioning if he's actually human. The host announces that a brand new video just dropped, and honestly, the timing couldn't have been more perfect. The hosts tell everyone to buckle up, but the footage opens on a disgusting, giant cockroach. The entire audience is completely repulsed by the sight, but Arthur dispatches the vile monster with almost insulting ease. Viewers start begging the hosts to turn it off, claiming the gross footage is literally ruining their dinner. Arthur notes they're becoming quite the celebrities, and Cedric smugly tells him he can say thank you whenever he likes. Arthur knows the viewership is about to skyrocket, especially after seeing Lady Alina's reaction. The chat is absolutely obsessed with her because she has so much natural charisma and star power. Arthur explains that he avoids showing her on camera because he really doesn't want even more unwanted attention. Cedric sighs, saying it's a real shame they couldn't enchant his gloves too thanks to that annoying system limit. Our main character clarifies that since Alaric's method is so unique, he can't touch items already modified by others, plus they're fresh out of materials. As Alaric heads out to restore his honor, we leave it here for now. Trust me, you and I are going to see a lot more of him. All right, you and I just discovered that Leo's echo skill works on enchantments too. He was just too low level. Alistair explains that unlike basic magic, these ancient echo and unlock powers have absolutely zero limits on their potential. Our hero realizes his powers will evolve alongside him, growing even stronger with every hard victory he claims. He wants to test his luck again, but Alistair insists they hit level 65 before entering the capital. Fired up, Leo vows to push his legendary blade to the limit and master its level 12 power. He notices his training targets just showed up, and trust me, these creepy sentient trees look absolutely terrifying. Alistair warns they are slow but incredibly tough, but before he can finish, our boy has already vanished. The old knight sighs, wishing the kid would listen for once, as Leo charges the beast like a madman. He strikes with overwhelming force, and his status plate flashes as the monster is instantly deleted. Leo gives a wicked grin, clearly loving how much destruction these enchanted gauntlets can actually dish out. Leo is having the time of his life as the cursed forest falls. Our favorite lumberjack is just completely and utterly unstoppable today. Leo notices his progress is slowing down, but Alistair reminds him that the path to greatness only gets steeper. Shrugging it off, our hero figures that every true challenge follows the same grueling rules of growth. He's actually feeling pretty bummed out, because these trees are dying far too quickly for him to even test his dual casting abilities. Alistair just chuckles and tells him not to worry. They will find a real challenge soon. They are finally mastering his unique skills, but for now, Leo needs to focus on reaching his peak. Out of nowhere, his familiar rushes back with a rare artifact, meaning this mission is almost in the bag. Leo checks his map for the area boss, only to realize he has a mere 3 minutes left. Now pay attention, the coast is clear, but Alistair wonders if Leo is really going in without any backup. And our hero, all confident, says yes. Leo admits that working in a party keeps things safe and the formation smooth. He craves the thrill of a solo hunt. There is just no feeling quite like taking down a titan alone. At last, the massive Elder Sentinel looms over our hero, ready for war. Leo activates his dragon sight and sees the truth. This behemoth is built entirely for defense and survival. Alistair points out that intense golden aura. This isn't just a normal beast, it's a high-tier elite nightmare that devours unprepared knights. Just look at that stat sheet. Almost every single ability this thing has is purely about blocking damage. This monster is famous for exhausting battles, even if its strikes are not the most powerful. Most knights would collapse from fatigue, but Leo knows that only happens if you let the fight last. As he lunges forward, Alistair reminds him that with his insane stats, stamina is not even an issue. Leo is grinning while activating his buffs. Alistair feels like he is just watching a hyperactive puppy at this point. The Sentinel doesn't hesitate, unleashing a storm of branch attacks directly at our fearless hero. You saw that too, right? He dances through the danger and lands a heavy blow on the slow beast. That single strike shaved off 5% of its health. Leo just needs 20 more of those heavy hits to end this entire fight. The boss is furious now, but Leo is just ghosting through every attack like he is in a dream. He mocks the beast while dodging lethal lashes, telling the tree it is far too slow to touch him. With a simple flick of his finger, Leo's wind magic shreds the monster's branches into tiny splinters. He charges back in, triggering his demonic fists. Suddenly, a massive barrage of hellfire projectiles slams right into the tree's bark with a deafening blast. His vision confirms the attack ignored 50% of the monster's armor. Absolutely devastating. It is down to 75%, but the Sentinel slams the ground and begins to rapidly regenerate its wounds. Leo's plan is simple: outdamage the healing. But then, the beast starts wrapping itself in defensive vines. Leo retreats as the second phase begins. Alistair warns him this Titan actually has 3 distinct stages of power. Once the initial damage is done, the boss heals up and enters its next empowered form. In this second stage, its armor thickens and its recovery speed hits a whole new level. Most squads fail here, but Leo has exactly 2 minutes to finish this before it's too late. Without any debuffs to slow the healing, our hero has to find another path to victory. Trust me, 2 minutes is plenty. Leo and I just witnessed the start of a legendary battle, and it's ending right now. Let's dive in, as Arthur dumps 10 points into strength and magic. Energy explodes as he charges the tree beast. He strikes with ease, leaving the monster 0 time to defend. Arthur sees the boss hit 34% health. It's furious, but he's already launching his Demon Fist skill. He's satisfied as the Demon Fist grows even stronger with every single strike he lands. With a dazed look, he realizes he hit the jackpot. 1 elemental arrow later, the boss's health hits 0. Finally, the wooden Titan collapses before our hero. Celebrating the kill, he reaches a new level and loots silver-grade elderwood. Back in the capital, he turns in the bounty and levels up again. Arthur is level 25 now. It's time for the legendary relic questline to finally begin. While he's planning his next move, Lady Alara appears, claiming her memories of the relic have finally returned. Our hero is thrilled, but why now? Alistair explains that her memories only resurface at specific level milestones. She describes the second relic forged by the Sorcerer King, Mirage, the legendary phantom doppelganger. Arthur realizes that to claim it, he must venture into the elven woods and win their elusive favor. Now watch closely. He's proved his worth before, but something here feels completely wrong. No adventurer has ever laid eyes on an elf. Naturally, the entire kingdom thinks this is bizarre. Alistair notes, the level 25 zone update has been live for a year, yet Arthur will be the first visitor. While he wonders how to even find the place, Alara saves the day by revealing the hidden path. But first, they must pierce a massive magic barrier. She trusts Arthur can replicate the Sorcerer King's ancient feats. Thinking it through, our hero agrees. After all, his unique unlocking skill was made for this. But before that, he recalls the old blacksmith told him to return once he hit level 25. The old master is thrilled to see him. He explains that according to ancient records, a special sword is required to break the barrier and offers a deal. Arthur receives the rare blueprint to forge the legendary anti-magic breaker. He gives his thanks, planning to craft it while upgrading his estate. The old man promises to wait for his return. The terminal confirms all requirements are met. His private sanctum finally ascends to level 2. He now has a mine, a greenhouse, and squirrel laborers. Staring at the cute critters that are now his workforce, Alistair explains they'll gather materials automatically from now on. Now, you and I might find this funny, but he notices their farming zones are actually pretty limited. Arthur says his familiar is a better manager anyway. Alastair grumbles that he's busy enough just editing the footage. Now Arthur heads to the workshop. He needs that magic-breaking blade to handle the forest's barrier. He tells the crew he's leaving things in their hands, and his partner promises they won't let him down. Sometime later, deep inside the forge, our hero notices the materials have improved thanks to the room upgrade. He adds the blueprint to his master engineering skill. Gripping his heavy hammer, he decides it's finally time to get this crafting party started. Emerging from the brush, Ilara rides forward and tells her lord the path lies just ahead. She swears on her knightly honor to guide him safely to their goal. Satisfied, our hero offers his thanks. Walking through the woods, he realizes they haven't seen a single monster or another soul since they entered. Arthur wonders if elves truly exist here, but Ilara suddenly points toward the entrance of their hidden village. Our hero can't see a thing through the thick barrier, but his friend tells him to look at the ground. Following her lead, he finds a hole under the tree. Ilara explains that's the way in, but Arthur protests there's no way he's squeezing through that tiny opening. She mentions the king used magic to pass, which is a problem since Arthur hasn't learned that spell yet. To his horror, she claims there's only one way inside. Later, our hero groans that the game's realism is honestly getting to be a bit too much. Grinning, Alastair says plenty of fans would absolutely love details like this. Arthur, feeling tense, is just jealous that a ghost can slip through the cracks so easily. He feels relieved finding open space and fireflies inside. Maybe this tunnel trip isn't so bad after all. Ilara spots lights ahead, and trust me, you and I aren't ready for what Arthur sees next. All right, you and I are about to watch Lord Arthur find the legendary Whispering Woods. He checks his map, but the forest remains hidden. Lady Beatrice notes that the ancient barrier keeping everyone out is finally standing right in front of them now. Arthur watches his reflection on the shimmering force field. He touches the surface, realizing these elves really hate outsiders. Sir Cedric looks shocked, asking if he is not using his unlocking skill, but Arthur knows better than that. Arthur feels like activating that specific skill is far too chaotic, and honestly, he has no clue what might happen. His familiar even teases him, saying he could ruin any hope of a good relationship with the elves. So, he opens his pack and pulls out a magic-breaking blade. Drawing it, he decides to take a standard approach. Our hero strikes the village shield directly. He carves a small crack in the barrier and slips through, hoping this tiny gap won't compromise the entire spell. Now they must reach the village itself. He asks Beatrice for the way, but she starts stuttering. She explains there is a mana distortion effect within the woods, meaning she probably cannot guide him any further. The swordswoman looks absolutely crushed and apologizes, but Arthur reassures her. She has already done more than enough. Cedric wonders how our hero stays so calm. Arthur explains it is all quite cliché, saying that in stories like this, the hosts usually come to greet the guests. Now watch, an arrow proves he is exactly right. An elf warns the human not to move. Others appear, baffled by how he bypassed the shield, warning that it might cost him his life if he stays. Smiling tensely, Arthur apologizes for the intrusion and explains he has absolutely no intention of starting a fight. The girl snaps that his intentions do not matter, and the only way to avoid blood is to leave. But looking at Arthur, you can tell he is not planning on going anywhere. As he weighs his words, the elf girl suddenly freezes in shock. She gasps, saying it has been an incredibly long time. She addresses Beatrice with pure excitement. Beatrice responds that the girl has truly grown up, asking if 800 years have actually passed already. The elf gets emotional, admitting how much she missed her, while Arthur wonders if they were already old friends. The girl asks who the human is, and Beatrice, feeling a bit awkward, finally introduces her new master. She explains he is the rightful successor to the legendary great archmage of old. The elf apologizes for not recognizing their savior, leaving Arthur curious. Smiling, she realizes Beatrice has not told him the full story yet. Centuries ago, her entire tribe received massive help from the great archmage. Arthur is surprised to find that many elves still remember and feel grateful for that. They talk, and she agrees to lead him to the queen, knowing he came for the wizard's relic. Pumped up, Arthur feels like everything is going far too smoothly. Moments later, they stand before Queen Alara, who tells him to just forget it. Wait, you saw that reaction right. She confirms the archmage left the relic 780 years ago, but asks why she should ever give it to him. Arthur realizes nothing is ever easy. Our hero tells Queen Alara that if someone returns for their property, they should get it back. But she is absolutely furious, asking why humans treat the words throw away and store like they are the exact same thing. Arthur has no clue what's happening. Annoyed, Alara says it all started with that idiot archmage. She says nobody knew if he was dead or alive until he reappeared 20 years later and shattered the village's protective barrier like it was nothing. Arthur just stands there listening, feeling incredibly awkward. She explains he just dumped the relic in their village and told them to give it to his descendant, completely ignoring all their loud protests. After that, swarms of monsters began attacking the village, all hunting that relic. Yelling, she adds that because of that man, they spent a fortune on security for the next 800 years. Arthur realizes his predecessor made a massive mess in Bylade, while Beatrice just plays dumb. Our hero promises to take responsibility and asks what he must do to reclaim the lost relic. Switching gears, the queen thinks the kid actually knows how to own up to things. Since Beatrice is so loyal, she decides there is something she wants from him. Her Highness mentions that sap beetles in the nearby forest are a major problem, as they are damaging the sacred trees. They are large but quite weak. She wants him to clear them out, which sounds simple enough. Since she's so generous, she only needs him to kill about 800 insects. Arthur realizes there isn't much generosity happening here. Discouraged, he accepts the quest to slay 800 bugs. Queen Alara assigns Seraphina to guide him, keeping Beatrice behind for an 800-year catch-up. Trust me, we are in for a wild hunt. Alina insists she can't accept because she'll never desert her master. Let's dive in. Our hero cuts her off with a charming smile. He says she can stay forever because he intends to be a truly gracious lord. Alina is moved by Alaric's kindness, but honestly, his true motives are painfully obvious. Soon, Sir Thomas announces they've reached the deep woods, pointing out those massive, glowing beetles crawling on every single trunk. Beatrice notes the insects need massive energy for breeding season, yet these trees lack any fruit. Alaric hoped his familiar would help, but Queen Alara lured her away with some treats. Feeling abandoned by his own familiar, Alaric marches forward alone to get a much closer look at his armored targets. With a sharp flick of his wrist, he strikes the armored bug down. Thomas asks why he isn't using magic against these physical-resistant pests, but Alaric won't damage the grove. Beatrice realizes he truly is the Archmage's heir, while our hero keeps grinding and befriending his guide. Excited, he tells his companion he's only slain 40 of the creatures so far. But his experience points are skyrocketing. The man thinks he's struck gold since there's no competition for monsters here. He's clearing them fast, making this a perfect training ground to level up efficiently. Far away on a frozen peak, a dangerous hunting zone for the elite. The top-ranked knight in the Northern Kingdom slays a yeti, frustrated he hasn't found an ice crystal. A young maiden approaches Lord Godfrey and praises his incredible display of martial skill. He notes Catherine must be bored, but she admits her skills aren't suited for this climate. He laughs, saying it's a pity because he wanted to see another high-level rival fall today. Now pay attention, Godfrey notices her focus on a viral video. It's footage of a new traveler defeating a massive forest guardian. The girl shares the vision with her friend, who is instantly captivated by the mysterious fighter. Catherine offers to recruit him, and her lord agrees, promising her every resource she needs. Godfrey knows every noble house will soon be at each other's throats to claim this prodigy, while resting his blade. He's eager to see the chaos unfold. Meanwhile, The Gilded Hands leader insults Sir Oswald's incompetence. After all, the target is still free. A polite young squire apologizes for being late. Oswald defends himself, arguing that limited footage makes tracking the boy nearly impossible. The master orders him to find the boy and immediately move to recruit him, catching Oswald completely off guard. Fired up, the boss admits their reputation is failing and drastic measures are required. Not even Sir Gareth could stop him, so recruitment is key. He asks about Lord Julian's progress. Oswald reports Julian has become a blood priest, a secret order of holy warriors. His resonance with the oracle is 107, surpassing the Saint of Swords thanks to his 8-star patron. You and I know resonance is everything. It's how well a warrior's soul matches their weapon. There's always a slight lag in that link, and a tighter bond means higher combat potential. The master insists they pamper the boy with whatever he desires because his future is bright. Oswald disagrees about their guild being generous, noting the rare relic the boy wants costs 10,000 gold. But the leader won't hear excuses and commands him to finalize the purchase. Shocked by the reckless spending, Oswald hesitates, but the boss tells him to stop playing deaf. He says they must invest in true talent and raises the offer to 30,000 gold. He believes it's a small price to pay to secure a bond with such a legendary fighter. Back in the forest, Alaric is slaughtering pests and leveling up. Thomas notes his speed is terrifying. Alaric pauses to stretch and asks how many more bugs are left before they head home. He's slightly annoyed he's only cleared 361, wanting to finish it all today. Thomas knows that's impossible, though he's still faster than anyone. Then Alaric spots a notification. He can't believe it. Someone bought his marketplace listings for over 3,000 gold pieces. He wonders about the real-world value, but his partner tells him to focus on the hunt first. And trust me, we'll see him collect that massive payout back at the village. All right, you and I are diving back into a story where even a simple tea break holds massive secrets. Alistair realizes his time in the world is up, so he postpones opening his new treasure pack until he returns. He bids a quick farewell, asking his companion to look after Alara and Rowan while he is away. Elsewhere, Queen Isolde offers Alara a special brew, claiming the leaves possess rare properties meant for royalty. The young girl seems to love the flavor, but despite the smiles, something heavy is weighing on the queen's heart. Finally, she speaks her mind. If hunting for the ancient relic triggers a new war with the spirits, she will protect her kin. They will not fight. They cherish their peaceful lives too much to risk it all, though Alara insists their lord only wants what was lost. Isolde promises he will recover the artifact soon, yet her gaze remains distant and troubled. When Alara asks what is wrong, the queen quickly apologizes, claiming she was just lost in a daydream. Her Majesty notes how much Alara has changed, relieved she found a master who treats her with such kindness. She is happy for Rowan as well, and Alara admits life with their new lord has been wonderful for them all. Now watch closely. This is where the mystery deepens. A sudden flash of light erupts, signaling Alistair's return to his own world. As the girl begins to vanish into thin air, the Elven Queen tells her they will finish their talk later. She finds this outsider truly fascinating, wondering if she was far too harsh by not letting him even state his name. Setting her cup down, she turns her attention toward the legendary second relic. It is hidden near the Woodguard, a sacred tree of fertility that the elves have guarded for centuries. Isolde suspects the Sorcerer King's prize lies beneath it, but the thought of the ghost, Mirage, makes her feel uneasy. A short while later, her loyal guide, Cedric, arrives to give his report to the throne. Bowing low, he explains the descendant finished the hunt and is expected to return by tomorrow morning. When the queen asks for his honest opinion, Cedric describes the young man as both powerful and incredibly noble. He is certain the boy will not bring harm to the forest, leaving the queen to ponder his words. The tea she gave Alara was made from rudram leaves, meant to break any magical chains of mind control. Since the girl acted of her own free will, It proves the descendant is a man of true honor. She decides it is finally safe to grant him the ancient relic. She asks if the quest will take a full week, but Cedric looks at her with a surprised expression. And yeah, I know what you are thinking. He is moving way too fast. He will finish tomorrow. Cedric tries to explain the boy was just getting tired toward the end, but 𝒖𝒑𝒄𝒍 snaps back that he needs to stay in the kingdom much longer, and the guide is left completely baffled. The guide finally catches on, teasing her about a marriage proposal she rejected over 800 years ago. He jokes about her being 1700 years old, so she hurls a vase and screams for him to get out right now. The elf makes a run for it, leaving the queen to grumble as she settles back onto her throne. She finds his humor annoying, but something unusual outside the window suddenly catches her sharp elven eyes. Meanwhile, the guide hands Alistair a teleportation scroll to use once he finishes clearing the forest of pests. Alistair is grateful for the shortcut, but Cedric warns him not to stray too far from the path. The immediate area has been cleared of monsters over the years, making it safe for travelers and knights. But deeper in the woods lie territories where even a skilled warrior might find themselves in grave danger. Warning him of the beasts lurking in the shadows, Alistair agrees, though he thinks the forest looks quite peaceful. He is curious about the dangerous creatures, but decides to focus on the insect quest for now. First, he opens his magical bag to finally check out the skill pack he earned the day before. Our hero is eager to test his luck again, while his companion hopes his winning streak finally ends. He pulls a skill called castling, which allows him to instantly swap places with his summoned familiar. It is not great for simple hunting, but Alistair realizes it has massive potential in a real fight. It is perfect for grand PvP battles, allowing him to force an opponent into a terrible position. To Alistair, it feels like the ultimate dirty trick for catching enemies off guard. His companion notes that these specific skills sell for a massive fortune at auction, even more than those sacred abilities he found earlier. So what do you and I think? Is this new skill worth 5 million gold crowns? Trust me, it gets even wilder from here. All right, you and I are about to see Alaric make a choice that makes zero sense. Alaric is confused. Why take a skill he already owns? But Sir Cedric just grins, telling him to trust the process for a little surprise. The moment he accepts, his eyes go wide. A hidden menu pops up, offering a rare chance to level the skill up. Cedric explains the trick. Upgrading doesn't just boost raw damage, it actually unlocks a powerful secondary effect. Best part? The success rate is 99%. Since it is a soul-bound card he cannot sell anyway, Alaric pulls the trigger on the upgrade and feels like a total winner today. Wait, hold on. Cedric stops him because there is one more massive detail. There is actually a secret way to handle those useless, non-tradable cards. The archive drops new cards every 5 levels, and the kingdom built a device to hoard them. Now, there is a master alchemist in every major city who can combine them for you. Just toss in 2 to 6 old cards, and boom, you get a brand new one. High-level cards mean better loot. There is even a massive forum for recipes. Pay attention, because this is where the player obsession with these combinations really begins. Cedric asks if he knows how many people lose their minds over this. Our hero just hopes he never falls down that rabbit hole. Feeling stronger than ever, Alaric decides his skills are ready. Time to head back out and hunt some giant insects. His map shows he is halfway finished, but the monsters are nowhere to be found. Every second feels like forever out here. Even his familiar gets a bad vibe. This silence is unnatural, and Alaric is starting to get seriously on edge. They are like bees drawn to honey. Hearing that, Alaric suddenly realizes exactly what is going on. The hive must be close. Alaric suggests they track the stragglers back to their source, which honestly catches Cedric off guard. They push deep into the dark woods, tracking a swarm until they finally stumble upon the heart of the infestation. There it is, a massive cave mouth. Thousands of bugs are crawling across the stones. Alaric knows they have definitely hit the mother lode now. He steps inside, and the sight is even more disgusting than he imagined. The environment is totally destroyed. Alaric stops holding back and unleashes his newly upgraded skill, wiping out a whole wave of insects in one shot. Cooldown be damned. The kid is hyped and starts throwing haymakers at anything with 6 legs. He could just spam spells to end this, but Alaric is having the time of his life. This feels like pure combat paradise. He mows them down like they were served on a silver platter. Seriously, he is starting to love this game way too much. Cedric feels something is wrong. It wasn't just that it was easy. Those insects didn't even try to fight back or run. They just stood there and let him kill them. He asks Alaric if that sounds like normal behavior for a monster. It is incredibly weird. Cedric warns him to be careful now that he has hit level 32. You and I both know he is not turning back. Alaric is determined to track down exactly what is attracting these insects like honey. They carve a path forward, slaying every bug in sight until they finally reach the very center of the damp cave. Cedric senses a shift in the air. He warns Alaric that a massive boss fight is about to kick off. A giant shadow looms in the thick smoke. While his familiar shouts for him to be careful, Alaric tries to squint through the fog to see the beast. Just as he makes a move, he gets a system tip. Skills lose 50% of their power if you don't chant the incantation out loud. The power gap is massive, but chanting means your enemy knows exactly what is coming. In a real duel, that is a death sentence. Alaric knows he has no choice. He needs to pull off a perfect silent chant right now. By weaving the air slash into a riddle, he casts a silent spell with 0 penalties and less mana. Finally, he lets his magic fly at the boss. Alaric holds his breath, watching the smoke clear. As the monster emerges, he wonders if it is some kind of giant mantis. Is this massive thing really the boss? If so, what kind of nightmare fuel are they even looking at right now? The system announces a world event. Cedric turns pale, realizing this boss is at least 35 levels higher than Alaric. Using his dragon eye, Alaric sees the truth. This beast is insane, boasting terrifying 8-star abilities. His familiar adds that this is the son of the Frost King. Alaric tries to stay calm and tells him to get ready to fight, but Cedric cuts him off. He is dead serious. He says there is no way they can win this. They need to turn around and run, immediately. Alaric doesn't understand the panic, but Cedric is terrified. The monster has already locked eyes with them. The Titan moves first, unleashing a wave of dark, overwhelming mind control magic. Luckily, his unlock skill kicks in, shattering the spell. Alaric is tense, but he is secretly hyped that he actually resisted such a powerful attack. Cedric warns that the boss is just starting with its 8-star skills. Trust me, you and I need to see if Alaric remembers his eye's limits. You and I are about to see our hero realize he is way out of his league here. It hits him like a truck. He can't read a single skill that goes beyond rank 8. That beast looks annoyed. Arthur figures his own magic must have messed with the creature's rhythm. They lock eyes for a tense second. Then, the monster unleashes a chilling aura. Is a blizzard coming? His health bar is draining fast. Beneath his boots, the very earth is turning into solid ice. Death is staring him down. The beast casts Permafrost, a rank 9 spell. Arthur is pinned, his feet frozen solid to the icy ground. He's stuck in the blast zone, and that debuff is going to turn him into a sitting duck. In a total panic, he fumbles with his inventory, desperate to find anything before the impact hits. Watch this closely. He pulls a scroll and uses his unlock skill just in time to break free. He tears the parchment, unleashing a blinding glow just as that wall of freezing death rushes toward him. A sudden flash of light consumes the screen, and he teleports away to a safe location. He reappears miles away, trembling. He collapses to the grass, gasping that he nearly met his end. Silas sees that even though they survived, Arthur is rattled. This was his first real taste of total defeat. He checks on him, asking if he's all right. Arthur just repeats the question back with a blank stare. Then his expression flips and he starts laughing, hyped. He swears that next time he meets that boss, he is going to wreck every single piece of it. Silas just stares at him, convinced his friend has finally lost his mind after that fight. Dying for answers, he demands Silas spill the beans on what that monster was. He clearly knows something. He's shaking Silas like a leaf, but a new voice suddenly interrupts, promising to give them the answers they've been looking for. Isabella appears with a serious look and asks what they're doing. Arthur gets totally awkward, wondering if she really came all that way for him. The queen sighs, clearly annoyed at how reckless every single mage behaves. I know what you're thinking. Finally, a reward. Let's see what the queen has in store for our hero. With a snap of her fingers, the quest completes. He even earned the queen's official mark of approval. She points to a treasure chest, gifting it to him. Inside, a legendary hero-class bracelet. Silas notes its top-tier gear that he'll use for ages. Arthur is thrilled, and his familiar suggests focusing on on-hit spells next. These spells can trigger for free whenever he lands an attack. No mana cost at all. Imagine putting a heal on every hit. He'd never have to touch another health potion again. There's also an elven bow as a reward, but Isabella gives it to Alina, who gratefully accepts it. Now, it's time for the real talk. She asks if he encountered the geyser fragment, that terrifying, insect-like monster from the cave. Arthur confirms he found it in the cave, warning her that the creature's power is absolutely insane. Isabella admits it's a miracle he's still breathing. That thing wasn't just a simple monster, it is actually a fragment of one of the 4 calamities. These 4 calamities have existed since the very dawn of time itself. We are talking about the sea serpent of the east, the ice spirit of the west, the hurricane beast of the south, and the northern blazing phoenix. She says a single move from these beasts can wipe out a whole nation. A war between 2 of them once turned a continent into a wasteland. Legends are everywhere, but real facts are rare because they are basically living gods. But Isabella has one truth that she can say for absolute certain. Arthur cannot even fathom the true depth of the raw power they possess. They're like earthquakes or storms. There is no logic to when or why they decide to strike. That's why the whole world lives in fear, terrified that these beasts will attack again without a single warning. Arthur thinks it's a miracle the world hasn't ended, but Alina notes that these beasts aren't always bad. Arthur is skeptical, but Silas backs her up, mentioning a war from 800 years ago. Back then, an alliance of false gods tried to slay the Phoenix because the calamities threatened their rule. 3 rank 9 legends and 15 rank 8 warriors combined their power to kill the beast. In the end, they lost without leaving a single scratch on the Phoenix, and their rank 9 leader, Alaric, died in the battle. Arthur is stunned. Silas finally understands why no one could summon Alaric in the game for 10 years. Trust me, we just saw how scary this world is. Alistair hears that an apex spirit hits level 400, but Seraphina corrects him, saying calamities are closer to level 800. Completely stunned, he stares at her as she explains that is common knowledge among scholars at the 𝒂𝒗𝒻 Academy. Stick with me here, because our hero realizes a fragment of these gods-level monsters is just wandering through the woods. Facing the queen, he asks if she really thinks it is safe to have a nightmare lurking so close. He suggests an evacuation, but Queen Alara says she cannot leave because her people need the elder tree to bear children, and that requires a new seed. The celestial fruit, which holds that seed, will finally be ripe in just 1 week. She doubts the beast will just wait around, but the queen notes the creature is far from its full, terrifying power. Alistair actually saw it himself using his draconic sight, remembering the monster's health and mana were at only 1/3. Alara says it is still suffering from its recovery. She recalls that during the Great War, Lord Malachar came for materials, helping them drive back this fragment of the frost spirit. With his devastating spells, the Sorcerer King nearly destroyed the beast, though it managed to slip away at the very last second. For 800 years, that monster has used mana parasites to siphon energy just to stay alive. The elder tree's fruit is pure, concentrated mana, and it took the beast centuries just to regain 1/3 of its life. She has no doubt the creature will strike soon, desperate to seize the fruit and finally heal its ancient scars. In the end, she admits there is no other choice but to beg the Sorcerer King for his legendary aid once again. Now pay attention. The Queen formally asks our hero to save her kingdom, potentially earning him a legendary savior title and a rare relic for his service. This quest is unique because he can refuse and still get the relic, but his reputation with the elves would be completely ruined. Jasper smiles, noting that the ultimate rewards will shift dramatically depending on exactly what path our hero chooses to take from here. Noticing Alistair looking a bit lost, he explains the choice is simple. Take the easy exit or gamble on a much harder path for far better loot. When asked for his decision, Alistair looks hyped and declares that he is obviously going into battle alongside Queen Alara. He thinks to himself that even for a casual player, there is no way he can just let this tragedy happen. Alara realizes humans are ambitious, but to our hero's total shock, she asks him to simply guard the fruit for the remaining time rather than hunting the beast. The Queen admits she is drained of power and that even with his help, defeating such a fragment is nearly impossible right now. But is she certain the monster understands that once the seed is planted, it can never be removed from the earth? It will be forced to retreat, and for the time being, that is more than enough for the elven people. Our main character listens carefully to her plan, but in the end, he still has one very important question. He agrees to the defense, but casually asks if she would mind if he just went ahead and killed the monster himself. You and I both know he is a casual player, but Jasper is still stunned and asks if he was actually being serious about that. Laughing it off, Alistair admits that his bold words to the Queen were mostly just him getting swept up in the moment. The words just slipped out, but he does have an idea and wants to see how this whole situation unfolds first. Our protagonist knows this fragment is on an entirely different level than any other beast he has ever faced before. Recalling that permafrost skill, he can hardly believe the sheer, overwhelming power that a Tier 9 ability is capable of unleashing. He notes that the skill and patron levels always total 10, and wonders if anyone would actually try a 1-star patron first. Jasper explains that many players attempt that strategy in the game, but almost everyone ends up failing miserably. Plus, a level 9 skill drains massive amounts of mana, costing 1,000 points, which makes it impossible to use at level 1. You would have to wait until your class change just to pull that off. He continues, saying that even if you managed to endure the mana drain, there are still far more complications to consider. Alistair gets nervous hearing the list of requirements, like matching stats or needing a specific backup skill to support it. He asks how Jasper managed it, and his familiar explains there is a special express package available to find through hidden quests or very rare NPC exchanges. Our hero tells his master he has a question, and though his partner thinks he knows the answer, he tells him to ask. Alistair asks if he truly knows how to unlock the hidden secret of an Apex Tier 9 skill. The guy just smiles and says he would not have brought it up if he did not already have the answer. Our hero and his friend start totally worshipping the patron for the information, leaving him completely stunned by their sudden praise. Trust me, you and I need to see what quests they find in the elven village. Alaric needs to level up before facing that deadly void shard again. Stick with me, this grind gets wild. Thorn thinks it is a great idea, but as a newcomer to Silverleaf Grove, he cannot recommend any specific quests. Our hero says it is fine. He is certain they will find plenty of work within the elven village. Strolling through the grove, 2 elves immediately halt him with requests to gather rare materials from the surrounding forest. Another elf begs him to cull the monsters being drawn into the woods by that dark void shard. There is even a royal request. Apparently the Queen is a great leader, but absolutely hopeless when it comes to directions. Baffled, he is tasked with finding her once more, but the experience reward is simply too massive to turn down. A bit later, our hero collects a pile of rewards and hands them over to young Alina. She is thrilled. Alaric notes the elves clearly adore him, but Thorn asks if he truly fears the void shard. Looking innocent, the kid admits he is unsure, but he will worry about that whenever the time actually comes. A notification pings to find the queen again. Weird, considering she should know her own forest capital like the back of her hand. Thorn says it doesn't matter since the experience and loot are top tier. They have seen her wandering, and apparently she gets lost constantly. Alaric wonders if the legend of elven trackers is a lie. Watch this. It seems the popular myth of elves being master navigators is slowly crumbling right before his eyes. Later, deep within the ancient forest, our young hero finally spots the elusive elven queen. Alaric starts to call out to the queen, but Thorn suddenly yanks him back by his cloak before he is seen. Shocked and confused, Alaric asks what on earth is going on. Thorn asks for their exact location. Still baffled, our hero realizes they are standing near the sacred world tree. It suddenly hits him. The world tree is at the northern edge of the grove, a forbidden place elves rarely visit. So why is Queen Alara here? She approaches a hidden entrance and quietly slips inside the ancient roots. Chilled, Alaric realizes the queen's behavior is incredibly suspicious. Thorn asks for the plan, and Alaric says they must continue following her to complete the mysterious quest. Determined, he tells his companion they must track her. Who knows, he says with his usual grin. Maybe Her Majesty is hiding something legendary in there. I have to see it with my own eyes. Alaric reaches the entrance. A notification pings. He is the first human to enter, earning a rare blessing. Thorn notes the elves were not due for a year, making him the first. Alaric is hyped. Everything is going perfectly. Following the queen into this secret zone should yield some massive rewards. They hit a fork in the tunnel where the queen clearly took a path. Alaric thinks he knows which. He suggests the middle path after spotting faint tracks left behind on the cold, stony ground. It is getting freezing now, just like that deadly frozen cavern. You and I know that cold feeling is never a good sign. This should be a safe haven, so why is Alaric feeling this overwhelming sense of dread? They reach a stunning clearing where Thorn points. There is Queen Alara, draped over a mysterious crystal coffin. His familiar senses the coffin is the source of the freezing frost. Alaric jokes she could find a cozier nap spot, especially since she has been in here for quite a while now. Suddenly, a massive magic circle erupts above her. Shocked, Alaric and his friend dive into the shadows to hide. Suddenly, the void shard manifests. Hidden away, Alaric wonders why that monster is lurking in this sacred place. Frigid air begins to swirl violently, spiraling through the entire chamber in a freezing vortex. Terrified, Alaric sees it forcing the frost into the coffin. He is worried for the queen and senses something dark. Thorn, looking dead serious, says the queen did not actually disappear. To Alaric's horror, he explains the elf is the shard itself, using a rare skill to transform. It is a terrifying 8-star boss skill called camouflage. Alaric figures it was a mimic all along trying to smash the coffin, but his familiar senses a deeper secret. Reverting to the queen's form, she whispers that it is almost time. She leaves as our hero holds his breath. As she exits the chamber, our panicking hero feels like he is seconds away from being discovered. Thorn suggests they stay calm and analyze this nightmare before they make another move. The monster is clearly disguised as the queen and is attempting to shatter the coffin. After doing its work, it turned back into Alara and simply walked away. Alaric thinks he knows what almost time means. Let's check the coffin for clues. You and I are definitely going to want to see what is inside. It looks fragile, but you and I can feel the unnatural cold radiating from it. There isn't a single scratch on this thing, so he figures she isn't trying to destroy it. If anything, she's actually nursing it. Arthur says a piece of the puzzle is missing, and since the seal is made of pure grief, opening it seems impossible. But here is the thing. Our main character is a literal pro at breaking into stuff, and he is ready. They share a look, both realizing the exact same thing at the very same moment. Stepping toward the casket, our hero is pumped to see what is inside. He triggers his stolen lockpicking skill, and a surge of energy erupts right before his eyes. The two of them are stunned as a lock of golden hair appears. Julian demands to know what is actually going on. Wait for it. This is where everything you and I thought we knew about the Queen and the relic gets flipped. His partner finally starts connecting the dots. But first, they have to move. Julian is confused, but Arthur explains the spirit fruit is almost ripe, so the main event is starting. They check the menu, only 60 minutes left. They start hauling it across the forest as the clock ticks down toward 0. Midnight hits just as the timer ends. Suddenly, the village elves start screaming that a massive emergency has just broken out. Monsters are sighted. Total chaos hits the village as soldiers bark orders to hide the children and keep everyone safe from the slaughter. They pray for the gods to protect them from this darkness. That dark fragment arrives with a whole army of beasts. An elven commander orders the archers and mages to prep for a brutal stand. She gathered every soldier she could, but they are still totally outnumbered by that massive wall of monster flesh. It looks like the fragment dragged every single beast in the forest to their gate. Right then, Althea arrives. She warns that if the shield falls, not even the blessing of the world tree can save their souls. The elf tells them to keep their heads. If they can just hold the line and defend the land, they win. She watches closely, wondering what the descendant of the great sorcerer is actually planning to do. The monster horde moves in. The signal is given: fire for your families, your homes, and the glory of the sacred tree. Archers take the sky, mages hold those barriers, but the elf commander thinks it is strange. The fragment is just standing there, doing absolutely nothing at all. She realizes it wants the tree. Drawing her bow, she vows that it will never touch a single leaf of their legacy. She lets an arrow fly, thinking there is no easier target than a sitting duck. The arrow strikes true. The beast shatters like glass. It was a decoy. She turns to her queen for the next order, only to realize her majesty has vanished into thin air. She screams, asking where she went. A moment later, she reaches the roots of the sacred tree. But then she calls out the trickery. She tells the fragment of Jurian to stop hiding and show its ugly face. The creature laughs, noting she is smarter than the other idiots in the village. Now let's pause. We've got our hero, a queen, and one very pissed-off monster. Talk about a weird day, right? Julian thought she was calling for him. But Althea explains she was calling out the fragment. The monster is actually the most confused one here. It snarls, refusing to tolerate the disrespect, and unleashes its permafrost. At that exact moment, the elf strikes back with powerful fire. Ice and fire slam together in a massive explosion. Althea gets hyped from the raw power and asks if our boy is okay. He says he is fine, but mentions his arm, leaving the queen very curious. Seeing his flaming arms, she asks just how long he has really known her master's true identity. Our protagonist admits he figured it out 2 days ago when he followed her deep into the world tree. He suspected an imposter at first, but it clicked when he found the real Althea sleeping inside that frozen coffin. He knew the system wouldn't let a stranger take the relic, yet that specific quest never actually unlocked for him. Staring her down, he realizes there is only one answer. The relic is alive, and her name is Mirage. Mirage, the doppelganger ghost and the Sorcerer King's second legendary relic. She is a ghost who can turn physical and mimic any form. Our hero realizes he missed a ton of obvious hints back in the forest. He remembers Tina mentioning the forest mana messes with their senses, making it impossible to tell what is actually real. Julian says he should have spotted the fake sooner, but asks why she is even bothering to wear the queen's face. The fake queen says talk is for later. Trust me, you and I are going to want to see how this fight ends. All right, you and I are diving into a battle where one wrong move against this beast means certain death. Unfazed, the spectral knight smirks and tells her lord to watch closely as she unleashes the true power of this ancient relic. Sir Alistair is intrigued, so Lady Seraphina explains that these 7 dolls are the Archmage's finest masterpieces. But this spirit has a unique gift, Seraphina whispers. It can transform into your absolute worst enemy, much to the creature's shock. The phantom shifts into the High King himself, claiming 800 years is far too long for this petty grudge. Scanning his hands, he realizes his former glory has not even reached half capacity yet. Mocking the beast, he declares it is still plenty to crush a pathetic worm like it. The monster rages, calling him a mere mortal. Alistair feels the Archmage's vibe is off as the creature lunges, screaming for his blood. The king just calls it a tiny pest and stops the massive blow with his bare palms. Even the monster looks totally stunned. Pay attention here. The Archmage starts mocking the creature's ancient memories, sending it into a rage that triggers a massive 8-star blizzard nova. The wizard laughs it off as a cute trick, then erupts with a fire spell called Calamity Inferno. The scorching flames completely swallow the fragment's icy assault. Alistair worries the entire village will burn, but Seraphina explains that the king simply does not care about a few destroyed houses or lost lives. In total shock, our protagonist wonders how such a ruthless man ever ruled a kingdom. A status screen appears showing his attributes increased after witnessing a master of his own vocation in action. Baron Thorn asks why he is just standing there, but the main character says the man is simply too good to interrupt. The familiar agrees, since the king has already chained 30 master-tier spells together effortlessly. They wonder about his level, and Seraphina reveals he was born with a legendary divine body. This holy constitution gave him double the growth points every single time he leveled up during his prime. Alistair is jealous, but his partner calls him a fool and reminds him he gets triple. You and I both know what is next, 5 minutes until the fruit ripens, and the king is ready for the finale. He binds the beast with ultimate stone cuffs, making the creature curse as its movements are frozen. Seraphina notes that his scars from 800 years ago are reopening. Those ancient wounds are reacting violently to the sudden surge of massive ether in the air. Alistair smirks and thanks her for the tip while Thorn looks worried, knowing the boy is planning something absolutely reckless. A quest prompt appears ordering him to guard the fruit from the fragment's final desperate strike. But the beast has a secret trick that blinds the Archmage with a massive white explosion as the creature's shell begins to crack, terrifying everyone. It is shedding its skin. Long ago, it was just a mindless shard of ice following cold instructions planted deep within its subconscious. But after nearly dying once, its consciousness woke up and it began to question its own existence and purpose. Obtaining the fruit would finally end its misery and let it reach the absolute peak of its existence. The wizard wonders if it sacrificed size for speed, especially since its ether supply is now running dangerously low. Just as victory seems certain, the fragment unfurls its wings and makes one final desperate leap. It reaches for the ancient tree, smelling the incredible life essence of the ripening fruit now within its desperate grasp. But our hero simply says a cold, "Not today." The monster is totally baffled, wondering when on earth that tiny squirrel even got onto the sacred tree. It finds the little guy cute for a second before snapping back into a murderous rage. While the beast roars, the squirrel is whisked back to Alistair using a clever shadow technique. Our hero cheers for his pet's perfect timing, and the loyal squirrel salutes him like a soldier. The Archmage realizes Alistair had a plan all along, but our hero is shocked to find he cannot store the fruit away. His partner warns that the quest would not be a challenge if he could just hide it. It is a pain to carry, so the maid Hyeon is overjoyed when her master asks her to protect it for a while. The creature loses its mind, charging at them and demanding they return its prize immediately. Alistair knows it is exhausted from shedding its skin, and right then, a magical shield appears to protect him. Seraphina shields him as the king strikes, and trust me, you and I will not want to miss what happens next. All right, you and I are jumping into a fight where the monster just tanked Alistair's health down to 50%. He watches the chaos unfold right in front of him, and it honestly looks like a high-stakes pet battle. He realizes they need a strategy, but then the shadow remnant panics because it cannot see the fruit anymore. It hunts for that damn squirrel. And just look at that. That is exactly how the monster sees our poor little companion. Without a second thought, the beast unleashes its deep freeze magic on the entire party. Everyone is turning to ice fast, which makes no sense since that skill should still be on cooldown. Alistair realizes the creature used a special ability to reset its timers, but as he breaks out, Cedric screams a warning. It is far too quick for our hero to defend himself. He hits the stone wall hard, leaving his familiars totally terrified. He is alive, but the team knows this quest is brutal. They wonder how they are supposed to survive this. But just as Alistair says everything is fine because Pip still has the fruit, the situation takes a turn. Now watch closely. The monster is suddenly right in front of the squirrel, and even Alistair is completely stunned. It turns out that massive creature used its dark mind control on our cute little friend to win. The squirrel sprints straight toward the enemy, while Alara yells for him to stop, but there is no breaking that dark spell. While the shadow remnant laughs and screams that the fruit finally belongs to him. The monster was actually planning to retreat and recover from its heavy injuries, but it never expected the prize to basically fall right into its lap. It celebrates its coming completion, but our hero steps forward and declares that this battle is far from over. The creature is confused why Alistair is there instead of the squirrel. Our hero just smiles and says it was worth learning. He triggers his blink exchange skill and swaps places with his pet. The beast cannot believe he moved that fast. Alistair asks if the monster is curious as he prepares to strike, charging in thanks to his traitor's gambit ability. The monster realizes Alistair is incredibly fast, but thinks it can still guard its weak point and strike back. Alistair asks if the beast is trying to hide its scars, just to buy a few more seconds. While gathering his power to end this, our protagonist strikes, leaving the creature completely shocked by his incredible speed. Alistair pulls the magic-breaking dagger from his pack and drives the blade straight into the shadow remnant's stomach. He grins as his opponent begins to shatter into pieces, the monster screaming that it cannot meet its end. Let's take a breath with him. He levels up after the hard win, and his familiars rush over, genuinely worried about his health. Thorn is stunned that Alistair actually took down the boss, while our hero gets a bit shy about it. Then a noblewoman approaches, saying she is glad he is safe. She offers her congratulations on the successful mission. Our hero thanks the Mirage, wondering if she prefers her true name. The elf just takes the fruit for herself. He looks devastated, but she promises a very generous reward in exchange. Alistair is totally hyped for the payout. The mission is finally done, and he wants to see that reward because it has to be legendary. His familiar asks if the loot is as good as the ice drops with a total greedy gamer face. Our protagonist reaches for the pile. Cedric thinks the kid might have a point, but it sounds a little crazy coming from him. A bit later, they sort through the pile and find a ring, some magic materials, and a single card. First, the ring of frozen restraints is perfect for resisting the cold and boosting his own ice-based skills. Alistair looks at the card, but feels let down when it is just one, not a whole pack. Cedric tells him he needs to think about it properly. He asks why players would kill each other for boss fights. Finally, our hero gets it. The items are better. His partner confirms it, saying bosses drop exclusive items, but there is one more reason you should know. He explains that bosses have a very low chance of dropping a high-level skill pack. Because it is so rare, a boss pack sells for a massive amount of gold. Then he adds that sometimes you get only one card. To Alistair's shock, he explains that this happens when the skill actually belonged to the boss itself. Our hero checks the boss's skills and asks if he could truly get any one of them. He starts getting worried about class restrictions or extra requirements. His partner says no. Alistair admits anything would be great, except for that 6-star skill called Mantis Form. He decides to inspect the last item, which is a rare white ice crystal. It is a legendary material filled with life energy. Our protagonist is actually pretty surprised by that specific description. So what do you and I take from this? The system just triggered a despair trap. The ice spirit is watching. All right, stick with me. You are about to see Ilya's panic as he asks why Lord Glacius is doing this. He quickly activates his unbinding skill. The system confirms the curse is lifted, and finally, both of them can take a breath. Still on edge, he decides to check his final reward, slowly flipping over the mysterious skill card. He loses it after pulling a 9-star Eternal Rhyme skill. Sir Cedric cheers and tells him to dump every stat point into it. Our hero stares at his status window in awe. It is looking legendary now with all these new abilities. Ilias argues it is better to bank some points and actually master the skills he already has. After watching 𝒖𝒑𝒓 in action, he knows even basic skills can be deadly if you use them right. Remembering his level 35 reward, he pulls out a rare card pack, ready to see what is inside. Suddenly, a group of elves rushes over, terrified and asking if their queen and our hero are still alive. Now pay attention. The captain asks if the dark fragment escaped while they were busy guarding the barrier. Queen Alara smiles, announcing they obliterated it thanks to the Archmage's descendant. Ilias just stands there feeling totally awkward. She gets hyped and declares it is time for a massive festival to celebrate their narrow victory. Every elf starts cheering, shouting praises for their queen and the legendary Archmage Rex. Ilias feels the warm glow of success and follows the crowd, realizing his mysterious card pack will just have to wait for another day after the party. Deep within a frozen cavern in the Frost Peak Citadel, a mysterious voice whispers about a traveler arriving from the east. It is Lord Glacius himself, stunned that his curse was broken. Defeating the fragment gives power, but usually traps the victor's mind forever. But somehow, this stranger managed to break free. Having lived for centuries, the spirit has never seen an irregular like this. Honestly, he is starting to find it quite intriguing. Back at the village, things are getting incredibly lively. Tucked in a corner with piles of food and ale, our hero beams, saying this is exactly what he needed. Lyra and little Pip are loving the feast, though Pip definitely overdid it. When an elf asks if the descendant likes the food, Ilias gives them a big, enthusiastic yes. He learns the local elves cooked everything themselves, and they insist he eats his fill because there is plenty more in the back. Ilias jokes that his inventory is literally overflowing because these elven blessings just keep coming. Meanwhile, his familiar whispers for him to keep that quiet. Since his gear was totally trashed, Ilias just threw on whatever random clothes he found in his bag. Even in rags, he says it was easy mopping up the monsters freed from control. Sir Cedric says that is the power of Eternal Rhyme. Ilias smiles, noting his level and reputation skyrocketed. Honestly, moments like this are exactly why he loves playing this incredible game so much. Suddenly, someone apologizes for interrupting the fun, and Ilias realizes it is 𝒖𝒑𝒓 standing there. He asks for a private word, and Ilias senses it is time to move. Soon, they are back deep inside the cave at the queen's tomb. 𝒖𝒑𝒓 recalls that Alara was a saintly queen, having first met her when he arrived 800 years ago. He explains that during the Great Battle, 3 puppets, including himself, fought alongside the Archmage Rex. The fragment was terrifyingly powerful, but they managed to wound it and force a retreat, finally bringing peace to 𝒂𝒂𝒍. Ilias gets curious. If there were 3 puppets, that means another one exists besides 𝒖𝒑𝒓 and Lyra. Once the Archmage gathered enough materials for his next creation, he returned to the Queen 20 years later. You and I can feel the mood shifting as 𝒖𝒑𝒓 mentions the fall of Akram during the Spirit War. 𝒖𝒑𝒓 admits he was simply left behind. To Ilias, this Archmage is starting to sound pretty unhinged. He abandoned 𝒖𝒑𝒓 to be minded by the elves and just vanished. He was meant to wait inside the coffin for the descendant, but Alara took pity on him instead. She allowed him to live freely in the village, but unfortunately, that peace did not last very long. Zephyr eventually discovered that Queen Alara was suffering from a terminal illness. Even with high magic, she was fading fast. The queen calmly told him it was simply the natural cycle of life. But Zephyr could not accept that. On her deathbed, he vowed to repay her for the happiness she had given him. He scoured every ancient elven inscription, desperately searching for anything that could cure her condition. Eventually, he learned that the very first leaf from a tree of life possesses the power to cure any disease. Since the original leaf was gone, his only chance was to witness the birth of a brand new tree. Trust me, you and I are going to see how far he went, sacrificing 8 centuries of mana just for that fruit. All right, you and I are about to witness the end of an 800-year-long wait. Silas sealed Queen Alara in a frozen coffin, keeping her at sub-zero temperatures to preserve her life. Julian realizes that freezing chill came from the ice spirit, asking Silas if that is why he took the shape of a crystalline shard before. Silas confirms it, as that was the most powerful ice essence he had ever encountered. He told the other elves he left Alara in the casket, then spent 800 years living as a fake queen. Lyra is stunned, saying his endurance must be legendary. But the imposter queen tells the girl not to look so sad, because he has never been happier than now. Silas glows with genuine joy as he approaches the coffin, whispering that everything is finally going back to the way it was before. A blinding, divine light floods the entire throne room the second his hand touches the ancient ground. Julian stands frozen, wondering if that is the sapling of the tree of life. A small tree with vibrant leaves grows instantly, and he cannot believe how fast it is blooming. The Shadow Queen finally walks to the casket, where the true Alara lies, and places the enchanted leaf upon her. Now pay attention, because after 8 centuries, Queen Alara is finally waking up. She sits up confused, surprised to hear Silas asking if she feels all right. Without thinking, the boy rushes to the queen and hugs her tight because he missed her so incredibly much. He cries that he protected the glade and fought off the darkness while she was gone. Alara comforts him, saying he kept his promise and thanks him deeply. Julian finds the whole reunion really moving, and a single tear actually slips out. He sees Cedric is getting emotional, but the knight is embarrassed and denies it. Other players were busy watching his new elf footage, while our hero finally finished his quest and unlocked the race for all Eldoria. Dozens of comments flood the video, asking about the hidden village and praising our now famous warrior. But for now, it is time to say goodbye to the elven glade and his new friends. A grateful Alara gives Julian a second leaf of life, and our hero accepts it to boost his legendary stats even higher. Silas looks determined, swearing he will hunt down every false god to keep his people safe, so Alara never has to worry again. The queen says that boy worked harder than anyone, sacrificing himself for 800 years to lead in her place. Julian asks if the other elves knew. She says it would be impossible not to suspect something was wrong with their ruler, especially with all the changes in her personality and her absolutely terrible sense of direction. As the party departs, Alara and her kin watch them with tears, thanking them for their service and asking them to watch over Silas. Julian checks his menu, seeing he is only 2 levels from 40. His partner, Cedric, promises to lead him to a perfect hunting ground to reach that next milestone. As he mentions needing supplies, a blood-red menu screen suddenly flashes in front of his eyes. It states he has encountered the Harbinger, the great ice spirit, and he hears a voice saying this boy seems interesting and quite likable. Trust me, Julian is in deep trouble now. He cannot even move while the monster says it is giving him a gift. The creature says it is betting on him to break the endless cycle, handing him a ring that grants its power just one single time. With Julian collapsed on the grass, his friends rush over terrified, but our hero is in another world, shaken by the encounter. Later, back in the city, Julian still does not understand how to tap into the Harbinger's power and asks Cedric if he caught the monster's meaning. His partner says it might involve Julian's 10-star skill, or the fact that he is the only 0-star patron in Eldoria. For now, they They head into a shop where the clerk excitedly shouts that Julian looks like a true messenger of the gods. That merchant gives the boy a new quest to retrieve a sacred item from the wind spirits. Another player asks if he really took the quest because he personally rejected it. He explains Julian must not know about the open dungeons. The stranger explains there are instance dungeons for solo play and open dungeons where any warrior can jump into the fray. This specific quest has become almost mandatory for anyone playing the game. Since certain powerful gear drops there with set bonuses, players are constantly farming it. He adds that if you miss the gear, you can just collect essences to trade later. The warrior warns that the problem is a vicious group called the Black Cross Guild, and they slaughter anyone who enters. Julian thanks him and heads out, feeling incredibly hyped for the chaos he is about to cause. Cedric sighed, knowing that warning was completely useless for a kid as stubborn as Julian. Our hero sees the world chat is full of hate for that guild because they are abusing their power and prices. Apparently, those thugs took over another guild months ago, and they are always mocking the game for being full of idiots. His partner says every world has people like that. To his annoyance, Julian says players like him just love ruining a bully's fun. He is excited because this will help him level up even faster, and he cannot wait to pay them a visit. Somewhere else, a group of killers is disappointed after ganking some losers, complaining that they barely had any gold on them. Trust me, you and I are going to love watching Julian catch these thugs completely off guard. Stick with me. You and I are about to see a commoner play a high-stakes game with some very dangerous knights. The guards are stunned, but the captain declares it is a special day, so he will let him pass for 10,000 gold sovereigns. Acting like he's considering it, Alaric scoffs that the price is far too high for a simple cave. He walks right past them, leaving the captain fuming as he declares he will explore the area himself, whether allowed or not. The captain finally snaps and lunges with his sword, asking if he wants to die, but to his absolute horror, our overpowered hero stops the blade with a single finger. Alaric quips that it's self-defense now, and before the thug can even curse again, a massive punch sends him flying right into the dirt. Alaric says it is his own fault for blocking the path, and now if he wants to live, he owes him 10,000 gold sovereigns. A little later, Lord Julian's militia arrives at the base, their leader warning everyone to prepare for a bloodbath at the summit. Julian reports 10 guards at the gate, and he plans to crush them easily while they are caught completely off guard. The group gets fired up by Julian's grand words, ready to follow their leader into the heat of the coming battle. This guy is just a fame-hungry bard who finally found the perfect opportunity to make a name for himself in the kingdom. He's recycling old heroic speeches to gain followers, but he's secretly annoyed that Alaric's legendary reputation is stealing his thunder. But today is the day he plans to finally dismantle the power of House Sterling. He's absolutely pumped because these idiots are his ticket to fame, and soon he'll stop being a lowly bard and be sitting exactly where House Sterling is now. Now pay attention here. They reach the hill and scream for justice, only to find the entrance to the crypt completely deserted. Panic spreads through the ranks as they wonder if the scouts already cleared the place out before the main army even arrived. Julian lies through his teeth, claiming this tactical retreat was all part of his master plan for everyone. The truth is he's clueless, but at least he can scavenge all the discarded loot and gear left on the ground. Just as he reaches for the prizes, a tiny blur zips past him, snatching everything up in the blink of an eye. A squirrel stole his prize. The leader orders a frantic chase, but a chorus of terrifying screams from within the cave halts them in their tracks. Another faction suddenly appears. They charge in, shouting that the monster has allies, while House Sterling guards tell the intruders to get lost or prepare to die. Caught in the middle of the chaos, Julian orders his band of followers to join the fray as well. I know what you're thinking. Inside the cave, a dying knight calls Alaric a monster while he happily harvests all the loot. He is farming experience and treasure simultaneously. Pip the squirrel brings more items to his master, who rewards the clever little guy with high praise. Seraphina tells Alaric she and Ghost are splitting up to cover more ground, though Ghost looks like he'd rather be anywhere else. Alaric worries for them, telling his familiars to head straight for the room if they sense any real danger. Then the three of them vanish into the darkness, heading in separate directions. He watches his loyal pets with pride, just as an assassin rushes him from the darkness behind at high speed. Alaric mocks the weak attempt, claiming he expected 100 knights, not a single pathetic shadow. It seems nobody else is even left standing. Elias explains that a great royal house can command over 150 members. The size of the army depends on the lord's level, and the great 10 houses command legions of 500 strong. Alaric can't even fathom that many enemies, but the thought just makes him want to cause even more trouble. Later, more sterling knights charge our hero, convinced they can crush him through sheer numbers and brute force. Alaric realizes they are using the coward's lure, a tactic where you lure a bunch of monsters and drag them straight to the target. The knights vanish using magic, leaving Alaric alone to face the massive swarm they brought with them. Right at that moment, the two thugs hide in the shadows, but Alaric just thanks them for the free delivery of experience points, gift wrapped and all. Then he unleashes his devastating permafrost spell, chilling the entire cavern. Elias realizes that spell does over 100 damage, and paired with an item that boosts his power, it can wipe out any level 40 knight. The knights scream in terror as their souls are penalized by death, but Alaric doesn't care. He's having way too much fun experimenting. He picks up the loot since Pip isn't around, but something deeper in the cavern catches his eye, and it doesn't look like Seraphina. Alaric tenses up when he finally finds a band of strangers surrounding a corrupted wind spirit that radiates pure, ancient evil power. From hiding, the guild is taking on an archbeast, and while they look well-trained, Alaric notices something very suspicious about the way they're coordinating their attacks. So what do you and I take from this? Even in the same house, betrayal is only a sword stroke away if they aren't allies. Stick with me, forming a party is easy, but to launch a grand crusade, we need the local lord's royal decree. These mercenaries ahead are divided in two, and using my dragon sight, I inspect their true power. Still hidden, our hero prepares his silent incantations, while the knights clash with the massive dungeon guardian. He conjures intense flames and hurls a fireball mimicking the mage's spell, but directs it at the opposing squad instead. That knight erupts in absolute rage, screaming insults, even though the mage knows his own spell hit the beast perfectly. Arthur loves every second. Alaric is completely stunned. The boy just chained skills, slicing fire with wind magic before launching his own spell. As the dust settles, the mercenary captain demands cover for his next charge. But out of the blue, a colossal fireball streaks across the field and slams into the poor guy. Now watch this, he screams betrayal, accusing the others of murder just to keep the loot for themselves. Alaric is stunned by the boy's move. Our hero just smirks, admitting a rogue like him lives to ignite this kind of chaos. He tells his friend they should just relax and enjoy watching these fools destroy one another. Soon magic explodes everywhere, and the fallen knight's rare gear drops onto the cold stone. Arthur prepares for the final blow against the boss, but notices something strange. The beast is ignoring him. Suddenly, the creature reacts to his pack, and a golden light surges toward the massive boss. This is Lady Sylvain, a legendary wind spirit. She thanks him deeply because that sacred elven leaf allowed her to finally regain her own mind. To his shock, Arthur receives a quest to save her and the spirits corrupted by the abyss. In this land, many races live together. Beyond the mortal world, other dimensions exist in the shadows. Heaven and hell, these three realms are the pillars of the world of Valerius. Alaric is fuming that such powerful entities are lurking in a low-tier dungeon area. True demons only appear after level 200, so these must be weakened versions of the real thing. Arthur asks if this corruption spreading through the kingdom is a major threat. The familiar confirms it is, explaining how this nightmare played out in the ancient legends. When the abyss opened, heroes would launch a massive purge alongside the King's Guard for epic rewards. There was no level limit, so the realm's strongest heroes fought on the front lines. Now Arthur is curious about the ending. Eventually, the heroes drive the demon lord away into the shadows, a pretty classic fairy tale ending. Cursed zones appeared where nothing could grow. Smaller houses complained, but the high nobility ignored them. To his annoyance, he learns that the city of Lumeria had to be totally rebuilt later. Alaric says people thought the event was random, but it was likely a sign of the coming war. Our hero wonders if he can stop the corruption by finishing this secret quest. Alaric isn't sure since they could invade anywhere, but Arthur is already focused. You and I know he's always wanted to be the hero. He takes the contract, and the spirit admits that no matter how hard she struggled, she couldn't save her kin and was consumed by the spreading dark essence herself. She fears the darkness will return, pointing toward the cave wall as the only way to stop it. She presses the stone and begins a ritual chant in an ancient tongue. Arthur watches in awe as a hidden passage opens, the spirit exhausted from her final effort. They venture through the secret tunnel until they find the source, a massive pulse of pure evil. The lady urges him to destroy the demonic heart, but Arthur tells her to retreat for her safety. Once outside, Arthur truly worries for her. She explains that spirits are pure manifestations of nature, so their essence is easily corrupted. Arthur finally pieces the whole puzzle together. That artifact makes the area feel like the abyss. Since only 100 exist in hell, a guardian is always assigned to it. Alaric warns that the guardian's power is unpredictable. Knowing the risk, Arthur heads back. He confirms that destroying the core is his only objective. The spirit lady promises to protect the lesser souls, while Arthur briefs his loyal companions on the dangerous plan. Mirage is terrified, but Tina is excited, and trust me, her gift for Arthur is something you won't forget. Out of nowhere, she produces a pack of high-grade cards. Kale is confused because he thought there was a level lock. All right, you and I are about to see just how lucky Kale really is. He cracks the first card, Rainbow Glow. He is stunned, never seen anything like it. Barnaby cheers as his master pulls a legendary 8-star skill. This buff is massive. But Kale just grumbles that the other cards are trash. Barnaby is losing his mind over how greedy this kid is. Honestly, that skill is a lifesaver for when things go south. The final card, just a standard mount skill. Decent, but nothing special. He makes his choice, sorry Alara, but he is taking that 8-star power for the family legacy. With the loot finally sorted, it is time for Kale to get back to business. The moment he touches the core, he realizes it is a secret rift. The system asks to enter, and our hero is going in. Now watch closely because this secret place isn't what he expected. It looks, well, actually kind of boring. Just a typical damp dungeon. Barnaby explains every rift has its secrets and points up toward a glowing violet crystal. As he wonders if that is the demonic essence they are looking for, a booming, evil voice demands to know who dares enter. A massive, furious minotaur named Kroll, servant of 𝒖𝒂𝒍, appears. Kale draws his blade, thinking he just needs to slay the beast and smash the core. But Alara steps out, telling him to stand back and let her handle it. She says demons are simple-minded brutes, and she needs to test her new powers, but Kale is worried. She is only level 15. Barnaby says if she gets hurt, she can just recover in the spirit realm. So Kale agrees, and Alara moves instantly. The beast realizes she is a magical construct and charges, laughing that this will be over in a second. He swings his massive axe for the kill, but suddenly, the room fills with light as Alara unleashes her true power. Kale starts cheering for his partner, while Barnaby reminds him that their previous quest was legendary tier. Those monsters were way tougher than this chump. This rift is only hero rank. Cedric jokes that Kale is the one who needs a nerf. You and I saw this coming, right? Alara isn't just winning, she's dominating. She mocks the monster, driving it into a blind rage. but she is bored now and decides to end this little game. Activating her new Radiant Order skill, she punches a hole straight through his chest. Kale is shocked as his experience bar explodes. Alara is thrilled to have defended her lord's honor. Kale thanks her and finds a badge linked to that major event Barnaby mentioned. Collect enough of these, and you can trade them for some seriously high-tier rewards. Our hero gets the message and starts grinning. But first, he has got some housekeeping. One flame arrow later, and that evil crystal is nothing but dust. Dungeon cleared. He is warped back to the cave entrance where the spirit maiden is waiting, relieved the mission is over. Kale asks if the woods are finally going to be safe again. But she explains the corruption was so deep that nature will need a long time to truly heal. He feels like he didn't do much, but she insists he was a massive help and hands over a special reward. Barnaby watches in horror as Kale levels up yet again and scores 100 bottles of pure wind essence. While his familiar has a meltdown over him, gaining 2 levels in 5 minutes, Kale is just enjoying the high-speed progression. Rift closed. Now it is time to go hunt down those guild rats so they never think about ganging up on him again. He takes a moment to enjoy the sight of justice being served as other players swarm the villains at the cave entrance. Leaving the chaos behind, he cracks a teleport scroll and heads straight for the capital city of Silver Peak. They debate their next move since they have got options for days, but our hero finally makes a firm decision. Since the Lord's manor is right there, he decides to turn in those demon badges first. At the gate, guards block him. They tell him peasants aren't allowed, but Kale calmly states he has an appointment with the Lord. The soldier laughs, asking who he thinks he is to just demand an audience, but Kale just flashes the demonic badge. They are confused for a second, then realize it is the mark of a hero who actually slayed the demon Kroll. An older commander walks up to see what the fuss is about, and once he sees the badge, his expression changes. Fortunately for our hero, this guy has a brain. He apologizes for the guards and offers to escort him personally. As they walk through the halls, Kale realizes just how insanely rich this lord's estate really is. And finally, we meet the man in charge, the Lord himself, welcoming our hero with a polite smile. Wild, right? Stick with me, because Alistair just saved the city, and Lord Sterling admits that without our hero, the entire kingdom would be in ruins. He offers a formal reward, but Alistair humbly claims he only did what any true knight would have done in that moment. Seeing their bond grow, the Lord notes he cannot ignore a hero of this caliber, and quickly orders his steward to bring out the treasury's finest. Alistair beams when the steward explains that, since they were unsure of his specific tastes, they prepared a bit of everything for him. He is shocked to receive 10,000 gold and a royal commission to lead a knightly order, though the Lord insists it is just a trifle. The noble is truly thankful and promises that if Alistair has any further requests, he will do everything in his power to grant them. This sparks an idea in our main character's head as he starts planning his next big move. Far away, a band of mercenaries celebrates finally seizing the Gale Cavern, shouting Julian's name until the man gets visibly choked up with pride. He knows the rival guild didn't put up much of a fight, but honestly, that does not matter to him right now. Julian is hyped thinking about the riches they will pull from that cave, but a royal guard suddenly arrives to kill the celebration. Now pay attention, because the guard announces that because of the demon attack, no one enters that dungeon without the crown's permission. The mercenaries complain loudly, but the guard threatens to arrest anyone who dares to defy the Lord's new royal decree. That greedy leader panics because after all his hard work, the cavern is now completely off limits and a total loss. Alistair discusses the new unit with his friend since he prefers fighting alone, but Cedric thinks he could eventually become a legendary grandmaster of raids. Alistair decides it is time to find a new hunting ground to train when a mysterious voice calls out to him as the god of war. Our hero is stunned to see Silas the rogue approaching with a friendly grin, acting like their meeting was a pure stroke of luck. The rogue starts acting overly dramatic about their fate, reminding Alistair that this guy absolutely never listens to a word anyone else says. Alistair gets curious, because Silas is actually on his way to the High Lord's castle. Silas explains he received a secret mission from the steward, but must finish today, so he has to end their little reunion early. Just as Alistair turns to leave, the rogue grabs him, making our hero fix his hair while asking what on earth he wants now. Finally, Silas admits he has a favor to ask and sends Alistair a request for companionship. I know what you are thinking, and yeah, Silas is super awkward as he nervously asks Alistair to be his official friend. Alistair smiles and says he is in, causing Silas to burst into tears while shouting his thanks for everyone in the street to hear. Later on, Alistair reunites with the old master who notes how quickly he has grown, though our hero politely credits all of it to the master's teachings. Master Thorn hands him a small gift before discussing the next relic, and Alistair is stunned to see a glowing essence gem. That is not all, as Thorn gives him another item, assuming Alistair would want to craft something special for his loyal familiars as well. Our hero is grateful to receive a basic blueprint for crafting magical puppets, which he admits is a fascinating new area of study. Thorn continues, saying Alistair's skill is terrifying because while controlling puppets is normally difficult, our hero manages it with flawless, godly precision. While the old man fawns over how adorable the puppets are, Alistair knows his success is entirely due to his stolen forbidden skill. Staying positive, our hero knows his mana pool cannot handle 7 puppets yet, but he trusts that he will find a way to fix that soon. Now it is finally time to discuss the third relic, which Master Thorn explains is currently being held under some very strange conditions. The old man excitedly reveals it is inside the Imperial Palace, explaining how 800 years ago, the Sorcerer King founded the 𝒖𝒄𝒌𝒚 Empire. But the empire collapsed after the Great Spirit War, and since then, the royal bloodline has barely managed to survive by a thread. The kingdom of Remeria managed to hide from the spirits by changing its name to 𝒂𝒏 to avoid being detected by their enemies. He explains that 𝒖𝒄𝒌𝒚 is now maintained by the 4 largest kingdoms surrounding the ruins. He mentions the scholars' city of Ruendera, where one travels to seek ancient knowledge before advancing to their second class of mastery. That place serves as the starting point for adventurers, being a small region wedged between that country and the massive Julian Empire. Finally, he reveals the third relic is a legendary death knight named Valerius the Shadow, who once commanded vast legions of the dead. But since Valerius's essence gem was destroyed, Alistair discovers he must find a powerful new soul to inhabit the knight's empty armor. Later on, our hero is out in the field burning monsters when his gem reacts, asking if he wishes to harvest the soul. He realizes capturing a soul is easy enough, but he cannot just use any common spirit for a warrior of that legendary caliber. He must understand the specific traits a legendary death knight is supposed to possess. Cedric reminds him that if he wants to avoid the struggle of hunting, there is a second way to gain a soul. You and I can see Alistair eyeing his familiar as the perfect candidate, but the little guy is not interested in that crazy plan. Later, they head back to the quest giver they saved, and the old smith is stunned Arthur gathered so much essence. He claims it is plenty, and since business is slow, he will get to work on the gear right away. Suddenly, something catches his eye, and he roughly grabs our hero by the arm. Arthur watches the man act completely strange, until the smith finally lets go, thinking Arthur is his true physical soulmate. He laments that young knights look down on smithing, but he is starting to adore Arthur, giving a pat that nearly breaks his ribs. Stick with me, because a hidden quest just unlocked that will teach Arthur how to craft high-level defensive armor. A while later, the two are back on the road, and Arthur feels like he just won the lottery. Barnaby notes his crafting skills are peaking, and Arthur realizes he will soon possess a complete set of legendary hero gear. They discuss the plan and realize they must trek to the Harpy Crags to find the queen and her wind feathers. His familiar pipes up, mentioning there is another objective they can tackle while in the area. This quest involves a rare medicinal herb from the Sunless Valley. Barnaby explains they must deliver it to the Duke's steward to save his granddaughter. Our hero realizes he can knock out both tasks in a single trip. Once they arrive at the spot, Arthur checks his senses for the area boss, but the valley is the quietest hunting ground he has ever seen. Barnaby points toward the clouds, and Arthur finally sees it. Every single monster is circling high above their heads. Barnaby warns they are nightmare targets, even for archers, because they are incredibly fast and agile in the air. Now watch closely, because one of those monsters just spotted our hero and is letting out a terrifying screech. It dives for the kill, but our overpowered hero sidesteps effortlessly and lands a bone-shattering counter-punch. Arthur is shocked they are this weak, but his familiar says everything is easy when you can kill it in one hit. With the warm-up over, they search the waterfall until Arthur finally spots the legendary creature he is looking for. Finally, he sees a majestic beast approaching. It is definitely the Harpy Queen. Barnaby tells him to stay sharp, as her wind magic makes her a nightmare to deal with. But our impatient hero just shrugs and blasts the boss with fire. She blocks it easily, looking down on him like a smug human queen. The queen licks her lips, thinking Arthur looks delicious, and she screams as she dives into battle. She charges in, vowing to eat him alive, and the two clash in a massive test of power. You and I both know how this goes. The queen is about to realize she picked the wrong fight. With one simple move, Arthur slams her into the dirt, showing her exactly what true strength looks like. It is a massive hit that leaves her stunned, giving him the perfect opening to keep the pressure on. She shields herself with her wings, terrified of his power, and tries to use a forbidden charm spell to win. With a twisted look, she claims she will devour him, acting like the battle is already over. But Arthur uses a cleanse skill, instantly breaking her spell and leaving the harpy completely shocked. When she asks how he did it, he just says it was luck, making her realize he is the real monster. She tries to flee, but our boy starts charging up a massive attack that would make a grandmaster proud. He strikes her with a frost blast just in time, freezing her leg solid. Arthur lunges in with an air slash, healing himself while tearing through her defenses with his enchanted gauntlet. She finally realizes she cannot keep this up. With a desperate scream, she shatters the ice and pulls back. She thinks she is safe at a distance, despite missing a massive chunk of her health. As long as she stays away, she might live through this. But without her even noticing, something comes up close. That cute squirrel familiar is already right next to her and says hello. Meanwhile, our hero activates his pet skill, admitting he feels cheated because he really thought she was actually going to eat him. In a flash, he is in the air right in front of her face. Arthur says he is ending this now, as the boss begs him to wait. He grabs the harpy and unleashes his skill, ignoring her desperate pleas for mercy. She hits the ground with world-shaking force. The boss is defeated, and Arthur realizes he lost 10% health even using her to cushion his fall. Barnaby is speechless, and Arthur admits he considered talking to her, but changed his mind pretty fast. Our protagonist just sighs, wishing the Harpy Queen had been a bit more of a challenge. He mentions that all these event bosses were intelligent, acting as a rite of passage to reach the legendary sorcerer relics. And that is where we leave it. You and I are going to love what happens next. All right, you and I are about to see if Alaric's risky backup plan is enough to save him here. Alaric should be fine regardless. He checks the loot and finds a mystical acorn for his squirrel companion, who goes absolutely wild once he equips it. Gawain calls it another stroke of luck since pet gear is incredibly rare, suggesting they finish their local tasks and depart soon. Shortly after, our hero delivers the herb to the manor's steward. The man is overjoyed for his granddaughter's recovery, handing over a rare deck of cards while their reputation hits the absolute maximum. Even the smithy is impressed. He admits Alaric worked faster than any apprentice, finally handing over the blueprints for those specialized high-tier items as promised. Returning to his chambers, Alaric realizes he has been away far too long. His familiar has been busy, keeping the place spotless and perfectly organized. He starts to open the card pack, but then a massive notification interrupts him. A chance to upgrade his sanctuary even further. Now watch this part, because you and I know he won't hesitate. One rare ingredient is missing, so he uses a world tree leaf to bypass it. He accepts instantly and watches the room transform. Now, his quarters can nourish a sapling of the world tree, giving him some massive passive benefits. While admiring the new growth, Finn wanders over, wanting a closer look at the mystical plant. He touches the bark and confirms the tree has chosen Alaric as its master. Naturally, our hero gains massive stat boosts, leaving the rest of the party stunned. Our champion is absolutely over the moon. Gawain is speechless, since normal knights have to complete legendary trials just to get a fraction of this kind of divine power. Now he is more excited about his room than the actual relics. Checking the list, he sees he needs the hide of a great shadow tiger. Luckily, Gawain knows the beast's lair. But first, he asks about the new commander skills Alaric just unlocked. Realizing he totally overlooked that, Alaric opens his status window to investigate. He needs a special achievement to unlock it, but he gambles on his unique luck anyway. To everyone's shock, the skill activates perfectly on the first try. Every familiar gains a new ability, and Gawain notes they will be unstoppable if used with the right strategy. Let's pause here. Even our hero feels overwhelmed by the info dump, but his partner has his back. No need to stress yet. The familiars promise to maintain the sanctuary while he is gone. Seeing their loyalty and excitement honestly warms his heart. Feeling grateful, he heads to the forge and begins his work. Glancing around the workshop, he feels a bit anxious spotting two enchanted blacksmith hammers waiting for him. He follows the guide until he realizes he has to forge two massive steel bars at once, which is terrifying. But the old Alaric is gone now. He is mentally prepared for the challenge and ready to push his limits. Pure determination and boundless energy. He hammers away like his life depends on it. After a while, the effort pays off. His heroic tier armor set is finally complete. Alara and Gawain praise his craftsmanship. Alaric notes these items are powerful enough to last him even after his next promotion. To his horror, the smith mentions that legendary sets are almost impossible for even master craftsmen to create. Regardless, his mind is elsewhere. He pulls out the card deck, apologizing for keeping it waiting so long. He gets nervous because this pack holds only a single card. He cannot rely on his usual tricks to redraw the outcome here. Holding his breath, he opens it and reveals a 7-star wind blast skill. Gawain explains it is a top-tier spell for mages with an incredibly low cooldown. Alaric already has range, so he thinks it might be redundant. Then a brilliant idea strikes. He gifts the skill to his pet, who looks absolutely thrilled by the power-up. Finn is happy for the squirrel, but Alara looks a bit down because she wants to grow stronger too. Seeing this, Alaric hands over the high-level gear he was using previously. She is beyond thankful, and since Finn can magically duplicate equipment anyway, Alaric promises to find him a powerful accessory a bit later on. With the crafting finished and the cards opened, he asks the group what their next objective should be. Later, back in the capital, our hero completes his errands. He listed his extra loot on the auction house and bought essential supplies. During the process, he notices the benefits of his secret merchant rank. He can list infinite items for sale, but he also notices there are 0 skill cards for Alara. She tries to play it cool, but her disappointment is obvious. Gawain tells him to fix the situation before the mood gets any more awkward. Alaric tells her not to worry. As soon as a compatible skill appears on the market, he will buy it for her personally. And that is where we leave things in the kingdom of Lana. All right, you and I are diving back in as Kaelin tells Alaric to hit the teleport stone so they can warp straight to the Tiger Woods. The two of them make their way to the Trade District Magic Gate. The gatekeeper greets them, but warns that Alaric's level is dangerously low. Our hero just shrugs it off. He promises to retreat if things get too hairy. The NPC nods, and Alaric selects the Kingdom of Remark. He drops 5 gold coins, and the warp begins, while the NPC warns him about some serious magic sickness. Stepping out on the other side, our guy wonders if they truly arrived in the right place. His partner confirms it, even if the view isn't exactly as majestic as they expected. Kalen says the place is unchanged. He'd been here before his 3rd rebirth, back when it was famous. He tells Alaric to look around, and our hero notices the locals are giving him some nasty looks. This land was once part of 𝒖𝒂𝒂𝒐 before the Spirit War, so they hate anyone with divine blessings. Kalen explains this is the weakest kingdom in Lhasa, once a hotspot for hidden quests, now a complete ghost town. Alaric remembers Drax's advice: take the family emblem to the palace and show it to the royal guard. A short walk later, they reach the castle gates where a knight tells them to stay put. Now pay attention. The moment Alaric shows that emblem, the guards practically trip over themselves to let him in. He notices the castle is surprisingly small, a clear sign that the Kingdom of Remark is falling apart. Out of nowhere, a familiar voice says he arrived much sooner than anyone expected. Alaric spins around and sees Drax, now in noble robes and smiling. The old man welcomes his descendant home. The mentor says it is an honor to see him, and Alaric bows back with perfect knightly manners. Drax prepares to request a royal audience, but suddenly, a massive commotion breaks out at the door. The doors fly open as a giant of a man enters, demanding to see the sorcerer's heir, while Kalen mutters about running into that old devil again. He sighs and says this place is usually incredibly dull. But if anything makes it worth visiting, it is the legendary blade master, Sir Jillian. After the 4 great catastrophes, there are 11 legends on the continent, and this man is one of them. Jillian is the strongest warrior in the kingdom. He takes a sudden liking to Alaric and starts chatting like an old friend, making our hero feel totally out of place. Drax apologizes for the chaos, asking Alaric to forgive the general's lack of manners. I know what you're thinking, sparring with a legend. Jillian drags him off, saying steel is how men talk. Kalen explains that unlike most standard NPCs, Jillian only teaches his secret arts through combat. The problem is surviving his brutal training sessions. The general is level 200 and can't wait to see what Alaric has got, so he tells him to attack first with every ounce of strength. But our boy isn't about to back down without a fight. In a flash, the duel is over, and neither of them can even process what just happened. Jillian beams, claiming that Alaric's raw strength and instincts make him a natural-born prodigy for the sword. The old knight vows to train the boy himself, and time passes in a blur of exhausting, soul-crushing drills until Alaric is completely spent. Despite the hellish training, Alaric can't land a single blow, though the general looks incredibly proud. Jillian eventually asks Drax about the meeting with the king. But they are basically just chilling while they watch Alaric get his teeth kicked in, so it looks like the royal meeting will have to wait. The general snaps, complaining that the king does nothing but wander around and slack off. Drax warns him that is treason, but the general just gets angrier and couldn't care less about the law. Jillian offers to continue the private lessons, but Alaric admits he needs to focus on leveling up first. To his shock, the old master offers to join his party and help him grind out some experience. Now carrying the ultimate high-level bodyguard, they head into the wilderness to hunt some truly monstrous beasts. Jillian gets a bit nostalgic as they approach the old hunting grounds. He explains he is usually stuck defending the front lines, and is absolutely shocked Alaric is level 43 and still has not reached his 2nd class yet. The general tells Drax they must announce the descendants' return, since it has been 800 years. So you and I are left wondering, can they keep this a secret, or will the whole world come knocking? All right, you and I are diving into a world where a total rookie might just be a hidden king. Lord Thorn mentions the Archmage used this area for twisted experiments, meaning these monsters have been breeding like crazy, but things aren't exactly what they seem here. Approaching the beasts, the old general claims this is the ultimate training ground for his elite knights. Suddenly, the monsters swarm, but Thorn meets their charge with a lethal flash of steel. Julian is stunned by the general's raw power, but the old man just laughs, saying it feels like the old days. He leaves our hero to it and dives back in. Julian and his companion just shrug. That is classic General Thorn for you. Julian appreciates the help, but let's be real. He gets bored fast and decides he wants a piece of the action too. Julian lunges at a monster and delivers a devastating blow right to its skull. Total brute force. He's shocked it survives the first hit. Guess he is used to easy wins, so he just keeps swinging like a madman. Julian grumbles about needing 10 hits, but Flint mocks him, reminding him this is a high-level zone. While watching his mentor, his status screen flashes, level 45. He gets a new pack and finally a class change option. Thorn is having the time of his life, while the boys celebrate hitting 2 levels in record time. Julian thought second classes unlocked at level 50. He asks Flint, but even the familiar is stumped by this one. Still, Flint says it's a massive win. The earlier he gets those class perks, the stronger he'll become. He's hyped to start the next trial, but pay attention here. The system is starting to act really weird. They both try to force it, but nothing. It turns out the system won't grant the quest until he hits level 50. 3 career paths should appear. Flint explains that he got his own promotion from a person, not a screen. So, Julian realizes he'll have to pay Archmage Eldon another visit. He is stuck at level 45 until he clears the trial, which feels like a waste since the general is giving his absolute all to help him. Flint calms him down. All that stored experience will dump at once after the quest. Julian finally starts to relax a bit. The general returns with a huge grin, saying he feels alive again. He asks if Julian leveled up, and our hero admits he needs Eldon's help to advance. He tracks down Archmage Eldon, who looks genuinely apologetic. He has 0 info on Julian's specific second class. Our hero is stunned. This journey is getting way more complicated than he expected. The Archmage promises to scour his ancient scrolls and let him know if anything turns up. As he ponders his next move, Thorn appears. Julian admits the search for his quest info was a total bust. He expected a difficult path, but he never thought just starting the quest would be this much of a headache. Thorn tells him to stop dwelling on it because they have plenty of work to do. Trust me, Julian's bad feeling is spot on. Soon, they're back at it. Exhausted, Julian thanks his mentor, who notes the boy is growing stronger with every single clash of blades. Even after days of brutal training with the legendary General Thorn, he still has no idea what his class will be. Plus, he's learning the truth about Thorn's mysterious past. Thorn is over 160 years old, a general who has guarded the crown for generations. Mid-training, a messenger arrives, forcing him to leave. He asks Julian's permission to depart, apologizing for the break. Our hero can't help but notice how perfectly everything is falling into place. Later on, Thorn reveals that his request to see the king was rejected, yet again. He needs the king's seal to claim the 3rd relic. Thorn suspects the king is terrified and decides it's finally time Julian heard the truth. He explains the realm had 2 princes, and Cedric was only second in line. He should never have worn the crown, as the first prince was superior in almost every way imaginable. Cedric began isolating himself years ago, and Thorn regrets not stepping in when he had the chance to act. When the old king died suddenly, the once timid Cedric staged a violent coup that shook the entire kingdom's foundations. Thorn was on the front lines back then. Since Cedric was of royal blood, he had no choice but to accept him. Then, amidst all that chaos, Julian appeared. Our hero quickly makes it clear he's not interested in royal power struggles or drama. Thorn understands, but explains that Julian is actually the last true descendant of the ancient empire that originally ruled these lands. Thorn asks who the throne really belongs to. But wait, a messenger arrives. You and I need to hear this. Thorn hopes the king finally agreed to their meeting, but the response is a flat refusal that sparks his fury. The messenger says the king refuses to acknowledge Julian's royal bloodline. Stick with me, Cedric just realized that to get an audience, he has to finish a mission first. Looking at his menu, it is the exact quest for his second-class advancement. Pure luck. Garrison shouts, asking if he really heard that order correctly. Cedric restrains him while the general rages, shouting they should be hosting a feast for the heir who returned after 800 years, not giving him errands. Shaking, the messenger explains that is exactly why the king ordered him to complete only 3 out of the 12 possible trials. Just like that, Cedric's bond with Garrison maxes out, causing the difficulty of the trials to plummet instantly. Checking the missions, the general calls them absurd and fumes because the king specifically forbade him from helping. He is absolutely livid. The quests involve the snow phantoms and the iron hoof centaurs. Garrison wants to protest, but Dra tells him to stay in line. Garrison challenges anyone to step up, but Cedric calms him, promising he can handle these tasks entirely by himself. The elders are stunned that this boy is accepting such impossible quests without flinching, but there is a reason for his confidence. Cedric has no plans to fail a single one because he is carrying the ultimate cheat code. His system analyzes everything, marking exactly where the beasts are hiding and the fastest path to reach them. Before he departs, Garrison appears with a special reward. Since he cannot officially help, he offers it as a personal gift. To our hero's total shock, he receives a high-tier skill pack. He has no idea why he earned something so valuable. Even Alistair has never seen a level 50 pack handed out like this. Regardless, it is an incredible boost. He opens the small pack first, pulling the Wind Cutter skill. Since he already owns it, he chooses to evolve it. Now, it inflicts bleeding damage on even golems and the undead. Now for the big one. Pay attention here. Cedric opens the pack with shaking hands and draws his very first card. He pulls Wind Cutter immediately and feels a sting of disappointment. The second card, another Wind Cutter. The third is Wind Cutter too. It keeps happening until he is absolutely losing his mind with confusion. Alistair is just enjoying the show while Cedric prays for better luck. He snags the final card, and thank goodness, it is a 6-star ride skill. Elena appears right then, her eyes lighting up as she realizes he finally found something just for her. Getting all dramatic, she vows to repay his kindness with her life, promising to crush anyone who dares cross his path. Cedric wants to start the quest immediately, but his guide suggests a quick shop visit first, leaving him a bit puzzled. Alistair explains they must slay a specific beast before the ancient cobra, but they need a summoning item to draw it out. Shortly after, the pair arrives at a hunting ground known as the Whispering Woods. Just as the name implies, the monsters here are adorable but vicious. They are tiny, evasive, and hit surprisingly hard for their size. Alistair notes that is exactly why most travelers pass through, thinking this place has no guardian boss. It is just like the Squirrel Emperor incident. Cedric places the box as instructed, but he sees no sign of any monster. His guide tells him to be patient. Suddenly, a massive tiger emerges from the shadows. You and I both know how cats are, right? It walks right to the box. Alistair says this is the ultimate way to bait felines. He tells Cedric to strike now. The hero swiftly defeats the beast and secures the necessary materials. This meat will serve as the lure for the great serpent. But before hunting it, Cedric decides to collect the remaining items needed for his room upgrades. Eventually, they reach a secluded area where Alistair points out exactly where the tiger meat should be placed. Cedric asks if there is anything vital to know about the serpent. Turns out, this thing is an absolute nightmare. Along with raw power, the snake utilizes lethal toxins and petrification. However, Alistair reminds him that he is a special case. He heads out and drops the bait. Instantly, the massive serpent known as the Black Plague slithers into view. The beast debuffs his magic resistance before trying to petrify him, but our hero simply stands there smiling. He finally understands why he is immune. walking straight toward the beast as it begins to panic in frustration. Cedric prepares for battle, mocking the creature by saying this will be as easy as stealing candy from a child. Our hero mocks the serpent, which lunges back with a 7-star poison meant to drain 1% of his health every single second. But for Cedric, none of it works. He uses his new skill to clear the status effect once again. The serpent is totally baffled. Realizing it is outmatched, it tries to flee, but Cedric strikes again, demanding an apology for the trampled garden. The battle continues, and our hero is thankful he took the time to forge that specialized armor set. Out of options, the beast actually tries to act cute. Cedric almost seems to fall for the act, but he knows everything is fair in war. He promises to make its end quick. He charges in, demanding the beast surrender its experience points before finishing it off. And that is where we leave it now for the loot. All right, you and I are about to see if Alaric trades his legendary gauntlet for a rare, poison-soaked dagger that Thorn suggests saving for a rainy day. The next find is a toxic soul gem, and Alaric wonders if this is like those ancient scrolls from old knight tales. This is the precise artifact they will use to lure out the legendary Great Frost Lion. Thorn explains that 2 separate beasts hold these crystals, forged from the pure essences of solar and lunar energy. The twist: these beasts cannot contain the power, and the gems are slowly eating them alive from the inside. Since the crystals act as a heavy anchor, these monsters fight for dominance. Alaric realizes the beast's lair is likely right around the corner. He asks if the hunt will be simple, but his partner just gives him a very knowing look. After the kill, he admits training with Master Gilbert really paid off. He completes his mission goals and collects a massive haul of treasure. When he picks up that crystal, his menu shows he can fuse them together using his alchemical engineering talent. Now pay attention, because Alaric just triggered the fusion. He realizes he hit the absolute jackpot with a massive bonus. He obtains the legendary 𝒖𝒂𝒂𝒍 crystal, an artifact representing the perfect balance between the forces of light and shadow. Thorn tells him to check the stats because these are semi-epic grade, and Alaric starts to understand the value. But he is still confused by this awakened potential feature. His partner explains it is a random, powerful attribute bonus. It could grant a massive shield or a damage spike. Thorn adds it would be useless if Alaric used it. Alaric asks why, and Thorn explains that in Eldoria, tolerance does not stop damage. It only helps you resist debilitating status effects. It gives 50% resistance, but Alaric's unique unlock skill already makes that completely redundant. He is annoyed that his god-tier ability makes this rare crystal totally useless. His mentor says they could not use it regardless, leaving our hero totally confused. Thorn cannot wield it, but he knows someone who certainly can. He agrees, but glancing over, he sees the 3 allies have already started a heated argument over who gets the prize. The chaos starts immediately as Seraphina steps forward to make her case. She argues that since she fights on the front lines, she is the best choice for the crystal. Alaric decides to hand it over, but Shadow suddenly cuts in. Shadow claims he takes the most risks while infiltrating enemy territory as a shape-shifting doppelganger. As they bicker, Thorn notes it is normal for noble families to clash, though Alaric is the usual exception. Even so, Alaric still has no idea how to settle this. He figures this squabble is just part of the quest script, and things will go back to normal without him interfering. The fight cools down, and they agree to talk later, but Shadow notices the crystal has suddenly vanished from sight. They look over and see the tiny squirrel holding the gem. Without a second thought, the pet just gulps the crystal down, gaining massive instant benefits. Our hero just stares, expecting a massive explosion. You and I both know that was unexpected, but look at this. A notification appears saying the little guy meets the requirements to evolve, which totally shocks him. In most massive games, a pet is vital. They fight beside you, provide buffs, or even boost your experience gains. Unlike common familiars, pets grow through evolutions. The higher the rank, the harder the tasks become. Alaric is fuming, because who would have guessed that feeding a legendary crystal to a squirrel would trigger an evolution? Thorn says an evolution will raise the pet's rank. Since it is already epic, it will likely become mythic. Furthermore, when a pet undergoes evolution, the owner receives a pile of bonus rewards as well. In Alaric's case, he likely gets a level 9 card pack and a brand new chain of difficult quests. Since this is a mythic evolution, those quests will probably be incredibly dangerous. The quest log appears, requiring him to slay thousands of monsters, but Alaric can definitely handle the grind. Pippin vows to reach mythic rank, and everyone is happy. Back at the manor, Master Gilbert is thrilled to learn those legendary monsters were actually real. He is beyond excited, and plans to personally deliver the news to the king. Only the centaur remains. Master Gilbert says it is in the castle basement where the sorcerer conducted dark experiments. After the Great War ended, that monster remained trapped down there for 800 years. Since Alaric has seen these dungeons before, he is not shocked. The master adds the place is full of traps. Legends say the ancient centaur guards the treasure. He explains the entrance was sealed by the sorcerer king's magic, meaning not even returned spells will function inside that basement. So he tells Alaric to prepare, and trust me, you and I are going to want to see this hunt. Stick with me here. Arthur just finished shopping and wonders if he should put his rare bow and dagger up for auction. To the world's surprise, the young lord messages Roland, who is absolutely stunned that the legendary war god is reaching out to him. Arthur asks if he wants the gear, but the knight says he unfortunately just spent his coin on a solid new set. Still, our hero insists and sends over the magical link so the knight can see the stats for himself. After a silent moment, the knight lets out a roar of excitement, offering 40,000 gold sovereigns to take them both. Arthur is completely floored by the amount, wondering how a simple knight can drop that much gold like it is nothing. Changing the subject, he asks about the relocation, and Roland confirms that everything is moving along smoothly. As he leaves, the knight offers his eternal thanks, promising to come running whenever the Lord of War calls for aid. Arthur feels more than compensated with those 40,000 coins. He says his final goodbyes and takes his leave. Arthur asks why Fenris is laughing, and the familiar asks if he finally noticed. He wonders if Arthur met her in the real world, and the answer is clearly yes. Roland, or rather, Lady Rosalind, asks the war god if he really knew her true identity this whole time. Arthur says yes, because it was obvious, though he regrets meeting at the Capitol Mall in front of the Academy, especially after hearing why she claimed they shared such a deep and meaningful bond. Apparently, his ex was enrolled in that very same Academy program. Our hero just hopes nobody gets the wrong idea, since he is only supposed to help her find a new manor. She claims she has never lived alone, and since her roommate moved out, the landlord wants the property back immediately. The lady becomes as dramatic as a theater lead, begging for help so she does not end up on the streets. Arthur just wishes she would stop acting like a stage play. He follows her toward the location of her new home, leaving our protagonist to wonder if this is real life or if he has accidentally stumbled into a different dimension. She reveals a massive, fancy estate, making Arthur wonder who this woman actually is behind that knightly persona. Back in the world of magic, Arthur is ready for the mission. Master Galahad leads him straight to the labyrinth entrance. The master explains that this is a hidden sanctuary that only a select few elites even know about. Now, pay attention here. Arthur is stunned by the entrance as the old man opens the path with a simple gesture. Arthur notices the atmosphere shift instantly, spotting a dark staircase that leads deep into the cold earth below. The old general says the sight makes his blood boil with excitement, promising to seal the door once the boy enters. He also promises to keep searching for a worthy soul to inhabit the relic and tells Arthur not to worry. When the boy returns, they will celebrate with a drink. Honestly, Arthur feels pretty good about that promise. The boy steps inside, confident he will be back before the ice in that celebratory drink even begins to melt. Our hero pulls a lantern out of his inventory and realizes that this really is a massive, daunting labyrinth. Suddenly, something jumps out and scares the life out of him. Fenris appears, joking that of course it is a labyrinth, asking if Arthur expected a simple walk through the park. He tells Arthur to get used to the shadows, and Arthur realizes it is actually the familiar's first time here too. His only goal is to slay the centaur, which should be a quick and easy task. Suddenly, he encounters a massive, discolored minotaur, its strange hue making it look even more terrifying than the usual beasts. Acting fast, he decides to eliminate the monster immediately, charging forward with a powerful wind cutter strike. The attack connects, and while the beast tries to defend itself, it stands no chance against the heavy debuff it receives. Without giving it a second to breathe, Arthur launches a flurry of rapid strikes, finishing the job without breaking a sweat. You and I probably expected more, but Arthur thinks this will be easy. Fenris just complains since they only just arrived. Arthur rushes to collect the loot, while his partner wonders if he will ever get used to such a reckless style. Checking his status, he sees his pet's evolution is underway, and he intends to complete the quest right then and there. Moments later, he finds a polished chest, and the nosy familiar goes sprinting ahead to pry it open. He concludes two things about this dungeon. First, it is home to 4 specific types of deadly monsters. Second, there are suspicious chests everywhere. Fortunately, our hero seems to have luck on his side once again. Fenris tells him to save those materials for a future quest, as they continue deeper into the maze. After fighting more minotaurs, Arthur feels lost, so his companion suggests they try taking an entirely different route. Arthur knows his familiar's memory is 800 years old, yet Fenris seems to possess a genius-level instinct for finding the correct direction. "Trust me, we won't forget this." A sudden scream echoes from the darkness, catching them both off guard. "Stick with me. You and I are about to see Alaric dive headfirst into one hell of a dungeon mystery." He finds a lady cornered by 2 massive stone gargoyles. Armed with only a magic pike, she's screaming for someone to save her. She keeps crying out, but Alaric and his buddy think it's a total setup. Honestly, they even joke that her acting is top tier. Just as they're feeling smug about spotting the obvious ruse, Tina appears and recognizes her, demanding her master help out. Suddenly, Alaric and his electric spirit squirrel start raining down lightning bolts on those monsters. Seconds later, the threat is gone and she's thanking them over and over. She says she can never repay his kindness, but then Alaric realizes her body is starting to look a little see-through. She apologizes for the shock, explaining she's actually a lingering phantom tied to these ancient ruins. Alaric is a bit surprised, but the girl is too. She completely freezes up the moment she spots both Mirage and the famous Princess Tina. Princess Tina, it's a total shocker. Alaric turns to her, asking if she's really some high-ranking noble. She says that old title is meaningless since 𝒖𝒂𝒍 is long gone, so he should just keep calling her Tina. Alaric tenses up, suddenly remembering that every soul once tied to 𝒖𝒂𝒍 seems to know her name. He puts the pieces together. Tina is the daughter of the Sorcerer King. The ghost apologizes, thinking it wasn't that important. He thinks it's a massive deal, asking if the king really turned his own child into an artificial warrior. Now watch closely, because before things get too heavy, Alice suggests they find a safe spot to keep talking. Later on, she introduces herself as Alice. Turns out, she was the king's chief researcher over 800 years ago. Tina adds that Alice is a genius engineer. Even the Sorcerer King admitted her skills might even surpass his own. Alice explains they were forging a legendary artifact together. When the Great War erupted, she stayed behind to finish it alone. After the king vanished, she kept pushing because completing the weapon was her soul's purpose. Then, a massive magical error sucked her right into the focus circle. Luckily, she survived as a spirit, allowing her to keep researching even without a physical body of her own. She's actually happy she doesn't have to fear death anymore. Alaric, though, he thinks this girl is straight up insane. The blueprints are finally done. Now, All she needs is a massive source of raw spiritual energy. She searched everywhere but came up empty. Hearing this, Alaric starts digging through his inventory for something he found. He shows her the essence he grabbed earlier, and she loses her mind. It's exactly what she needs. She instantly offers him a quest for a legendary gear set. Cedric is absolutely floored that Alaric stumbled into a quest of this tier, so early in their journey. Cedric figures these items are basically peak tier. In any other kingdom, they'd be classified as a true mythic level set. She asks him to fetch the remaining energy, and our hero officially takes the bait. Let's pause for a second. Alaric sees he needs a ton of items. Alice confirms the rarest piece is currently held by a deadly centaur boss. Taking this beast down will finish his familiar quest, his second-class advancement. And that legendary weapon quest all at once. Alice tells him to hold on while she hunts for something, finally cheering when she finds it. To his utter surprise, she hands over a rare tactical map. She's thrilled to help and says she'll refine the blueprints while she waits. Cedric can't help but feel a bit jealous of Alaric's luck. He only ever held a legendary sword once in his life, and that was centuries ago. Checking the map, Alaric sees 8 spots where that centaur might be hiding. Naturally, he decides to head for the nearest one first. Alaric suggests binding Alice's spirit to the third relic, but Tina shuts that idea down immediately. She argues that while Alice is a genius builder, her combat spirit is 0. Her soul probably wouldn't survive the transition into a weapon. Alaric is starting to see that crafting these living relics is anything but simple. Suddenly, he gets curious and asks how Tina ended up as an artificial being. Surprisingly, she isn't offended and agrees to reveal the whole story. She says at the height of the war, the humans turned on her family and made a dark pact with their rivals. After betraying 𝒖𝒂𝒂𝒍, the Sorcerer King forged new weapons that would never disobey him. That was the birth of the 7 artificial knights. Each one had the power to erase entire armies on command. They were ultimate weapons built for slaughter. Tina reveals that her own soul was chosen for the transformation. She was already dying from a wasting sickness, making her the perfect candidate for the king's experiment. You and I know that soul binding requires consent. She agreed instantly to save herself. Man, the mood just got heavy, didn't it? Let's dive into this. She claims that was the most fulfilling moment of her entire life, and she would definitely choose it again. Alistair smiles and calls her amazing. She thanks him and warns her master that they have finally arrived. Suddenly, hooves thunder as a creature nears. Looks like our hero's luck is holding up once again. A furious centaur appears, wanting to kill him while calling him by the Sorcerer King's old name, Mordred. Now pay attention here, because this beast hates Mordred so much that the boss event starts immediately. The monster lunges as Alistair blocks with his arm, shouting that he is not this Mordred guy. While Alistair wonders why this wizard king had so many enemies, a curse hits him with massive penalties. But that's nothing for our hero. He purges the debuffs, charges forward laughing, and slams into the monster. He crushes the centaur with 0 mercy, ending the boss fight and finishing his quests. He just walks off with his hands in his pockets, radiating pure aura. Julian asks if everything is always this easy, but Alistair tells him to chill while gathering materials. 3 days later, Alistair brings the crystals to Alara, who is absolutely thrilled and thanks him. He hits level 55 and unlocks a new skill pack plus the legendary dimensional portal ability. Even his familiar is shocked. His partner says that portal skills like this are incredibly rare to find. Only about 10 people have them, and even with some limits, this skill is a total game changer. Alistair considers maxing it out since he lacks coordinates, while Julian explains that reduces the cooldown significantly. Since he already has a backup swap skill, he decides to master this portal ability right away. The next skill is for movement too, but it's a short, explosive dash designed for aggressive attacks. Alistair realizes leveling it up boosts speed and lowers cooldown, so he masters that one as well. Alara congratulates him and reveals that his magic weapon is finally ready for pickup. He is stunned to receive the legendary Sovereign, a weapon equipped with a powerful anti-magic shield. Julian notes his gloves boost magic attack, making this new gear perfect for fighting powerful wizards. The guy watches with envy as Alistair celebrates his collection of ridiculously broken equipment. But how do you even wear it? Alara explains it's actually designed as a shoulder guard. I know what you're thinking, a shoulder guard, but trust me, this item slot is incredibly rare. Most players only use standard slots, never seeing the rare extra ones that Alistair just filled. Julian notes that many people don't even know these items exist, since they never appear at high-end auctions. Finally, he takes the gear and equips it immediately. While his friends give him compliments, Alistair worries the new piece might clash with his current set. He currently juggles a hero rank wind set and a legendary magic set at once. He'll have to swap them constantly, but Alara has a fix if he provides more spiritual energy. Since she crafted the original glove, she converts it into a special inner lining. Now he can use everything at once. His health and mana just tripled. His partner calls those tank stats, claiming this mythical class is actually beyond insane. They check his attribute points, and it seems our hero gets a massive amount every single time he levels up. He starts dumping points into strength and vitality, but his familiar suggests upgrading skills instead. He notices the master rank on Eternal Frost is gone because skills can actually evolve further. While he's enjoying the moment, Alara walks up to apologize because she needs to say something. He assumes she is passing on to the afterlife, but she actually asks to follow him. Alara wants to start a new research project, and since she's a ghost, she never needs to sleep or eat. She begs for his permission, though honestly, the whole scene is getting a bit creepy. Julian isn't sure a normal character can leave, but they need to find her a place to work. Alistair wants to test his new portal skill by setting the coordinates to his private room. When she touches the portal, a notification says she has met the conditions to become his familiar. And trust me, you and I just watched her plan work as her engineering workshop gets a massive upgrade. Back at the king's royal fortress. All right, you and I are heading back to the palace, where our hero finally meets his master for the big update. Lord Draken is satisfied and goes on a rant because now the king won't have any more excuses to avoid them. A few moments later, the veteran knight returns with the news. The audience has finally been approved. They head over there, and Alistair is clearly nervous since it's his first time meeting a real king. Lord Draken tells him to relax because a king is just a man with a title, nothing more. Alistair tells the general to watch his tongue so he doesn't get arrested, but the old man just doesn't care anymore. Now pay attention, because Alistair's familiar pops up right as he reaches the throne room doors. Our hero knows he became the Archmage for a reason, and his spirit friend is here to back him up. When the heavy doors swing open, the king welcomes the Archmage's heir, but Alistair is frozen by what he sees. Then His Majesty says he's been waiting. The king looks nervous and a bit unsure, asking Alistair for an introduction, but our hero notices that the queen seems quite different. She looks incredibly sharp and bold, calmly stating it's a pleasure to finally meet Sir Alistair. The general snaps, demanding to know why she's even there for a private meeting strictly about the royal family. That young noble, Lord Silas, smirks and says those are some pretty icy words for this specific moment. He claims His Majesty invited him to stay, and the king confirms it, though the tension is thick enough to cut. His Majesty insists Silas stay, but Lord Draken protests because the truth is the man is practically a foreigner here. The king gets irritated and snaps that he doesn't want to hear another word. He declares that his word is law, leaving even the queen looking stunned by his sudden, aggressive outburst. He offers a quick apology, but Lord Draken bows in silence despite the rage boiling inside. Silas then explains the king's position. The truth is they won't be handing over the relic for nothing. Draken thinks the brat has gone too far, but Silas warns him to show respect to the king's authorized representative. He threatens to arrest the general for high treason, which only fuels the old man's growing fury. You and I know there's a catch. Silas is naming a price. When Alistair asks for the price, Silas grins and points his finger at Lady Alara, announcing that she is exactly what they want in exchange for the treasure. He explains she carries royal blood and will be kept as the king's newest royal concubine. Lord Draken slams his foot down in rage, while the king just sits there looking like a complete idiot. Amidst the shouting, Alara stays perfectly calm and simply tells them she refuses. Alistair was ready to use magic, but Alara speaks up first, claiming all wizardly rights for her lord. Fuming, she screams that Valoria has no claim over the relic just because it sits in their vault. Silas just smiles, but Alara isn't done. She adds that she actually has some personal standards. She refuses to marry a man who can't even hold a sword, leaving the general absolutely howling. After the audience, Alistair asks his familiar if he noticed anything about the king's face. Barnaby felt something was off, claiming he saw the king in Valoria during a hidden quest back when he was still alive, and this man looks nothing like him. Alistair wonders if it's an imposter, but his partner says Lord Draken would never allow something that bold to happen. Barnaby says it's just a hunch, but things in Astora have shifted since Alistair's power awakened. Draken arrives with an apology, explaining it'll take some time to actually secure the relic. It seems Lord Draken went back inside the chambers to have a very private word with his king. Alistair asks about Silas, and the old man explains the king trusts him above everyone else now. Silas was the shadow behind the second prince, orchestrating the entire bloody coup from the dark. Alistair realizes this is a classic power struggle, but it's still a massive hurdle. As he wonders how he's supposed to get the relic, the quest menu updates and Draken offers a secret alternative. Our hero agrees instantly, so the old man tells him to follow as they head toward a hidden passage. Draken apologizes for the walk, explaining that using teleportation scrolls would alert the palace's magical guards immediately. But Alistair is left wondering why a high-ranking minister has to be this incredibly cautious. And that's where we leave it, trust me, things are about to get wild. All right, you and I are diving into a secret that could topple a kingdom. He warns Arthur to stay silent about everything past this door. The elder knocks while our hero waits. He whispers a few cryptic lines, and the massive door groans open, making Arthur wonder if it's a magic password. A man opens the way, and the Knight Sir Drake invites the descendant to step inside. The man inside welcomes them warmly. Once he confirms Arthur's identity, he loses his cool and gets incredibly excited. As they head upstairs, the man just keeps geeking out over our protagonist. They reach a door guarded by two knights who smile and step aside. The old man calls out, "Sir Royston, we're coming in." A man welcomes them, explaining he meant to meet them downstairs but got held up with very urgent palace matters. Royston says he's heard legendary stories about Arthur, and it's an honor to finally meet him. That's when the familiar realization hits. He reminds Arthur how he once said the king he remembered was totally different from the current ruler. Then, to Arthur's shock, his companion reveals that this man is the true king. The man stands to greet him properly. He introduces himself as Lord Royston, leader of the secret resistance in Arcania. Now pay attention, because a massive revolution quest just dropped. Arthur realizes how serious a mission involving an entire kingdom really is. Arthur thinks that if he slips up now, the whole kingdom is basically doomed. But Royston blames himself for not seeing his brother's true nature. He explains how Seraphim manipulated his brother to seize power. Taxes skyrocketed and were collected with zero mercy, leaving the people absolutely furious. Plus, the defense budget was slashed, leaving the army completely gutted. Since they border the Gillian Empire, their situation is desperate. They're destined to fall soon. Even though he's ashamed to admit it, the true king humbly bows and begs our hero for his help. Arthur considers it for a moment. He agrees that Seraphim is a massive problem that really needs fixing. He finishes by saying if they need help, they can count on him. The moment Arthur accepts the quest, Royston spreads a strategic map across the table. He reveals he has 30,000 soldiers just waiting for his command. Arthur realizes there are way more unhappy people in this land than he thought. The king points to a specific spot on the map. The real problem is right here. These mountains are crawling with monsters and are nearly impossible to cross. Since the Revolutionary Army is made up of mostly regular people, they have no choice but to involve the main fortress guards. But right then, our hero notices a major catch. The king confirms his fears, and it totally freaks Arthur out. The general guarding that border is one of the 11 strongest on the continent. After talking it over, they decide that taking the risk through the dangerous mountains is their best shot. Meanwhile, over in the 𝒖𝒂𝒍𝒂𝒂𝒍 Empire, Baron Wayne asks if someone is actually trying to tell him that angelic gods are willing to become his servants. Evan, one of the leaders from the Silver Angels Guild, says there's no reason for his lord to make a move against such a tiny country. The guy tells him to leave it to them. Naturally, the lord agrees and gives him permission to form a strike unit, promising a reward. Evan seems pretty happy about that. You and I both know what he's after. Once he streams himself clearing a national quest, he'll finally be at the top. That guy truly believes it's finally their turn to rule the world. The Lord is pleased and says he'll wait while looking at the gift he received, commenting that these foreigners really are interesting. He asks a figure lurking in the shadows what they think, and they answer that they're greedy. The old guy agrees, but he doesn't dislike them. For a reward, they'll do the dirty work, even if it leads to their deaths. But he says that's only possible because they're immortal. Then he brings up the peace agreement between countries and the political movement that justifies their interference. He adds that a foreigner isn't bound by the treaty. He tosses the gift aside, calling them rookies, but wonders if things might get interesting. He suggests that a bunch of mutts can scare an old tiger, and the Lord wonders how 𝒖𝒂𝒍𝒂𝒍 is going to react to that. A while later, our hero is complaining about getting another tough quest, but Cedric says that's just how the Sorcerer King's quests go. His familiar wants to know the problem. It's simple. Arthur is going to have to fight General 𝒖𝒂𝒍𝒂𝒍. Our hero doesn't want to face him because 𝒖𝒂𝒍𝒂𝒍 has done a lot for him, but his partner warns him not to get emotionally attached to an NPC. Totally shaken, Arthur says he just needs to clear his head. So he opens his inventory, and like an addict, Cedric says the best way to feel better is opening a little card pack. Arthur opens it, and on the second card, there's this glow that makes him think it's an 8-star card, which totally freaks his familiar out. He gets sharp punch. Trust me, you and I are going to want to see what's next. All right, stick with me because our main character just unlocked a broken skill that ignores defense and debuffs enemies on a super short cooldown. After pumping points into this powerful ability, our hero knows his next move, persuading the legendary General Julian. Later on, the two of them are sharing a drink, and the old professor seems happy they finally crossed paths. Our protagonist offers his thanks, while Julian admits that even if it is not top-shelf wine, it has its own class. Sipping his glass, Arthur realizes this guy is his ticket to level 56, and honestly, this drink is absolutely top tier. But Julian shifts the mood, saying there is something heavy he needs to discuss, catching our main character completely off guard. He warns that the Julian Empire is making moves and the kingdom is unstable. Arthur wonders if he knows about the revolution quest. The general needs to stay at the border for morale, meaning he won't have any time to go hunting with Arthur right now. Trying to stay calm, Arthur realizes the general is clueless about the quest, which is a relief. The old knight keeps talking, mentioning he doesn't want a repeat of 10 years ago when the king lost his people's trust. Now pay attention, because this is the exact moment our hero has been waiting for. Gulping down liquid courage, he slams his glass and asks why they don't just follow the will of the common people. The old man ponders, asking if that is truly how Arthur feels. Our hero panics since that is basically treason, and he has no clue how the veteran will react. But Julian surprisingly agrees, admitting that if they are truly speaking for the people, the kid actually has a valid point. But then he adds that he cannot act. When Arthur asks why, the general says he already knows the truth. It is because he has already sinned against his sovereign majesty. He explains the second prince was noble, so he offered his granddaughter's hand. That is when Arthur realizes he is talking about the current queen. The general confirms it, noting she adored the prince, while our hero can only think about how different she is from her grandfather. Julian vows to stand by the prince, hoping he will eventually wake up and distance himself from the treacherous advisor 𝑺𝒖𝒂𝒓𝒕🔬. Just like the rebels, Julian has his own noble reasons, too. Suddenly, that sweet wine turns bitter. 2 days later, Julian's grand army launches their invasion into the 𝑳𝒖𝒂𝒂𝒍 territories. That same day, Lord Evans arrives at the border fortress. He gathers all his guild members, firmly believing he can pull off this entire operation with just 5,000 people. The live stream is live, and the viewers are absolutely trashing him. But he figures even hate watching is useful. He signals the start, and the two rival forces stare each other down across the field. A worried subordinate asks if they are really doing this, since the general has already spotted their position. But Evans insists the old man won't be getting reinforcements. He knows this because he has got a spy inside Julian's court who is already working hard on sabotaging their defensive lines. Grinning like a villain, he adds they are not the only ones here. Right then, another massive group appears, screaming about taking down the incompetent and corrupt king. Evans knows this was the Marquis's grand plan, since standard methods would never work against a fortress of this magnitude. Pointing at the massive crowd, he reveals they are going to strike something else, not the fort itself. The rebels get fired up, thinking the king's army is there to kill them. Suddenly, General Julian appears, demanding to know their business. Furious, the rebel leader lunges at the general, swearing he won't let a hand touch his people. Happy with how things are moving, Evans tells them to start the broadcast. He knows that despite the general's strength, the old man cannot handle these massive numbers and orders the final attack. But suddenly, a massive explosion rocks the battlefield. And you saw that too, right? Our hero appears in the center, leaving everyone wondering who he is. While Arthur is using magic in the heat of battle, the system notifies everyone that war between 𝑳𝒑𝒏 and Julian has officially started, meaning player kill penalties are now completely disabled. The players realize he is a 𝑳𝒑𝒏 defender and scream at everyone to take him down at any cost. Our protagonist cannot believe they actually showed up, but his familiar, Leo, reminds him that he warned this would happen. He remembers Leo saying this national-level quest was probably triggered by something connected specifically to his own actions. The kid realizes it was the revolutionary event, and Leo suggests they stick to the plan and give them a warm welcome. Everything is moving according to the script. Evans thinks showing their victory on the broadcast will prove their ultimate dominance to the world. But things are turning south fast. Just as Leo predicted, the players in the backline are incredibly weak. The familiar explains that even in a top-tier guild, not every member is actually a high-ranked player. He warns Arthur not to drop his guard, because getting swarmed could still be fatal. But our hero has an answer. And trust me, his hit-and-run plan starts now. Watch him unleash his massive permafrost skill. All right, you and I are about to see Arthur use ice magic to wipe out an entire squad of knights at once. Everyone is losing it because they think he is Lady Catherine, the 6th-ranked knight of the Solar Order. It really looks like they have fallen for the disguise, and they are furious that the high nobility finally decided to join this bloodbath. Our hero pulls back while those mercenary players scream, telling everyone not to let the lady escape. Total silence. Arthur finally catches his breath because even though he thought his mana was full, it vanished instantly. Sir Galahad warns him he went way too far. With a smirk, Arthur says they have mistaken him for Catherine, so he will just borrow her name for a while. Lord Eustace is absolutely losing his mind. Nothing is happening the way the ancient prophecy predicted. He remembers the scrolls saying he would return in glory. But even if they kill that old duke, they will not survive without taking heavy losses. And the boy cannot allow that, while the war between the 10 great houses is still raging on. 𝒖𝒂𝒍 finally realizes the old duke was just using him as a pawn. He is livid. He cannot believe an old man played him like that. So he barks orders to the vice commander to summon all the knights on standby, but a cold voice suddenly cuts him off. Watch this. He turns around and Duke Gilbert is standing right in his path. He panics when he sees his men are already slaughtered. Desperate, he cries that he cannot die yet after spending a fortune on this war. But Gilbert just looks disgusted. He asks if those pathetic words are really going to be his last. With one perfect strike, the Duke executes the commander, inflicting a 20% curse on the entire legion for 1 hour. The moment 𝒖𝒂𝒍 falls, the second in command cuts the signal. The royal forces see their chance and charge the leaderless enemy. A scout tells the king that the rebels are suddenly fighting each other. Sir Roland draws his blade and orders them to aid the castle garrisons. The guards are confused, but the true king tells them to remember Duke Gilbert's bravery under fire, even if they are traitors. They are still sons of Oakhaven, and it would be a total disgrace to profit from the army's defeat. So, with a massive swing of his sword, he orders his men to advance and wipe out Gilbert's cowards. The mercenary leader realizes he is in deep trouble, because now the entire realm has united against them. When a knight falls here, they will not return for days. If the whole company is wiped out, they will lose their seat of power. This is a disaster. To avoid losing their status and their rank among the high lords, he orders a full retreat to the magic gate, but Oakhaven's army sees them running and hunts them down without mercy. Meanwhile, inside Oakhaven's castle, the terrified king asks what is happening in his own halls. He stands among his fallen guards and dead bodies, demanding to know the meaning of this bloody coup. Count Cedric just claps, telling him to stop looking so shocked because it is not that bad. Walking closer with a grin, he says he has waited years for this. Cedric mocks the guards for their lack of manners and tells them to put their swords away. The soldiers actually obey. The king is shaking with rage and fear, asking what Cedric thinks he is doing. Smiling, Cedric asks how the king still does not understand and calls him a fool who should have looked much deeper into his advisor's past. Believe it or not, he reveals he is a spy from the Sterling Empire. He explains the king was the perfect puppet, and controlling a man hiding in his brother's shadow was child's play. He admits he manipulated the crown just to replace him, adding that he truly pities the people for having such a weak ruler. Stretching his arms, Cedric says taking over Oakhaven was inevitable, but there was still one giant obstacle in his way. To his shock, the queen interrupts and says that obstacle is the duke. Cedric looks impressed and admits the queen is as sharp as ever, confirming she is exactly right. The king asks if he is going to be killed, but Cedric just laughs. He wants to repay the king's kindness by letting him live, with one catch. The king must go to the Sterling Empire as a prisoner. Edward realizes he is just a hostage now. It is pure humiliation. He finally sees that he should have listened to Duke Gilbert, leaving the king completely broken on the floor. Cedric pulls out a cursed artifact and says it is time for the finale. Now they get to watch the duke's death. On the battlefield, a knight asks Roland what is going on since all the invaders have fled the area. Others notice that only the castle guards and the rebel army are left standing on the blood-soaked ground. Arthur watches from the cliffs and wonders what's next. Galahad asks if he can really beat Gilbert. Arthur says no, even exhausted, the Duke is too strong. You and I know they have achieved miracles. All right, you and I are about to see Alistair realize there is only one way to win. Alistair panics as the world shifts and family members vanish. Suddenly, a captive screams for help, and the young hero realizes he is looking at the true king of the realm. King Richard demands to know their names, but his captor warns him to stay quiet. To his absolute horror, The assassin promises to release him only after their dark mission is finally and successfully complete. Nearby, General Sterling is trapped. He is surrounded by the Black Ravens, a lethal brotherhood of killers who never fail a single contract. Their master is among the 11 strongest knights in the land. One assassin glares at Sterling, delivering a message from the boss. The old lion must face them all alone right here and now. Now pay attention here. His life is on the line. If the general refuses, they will unleash a lethal plague to kill many thousands of innocent citizens. If Sterling accepts the duel, they will spare the hostages. They demand an answer. The old warhorse chooses battle. With one massive swing, he warns them to keep their word, or he will butcher every last one of them. He strikes without mercy. The assassins feel the power of a legend as he carves through their ranks, cutting down waves of men. He clears his blade and catches his breath. It is clear the old man is nearing his limit. Cedric says he is dying. Alistair finally sees the trap. You and I know that helping the rebels would have led to a certain death. Meanwhile, the bloody duel continues down there. Steel clashes and they stop, back to back. Sterling is the first to speak, believing he has secured the final victory. The lone standing assassin is in shock. His entire elite squad was wiped out in the blink of an eye. He tells the general to be proud. He is the first man in history to destroy a Black Raven platoon before falling. With their commander gone, the surviving killers decide to vanish into the night. Sterling calls them a nuisance before collapsing. The real King Richard rushes to his fallen commander's side. He screams for a royal healer and every potion they have left. But the general shouts, ordering Richard to stay back. He struggles to stand, claiming Richard is not the monarch he swore his life to serve. The young king begs him to stop being stubborn, while he is so badly wounded. Then the old man gives his final command. He tells his soldiers to join the revolutionary forces, leaving everyone stunned. Sterling declares that swords exist to protect the people, not to be used as tools for royal games. One soldier is distraught. They cannot leave him and beg the general to come away with them. He apologizes, saying he cannot betray his oath again. He will stay with his true sovereign until his very last breath. Richard looks on with sadness. He had always wondered what choice this veteran soldier would eventually make. Finally, Alistair approaches, calling him a stubborn fool. Sterling laughs, knowing the boy would never miss this. Alistair asks how long he has left. The old man estimates 10 minutes. The hero nods and draws his sword. Sterling smiles at the boy's resolve, thanking him for being exactly who he expected. He is grateful to end his journey as a warrior, but he asks why Alistair is crying. The young hero quickly wipes his face. He claims it is not tears, only the rain. The old knight laughs and says he must be mistaken. Since time is short, they should begin their final lesson. The two companions charge forward to face each other for the very last time. Steel rings out. Sterling says he cannot imagine a better death and wishes this moment could last forever. With one final blow, the old man falls. He calls Alistair's name one last time. The hero kneels beside him, eyes full of sorrow, ready to listen. Sterling says it was a true honor to duel him at the end, and gives thanks. Alistair thanks his master for everything. The general sighs, admitting he has lived a very long life, and only now does he feel truly and completely exhausted. The sun will rise again, but for now, he just wants to rest. General Sterling was an undefeated legend. Here ends his story of 167 years. Nearby, Lord Malachi laughs. With the general dead, there is no one left to protect his majesty. But the king interrupts. With tears in his eyes, Richard declares he will never follow a traitor. He refuses to go. Lord Malachi calls it a cliché and asks about the queen instead. You and I just saw a legend fall, but the danger for the royal family is only beginning. Stick with me, because this lady just called that snake a wretched bastard bound for hell, and she is not backing down. Alaric just shrugs it off, coldly ordering her execution while planning to report the whole thing as a minor incident. A guard lunges, but she effortlessly dodges. seizing a blade and unleashing a lightning-fast strike that leaves the soldiers frozen in shock. She carves a path through the line of knights, shredding their defenses until she finally comes face to face with their coward of a leader. Screaming in pure panic, Alaric clutches his bleeding shoulder, desperately asking how a mere woman could possibly wound a man of his status. Then he spots her blade and realizes the terrifying truth far too late. She stares him down, declaring her name is Elinor, the legendary knight protector of House Hillgrave. Looming over the coward, she declares that no warrior in the entire realm can best her, while he desperately denies that a mere brat ruined his plans. Elinor doesn't care about his excuses. With a swift movement, Alaric is beaten senseless and slammed hard against the stone floor. She approaches the king with a deep apology, while his majesty looks on, completely baffled by the chaos unfolding before him. Kneeling, she explains that her father trained her for this exact purpose, and she's just relieved she could finally fulfill her duty to protect him. Elinor reminds him how he once saved her life, and she's stayed by his side ever since to repay that debt. The king is visibly moved that she still remembers. As he starts to speak, she gently takes his hand, cutting him off before he can say another word. She says he can finally make up for his past mistakes. With a soft smile, she urges him to seek forgiveness from his people, swearing her service until her dying breath. Nearby, Arthur's soul anchor begins to glow as he explains that with the owner's consent, any spirit can be claimed. It can house a soul regardless of the power gap, and he reveals that General Gawain actually requested this. Here's the part you and I need to watch carefully. Arthur accepts the prompt to bind with the legendary spirit. Radiant energy swirls around the old general's form. Sir Roland approaches Arthur, thanking him for finally allowing Gawain's weary soul to find true peace. Arthur starts to inform the king, but the soul anchor begins vibrating violently in his hand, stopping him cold. He senses the general wants this kept secret. Having secured the spirit, his task here is finished, and he's confident the kingdom can handle things from here on out. Weeks later, an angry crowd fills the streets, screaming for the fall of the cruel tyrant. Then, Prince Draken gives the command to open the city gates. The guards obey, and the heavy doors swing wide. Immediately, the rebel forces flood the capital as the palace defenders lay down their weapons and surrender. Once everyone realizes the first prince is leading the charge, the enemy surrenders immediately. You and I both know that look of relief on the people's faces. The war is finally over. Draken welcomes the king and Arthur, thanking our hero for every single thing he did to save the realm. Sir Roland credits our hero for the win, but Arthur is completely stunned because Elinor looks like a totally different person. Smiling, she explains that she is different, as she no longer carries the heavy title of queen. She's taken up her father's former rank as commander, knowing the neighboring kingdom of Galen could strike again at any given moment. She reveals the former king is now a low-ranking officer at the border fort, vowing to serve the realm for the rest of his days. Meanwhile, Alaric was thrown in a dungeon after they linked him to the murder of Scylla's the Gravekeep, which means that the priestess Arthur met was a spy for the kingdom of Galen. He realizes just how deeply they are woven into his quests. He tries to thank her, but the former queen insists she was only doing her duty. Suddenly, a messenger arrives carrying a small chest. Draken opens it to reveal a legendary relic. Inside lies a dark, mechanical puppet known as the Shadow Sentinel. Arthur begins the activation process, and a blinding light fills the room as a massive, armored warrior slowly manifests before him. Everyone is floored by the Sentinel's true form. Elinor explains that even among the ancient relics, this warrior was the most skilled. She notes he needs a new name since the original soul is gone, but Arthur reveals he's already made his decision. Remembering his fallen mentor and friend, he decides to name the mechanical relic Gawain, in honor of the legendary general. Draken then brings up the war rewards, explaining that Arthur can trade his merit points for some incredibly rare items. With a snap of his fingers, the screen displays Arthur's current total of 3,871 points. Arthur sees that for 3,200 points, he can choose between a unique class weapon or a legendary loot box. The system menu flickers, granting him several mission rewards before finally revealing a special hidden prize. Arthur is genuinely stunned. He's been offered the legendary Sword of Gawain, which was meant to be kept forever as a sacred national treasure. But Alina refused to let it collect dust, insisting her grandfather would have wanted a true warrior to carry his blade into battle. All Arthur can think about is the impossible choice between Gawain's legendary blade or the gamble of that loot box. Arthur hesitates, and his partner begs him not to gamble. "Trust me, you are going to want to see his choice." "All right, you and I are about to watch our main character risk everything for legendary loot." Lord Drathan asks if he is stressed over the choice, telling him to just keep calm. A prompt reveals he has reached peak favor with the Lord, who offers a secret quest for more glory before they all head off to the new king's crowning ceremony. The crowds cheer as our hero finally claims the legendary gravity blade, using the honor points he worked so hard to earn. Plus, he scores that mystery chest. He still cannot believe they cleared a kingdom-level quest and walked away with massive power gains. Still, he wonders if leaving without a proper farewell to the new Duke of Shadows, Geoffrey, is actually the right move. But the Duke is perfectly fine with it, joking that a formal goodbye would just end in too many tears. Besides, the old noble is excited to finally taste some real freedom. Watching how thrilled the old man is to retire, Alaric figures the pressure of leadership must have been crushing him. Geoffrey calls it a journey into uncharted waters and promises he is eager to fight beside his new master once again. Elsewhere, a noblewoman screams in denial, demanding they open their eyes because that ridiculous portrait looks nothing like her. Furious, she points out the person in the drawing looks like a man, but her friend begs her to settle down. Gunther steps in, saying she should be used to hearing their names in rumors, but Lady Catherine insists this is trouble. Why is everyone slandering their guild because of him? She wants to use her records as proof, but a hidden quest blocks her way. Gunther says that might actually be helpful. Watch closely now. He suggests they just claim the credit, leaving the poor girl completely stunned. He explains that since she never liked the Silver Knights anyway, they could use this golden opportunity to wipe them out entirely. She freezes, asking if he is actually serious, but he just laughs, saying he was only joking because that is not her style. Gunther tells her to relax and hunt for the frozen flame, admitting he is curious who else could wield powers like hers. Meanwhile, Alaric sneezes and his companion asks if he seriously caught a cold inside a magical game. But the hero says it feels like people are talking about him, and Kale admits that everyone should be after what he just pulled off. Finally, the squire asks if his master knows where their next adventure will take them. And since Alaric leaves that up to Kale, they decide they're heading to Zephyria. Later on, the city streets are alive with merchants peddling rare potions and smiths repairing dented armor for traveling knights. Alaric is shocked because this place makes Riverton look like a tiny, abandoned village, but Kale reminds him they are in one of the grandest cities in the entire realm. He starts worrying about how he will ever find clues for his secret class quest in such a massive and crowded place. You and I both know how this goes. Kale bets him that the answer is already staring them right in the face. Impressed, Alaric finally notices the massive spire towering directly over them. Kale asks if he remembers their first meeting, back when Alaric first became a mage and stumbled into Drathan's odd trinket shop. Right then, Alaric realizes something important. His companion admits he already noticed it too, because he has actually been inside that tower before. While scouting the floors, he found a hidden chamber filled with thousands of ancient, dusty leather-bound books. Hidden among those records, he saw the name of the legendary sorcerer King Valerius for the very first time. Kale says nothing special happened during his last visit, but this time will be different because a true descendant of the king is finally stepping inside. Alaric agrees and starts wondering just how many floors this massive place actually has. Suddenly, the crowd starts whispering because Lady Alara is here. It seems her guild has massive fame, and everyone is wondering if they will finally conquer the 30th floor today. Kale says Lady Alara used to lead the raids in the tower. Our hero is shocked, thinking elite knights were forbidden from entering these lower-level training grounds. Kale confirms that is usually true, but this tower is a rare neutral zone, making it a unique exception. Inside, the trials follow a specific repeating pattern. A safe haven appears every 9 floors, but every 10th floor holds a terrifying boss waiting for a fight. The danger scales up the higher you climb, which breaks many groups, forcing the survivors to team up just to keep moving. Kale adds that after floor 70, many guilds juggle multiple quests at the same time. Suddenly, Alaric notices a strange energy pulsing from Lady Alara's divine sword, Frostbane. He wonders why that legendary blade seems to be drawn toward him. Alaric is left completely baffled by the reaction. As he wonders what is happening, the lady approaches. He expects a greeting, but she just tells him he is blocking her path. Alaric gives a nervous laugh, apologizes, and says she is free to go ahead. Kale teases him, asking if he really thought a noble lady was falling for him, leaving our hero feeling quite embarrassed. So what do you and I make of this cliffhanger? Lady Alara suddenly freezes, startled by a strange sensation she cannot explain. Stick with me. Alara senses a high-tier ice spirit inside that Frostbrand blade. Staring at Arthur, she wonders what's so special about him. Her friend notices the pause and starts teasing her, shocked she actually slowed her pace for a random stranger, asking her, "What? Are you falling for him?" Alara ignores the jab, staying cool while insisting they keep heading toward the spire. Still, the noblewoman pushes it, realizing the boy caught her eye and vowing to find him in the spire to ask about the sword. She marches forward, while the surrounding knights shout her name in awe. Arthur asks if that noble lady is actually a big deal, and his partner just laughs, saying she absolutely is. They prepare to enter, but Arthur has a secret chest to unlock first, and he knows the perfect spot to open it. Now, pay attention as our hero reaches the spire, pulling up his magical interface to accept the terms. The system scales the difficulty based on his party size, but then something weird happens. It looks like the system has completely frozen. Arthur thinks it's just a glitch, but the interface detects a hidden pattern and warps him to a secret location in total shock. As a voice greets him, Arthur gets pretty frustrated since he was snatched away before he could even draw his blade. But staring around, he finds himself in a chamber filled with strange clockwork and gears, left wondering where he's landed. That's where we leave it. If you and I want to see what happens next in this zone, hit that button. Ring the bell, and see you next time on 𝒕💏.